Chapter 1083. 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%. After 3 days, Li Fuchen's demigod tribulation power was less than 30%. On the other hand, the light and dark god lord, the demigod power was hardly consumed. Still a little bit. Li Fuchen felt that he had touched a barrier. This barrier blocked the entire Kunwu universe. Only by breaking through this barrier will his Sword Dao realm be improved. It's not so easy to get in touch with the complete divine realm law. It took me more than 1 billion years to do it. The white-robed old man noticed something and grinned. Divine realm law. The ox-head masked man was curious. The white-robed elder explained, in order to ascend to godhood, you must come into contact with higher-level laws. In the demigod domain and the divine battlefield, although you can barely come into contact with higher-level laws, the laws there are fragmented and incomplete. It might be of some help to you at the beginning, but it won't be of much help later on. In the universe, although you can't come into contact with higher-level laws, there are always exceptions. The universe isn't without cracks. As long as you follow the cracks in the universe, you can come into contact with the world outside the universe. You can call that world the divine realm. Is there really a divine realm? The ox-head masked man looked forward to it. The white-robed old man nodded. Divine realm really exists, I can feel it. Teacher, since you have touched the divine realm law, why can't you ascend to become a god? The ox-head masked man asked. The white-robed old man sighed. This is because the ascension platform is ineffective. Without the help of the ascension platform, it is impossible to accept the baptism and reception of the divine realm law. No wonder no one has ascended to become a god in the endless years. Doesn't this mean that there will be no one who will ascend to become a god in the future? The ascension platform is the link between the universe and the divine realm. The original ascension platform is ineffective, and no one will ascend to become a god. However, there is no way out. If you can enter the core depths of the battlefield of God, you may be able to go to the divine realm. Teacher, this battlefield of God, what is going on? How can there be so many god corpses and semi-divine tools? The ox-head masked man asked the question that has always been there. The white-robed elder pondered for a moment, then slowly said, actually, I suspect that the battlefield of gods was originally a part of the deity realm. A terrifying war of gods tore the deity realm apart, and a fragment of the deity realm fell here, becoming the battlefield of gods. Otherwise, other than the deity realm, where else could there be so many god corpses and so many god artifacts? The god's battlefield is a part of the god realm, so it must have a secret connection with the god realm. The ox-head masked man's eyes brightened. The white-robed old man nodded. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to reach the core of the battlefield of God. The demigod beasts there are extremely terrifying. Even I cannot deal with some of them. After living for so many years, his only thought was to go to the divine realm. As for the struggles in the Kunwu cosmos, it had nothing to do with him. 20%, 10%, finally, Li Fuchen's half-god tribulation power was exhausted. His Sword Dao half-god power was also almost used up and the situation was extremely precarious. Let's see if you won't die. God Lord Darklight's eyes were cold. Teacher, aren't we going to save him? The ox-head masked man turned to look at the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man said, if he can't break through, what's the use of saving him? Soon enough, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao half-god power was also exhausted. It was fortunate that his body was tougher than high-class universe treasures. Furthermore, the tree of life in his body had already upgraded from mid-class universe treasure to high-class universe treasure and was providing him with endless vitality. Of course, despite this, under the horrific attack of the God Lord Darklight, Li Fuchen could only persist for a while at most. However, under the desperate situation, Li Fuchen's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Li Fuchen felt as if he had turned into a sword chi that was expanding infinitely. In almost an instant, the sword chi filled the entire universe. It seems like I don't need to save him. The white-robed old man smiled. Others couldn't sense the existence of this sword chi, but he could clearly sense it. The world of endless darkness was like a flowing black liquid. In the black liquid, there were densely packed sparkling and translucent bubbles. These bubbles had been in a static state and there would occasionally be one or two bubbles bursting. At this moment, one of the bubbles suddenly had a wisp of sword light rush out. This is the world outside of the universe. Li Fuchen, who had turned into sword chi, sensed that there was black liquid everywhere. The black liquid was very viscous and after a long time, Li Fuchen felt that the sword chi was showing signs of disintegrating. Instinctively, Li Fuchen rushed up. Gradually, there was light that shone down from above. Along with the light, there was a distorted scene. There was a sky, white clouds, sun, and flying birds. It was like looking at the scenery underwater. The bubbles are universes. Outside of the black liquid is the divine world. Li Fuchen could already feel the divine world's laws. As compared to the divine battlefield's laws, the divine world's laws were clearer, more complete, and more majestic. Even through the black liquid, there was a prowess that pressed down on Li Fuchen's spirit. Bang! Li Fuchen wanted to rush out of the black liquid, but a layer of black membrane obstructed him. Bang bang bang, time after time, Li Fuchen charged at the black membrane in a frenzy. His intuition told him that as long as he broke through the black membrane, there would be great rewards. He might be able to ascend and become a god immediately. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen had failed. When he charged at the black membrane for the last time, the sword chi suddenly dispersed. It is a pity. In the Kunlun cosmos, Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with unprecedented radiance. An extremely terrifying sword Dao half-god power was instantly produced and surged. Impossible! Feeling his half-god power being pushed back, Divine Lord Light and Dark let out an enraged roar. Divine Lord Light and Dark, you are finished. Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power was still increasing. In terms of quality, it had even surpassed Divine Lord Light and Dark. Light and Dark Abyss. Divine Lord Light and Dark burst out with a kill move. Sword Chi returned to origin. Li Fuchen thrusted. Divine Lord Light and Dark's kill move collapsed. Immediately after, countless sword lights burst out from Divine Lord Light and Dark. 90%, 80%, 70%. In the blink of the eye, Divine Lord Light and Dark's half-god power was annihilated by 30%. It is over. The white-robed elder said indifferently. The bull-headed masked man nodded. Divine Lord Light and Dark was indeed very powerful and his teacher had been paying attention to him. It was a pity that compared to Li Fuchen, Divine Lord Light and Dark were still lacking. According to his teacher, Li Fuchen's growth speed was at the top of the top in the multiverse and few could match him. At the moment of life and death, Divine Lord Light and Dark gathered all his half-god power and cleaved at the void with a palm blade. Without a sound, a terrifying gap appeared. The other side of the gap was filled with primordial purple chi. It was a natural chasm in the universe. It was obvious that Divine Lord Light and Dark planned to escape to the half-god region. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen sneered and slashed at Divine Lord Light and Dark. PFFF. A sword chi flashed on Divine Lord Light and Dark's body. Immediately after, Divine Lord Light and Dark turned into ashes. The ashes wanted to reform, but the sword chi attached to them was too powerful and constantly strangled them until they turned into nothingness. A single sword killed Divine Lord Light and Dark. Immediately after, Li Fuchen easily eliminated the rest of the divine race's half-gods. Following the karmic connection, Li Fuchen even eliminated the members of the divine race who had close relationships with the divine race's half-gods. To the Kunlun cosmos, the divine race was a malignant tumor. One day, when Li Fuchen ascended to become a god, it was hard to guarantee that the divine race wouldn't rise from the ashes and cause trouble. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't able to eliminate the entire divine race by himself. The remaining divine race would be dealt with by the other races. If he couldn't even deal with the remaining divine race, then he would be too useless. Fuchen, you broke through. Yan Qingwu realized that she couldn't see through Li Fuchen. Previously, Li Fuchen might be powerful, but Yan Qingwu was still able to truly feel his existence. Right now, she felt that Li Fuchen was like a wisp of green smoke that sometimes existed and sometimes didn't exist. Li Fuchen nodded. Right now, I am just a step away from ascending to become a god. He didn't conceal it and there wasn't a need to. Just a step away from ascending to become a god? Everyone was appalled. This step might not be crossed in a lifetime, but it might be crossed in the next moment. Big brother, are you going to become a god? That's great. Li Fuxiang didn't have much of a concept of becoming a god. She only knew that gods were omnipotent. Gods were detached from this universe. You guys come in first, I have something to do. Li Fuchen took everyone into the heart of the plain, including the bright moon sword god and the others. Immediately after, Li Fuchen looked into the depths of chaos. You too, after watching for so long, you should come out and meet me. Before the Sword Dao realm broke through, Li Fuchen's divine soul discovered the ox-head masked man and the white-robed elder. However, he was in a great battle with the light and dark god lord at the time. He didn't know if they were enemies or friends, so Li Fuchen could only act as if he didn't see it. Primary Extreme Sword God, long time no see. The ox-head masked man and the white-robed elder came to Li Fuchen, and the ox-head masked man spoke. Indeed, long time no see, this is the teacher you spoke of. The ox-head masked man was obviously an invincible demigod, but he didn't know what strength he had. As for the white-robed elder beside the ox-head masked man, the chi presence was very strong. This strength could only be sensed by Li Fuchen, because they were the same kind of people. They were all existences that touched the divine realm's laws. You can call me Brahma. The white-robed elder introduced himself. Senior Brahma, I don't know what you are looking for me for. Li Fuchen said politely. Brahma nodded and seemed to be very satisfied with Li Fuchen's attitude. Looking for you, I want you to join us as transcendents and find the way to the divine realm together. Listening to the meaning of senior, under normal circumstances, there is no way to ascend to become a god. Li Fuchen heard the implication. Chapter 1084. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that Brahma mentioned that the battlefield of God was a part of the divine world. Apart from the divine world, Li Fuchen couldn't think of any other place that had so many god corpses and half-divine artifacts. Have all of the transcendents made contact with the divine world's laws? Li Fuchen asked. Brahma nodded. That's right. Those that haven't made contact with the complete divine world's laws aren't qualified to join us. Of course, apart from the transcendents, we also have quasi-transcendents. They are like you and have made contact with the shattered divine world's laws. They are like the light and dark god lord who devoured enough divinity to make their half-god power powerful. From Brahma, Li Fuchen found out that there were a total of 17 transcendents and 32 quasi-transcendents. But 1,000 years ago, there were 18 transcendents and 36 quasi-transcendents. In one mission, 1 transcendent and 4 quasi-transcendents perished. This was also why the transcendents would recruit members everywhere. It was fortunate that there were enough universes in the multiverse and there would be 1 or 2 transcendents and quasi-transcendents. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the core region of the battlefield of God. Alright, I will join you. Li Fuchen also wished to explore the core region of the battlefield of God. It would definitely be safer with more people. Of course, if he didn't have the same ideals in the future, he could simply withdraw. Brahma wasn't surprised that Li Fuchen wanted to join. He reminded, when heading to the core region of the battlefield of God, you better leave all your universe artifacts in the Kunwa cosmos, otherwise, they might be destroyed easily. High-class universe artifacts were useless to him. He didn't even care about the number 1 universe artifact, the universe spirit sphere in the Kunwa cosmos. Obtaining the universe spirit sphere would definitely allow one to ascend to become a god before the ascension platform lost its effect. After losing its effect, even if one obtained the universe spirit sphere, one wouldn't be able to ascend to become a god. However, it could help one to make contact with the complete divine world's laws. Alright. Li Fuchen nodded. Even without Brahma's instruction, Li Fuchen was also preparing to distribute all his universe artifacts to the people around him. At his level, universe artifacts were indeed useless, only the heart of the plane was useful. The next mission is 2,000 years later. During this period of time, you should settle your personal matters. While speaking, Brahma tossed a token to Li Fuchen and said, "This token is a top-notch half-god artifact and can only be found in the core region of the battlefield of God." In the battlefield of the gods, ordinary communication tokens were basically useless. Only semi-divine communication tokens were useful. Silent, Brahma left with the ox-head masked man, as if he had never existed. Once the divine race was defeated, the divine race's demigods were almost wiped out. The impact was extremely huge, but all of this wasn't related to Li Fuchen. He might not be like Brahma who didn't care about the Kunwa cosmos, but he wouldn't care about everything either. The God Race Temple. A ray of sword chi flashed, and a layer of divine light appeared outside the temple, neutralizing the sword chi. Is this what God left behind? Li Fuchen walked out from the void and scanned with his divine spirit. He immediately noticed that there was a crystal ball at the center of the temple. Inside the crystal ball, there was a drop of blood that was emitting boundless prowess. Drawing the Heaven Abyss sword, Li Fuchen slashed repeatedly at the temple. Gradually, the divine light became dimmer and dimmer, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The fact that you can come here means that my descendants have failed, or even gone extinct. An illusory figure appeared in the sky above the shrine. Not bad. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the illusory figure that was suspected to be left behind by a god. It was just an illusory figure. Very well, I will be waiting for you in the divine world. The illusory figure shattered and the divine light was extinguished. The divine race's foundation was very rich, much more than imagined. But as Li Fuchen expected, these things were only useful to others and were useless to him. In the blink of the eye, 500 years had passed. In the black liquid that was filled with endless bubbles, a sword chi rose straight up. The black membrane might not obstruct me from contacting the divine world's law, but it obstructs me from accepting the baptism of the divine world's law. If I can break the black membrane, I will definitely be able to become a god in advance. It was still unknown if he could travel to the divine world from the battlefield of the gods. Li Fuchen wouldn't place all his hopes on this. Bang! As usual, no matter how Li Fuchen attacked, the black membrane remained motionless and didn't even have a ripple. It made sense. If the black membrane was so easy to break, there wouldn't have been no one ascending to become a god after so many years. Li Fuchen might not be able to break the black membrane, but contacting the divine world's law for a long period of time was still beneficial to him. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that his divine soul was finally showing signs of metamorphosis. Right now, his divine soul was purplish red. If it metamorphosed again, it would be red. Another 500 years had passed. Li Fuchen used enough Grim Reaper stones and finally obtained the #1 universe cardinal treasure, the universe spirit sphere from the Death God Cave. Just like the rumors said, the universe spirit sphere contained a myriad of great Daos. It was formed by the purest power of the Kunwa universe's source. With it, not only could Li Fuchen rapidly increase his cultivation level, but it would also be easier for him to break the restraints of the Kunwa universe and make contact with the divine world's law. With the help of the universe spirit sphere, Li Fuchen's time and space Dao and fire Dao had broken through to the perfection rank. He had also made contact with the divine world's time and space Dao law. Apart from that, the Hand of Calamity had also broken through to the perfection rank and made contact with the divine world's destruction law. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen instantly arrived at the universe chasm. With another flash, he arrived at the half-god domain. I wonder how my time and space Dao is compared to Senior Brahma's time and space Dao. How could Li Fuchen not see that Brahma walked on the time and space Dao? The reason why Brahma was able to survive countless times of surpassing was most likely due to his superior life preservation ability in the time and space Dao. Since Li Fuchen had made contact with the divine world's destruction law, the universe spirit sphere was useless to Li Fuchen. He wasn't greedy enough to comprehend more Daos. A person's energy was limited. Even if he had the golden amulet, he shouldn't waste his energy like this. Just like the tree of life and the heart of the plane, Li Fuchen temporarily handed the universe spirit sphere to Yan Qingguo. She was the strongest and Li Fuchen felt more assured with the item on her. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that even with the universe spirit sphere, it was impossible for Yan Qingguo to reach the level of surpassing within a short period of time. Soon enough, 2,000 years had passed. Li Fuchen took out the P-class half-divine artifact communication token and started to contact Brahma. The P-class half-divine artifact communication token had a positioning function. A short moment later, Brahma sent a location to Li Fuchen. "Everything here will depend on you," Li Fuchen said to Yan Qingguo. With the 4 parts of the victory suit, Yan Qingguo's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary elder of a city. If she could make use of the universal spiritual ball and improve her realm, she would be able to fight against someone as powerful as the Star Destruction Demon Venerable. "Don't worry." Yan Qingguo nodded. If Li Fuchen didn't make contact with the divine world's time and space law, he reckoned that it would take at least a few dozen years to reach the place where the surpassing experts gathered. Right now, Li Fuchen only spent slightly more than 3 years to arrive. Senior Brahma. In the middle of the boundless sea of blood was an isolated island. Brahma had long since arrived on the island, and he was flanked by a group of other people. Among the surpassing experts, there were a few who were wearing white robes, while most of them were wearing gray robes. Among the surpassing experts, those who were wearing white robes were official surpassing experts, while those who were wearing gray robes were quasi-surpassing experts. Li Fuchen was currently wearing a white robe, but there was an embroidered sword on his white robe to differentiate himself. "Primary Extreme Sword God, you are here." Brahma smiled and said to everyone, "Let me introduce everyone. This is our Kunwa Cosmos Primary Extreme Sword God. He has made contact with the Divine World Sword Dao Law. The Sword Dao advocates offense. We will have to rely on you to deal with the armored dragon beast. The 100 refinement silver turtle isn't easy to deal with either." Everyone welcomed the addition of a new member. "I will do my best." Li Fuchen nodded. Among these people, there were a few who had abnormally robust and tyrannical half-god power. Li Fuchen guessed that they should be divine races from other universes. Right now, Li Fuchen already knew that the divine race had the bloodline of a god and had a chance to awaken the aptitude to devour divinity. As long as they had enough time, they would be able to grow infinitely stronger until the saint spirit transformed into a god spirit. As for whether the saint spirit could ascend to become a god after transforming into a god spirit, Li Fuchen didn't know. With Brahma's introduction, Li Fuchen got to know the rest of the surpassing experts. There were a few surpassing experts that Li Fuchen intentionally took a few extra glances, as these surpassing experts seemed to be much more terrifying than Brahma. Especially the bald youth who had a 9-headed snake embroidered on his white robe and the cold and elegant woman who had a blood lotus embroidered on her white robe. As for the quasi-surpassing experts, Li Fuchen didn't need to know them, as Brahma didn't introduce them either. Time elapsed and a few more years had passed. "Since everyone is here, let's depart." The one speaking was the 8-horned god with 8 white horns. "Then let's depart." The bald youth who had a 9-headed snake embroidered on his white robe was called the 9-dragon traveler. He stood up and floated into the sky. "Let's go." In response, everyone soared into the sky. The Divine Blood Sea was the core region of the battlefield of gods. It was boundless and had countless islands. If they were to search every inch of the sea, it would be impossible to search every inch of the sea for an entire lifetime. Everyone could only try their luck and choose a direction to head deeper into. This was also the reason why no one was able to find the path to the divine world for countless years. The Divine Blood Sea was too massive, and it was easier said than done to find the path to the divine world. The boundless Divine Blood Sea naturally wasn't a friendly place. There were countless half-god beasts here, and some of the formidable half-god beasts wouldn't be a match for them in a one-on-one fight. According to what others said, once these half-god beasts were baptized by the divine world's laws, they would immediately become divine beasts. They weren't comparable to regular half-god beasts. Everyone, be careful. The armored dragon beast is here. As Brahma finished speaking, the blood-colored sea water swelled up and a giant dragon had emerged. Chapter 1085. Dark blue blood splattered everywhere. The armored dragon beast's massive body plunged into the blood sea and didn't emerge again. It sure runs fast. One of the transcending experts sneered. The sword Dao is truly incredible in terms of offense. A single sword was able to break the armored dragon beast's defense. With the primary extreme sword god around, we will definitely be able to go deeper into the divine blood sea. After chasing away the armored dragon beast, everyone was very pleased. In the past, they might be able to chase away the armored dragon beast, but the time they spent was several times longer than today. Brahma, your Kunwa cosmos is truly filled with talents. It produced you and now the primary extreme sword god. A white-haired elder with a skull embroidered on his white robe poured himself a cup of wine. After taking a sip, he said to Brahma. Brahma said, to be honest, the appearance of the primary extreme sword god is an anomaly. I even suspect if he is the reincarnation of a powerful god. 100 refinement silver turtle, blood gold bird, abyss sea snake, the depths of the divine blood sea were several times more dangerous than Li Fuchen imagined. The armored dragon beast might be formidable, but it always moved alone. The 100 refinement silver turtle, blood gold bird, and abyss sea snake were half-divine beasts that lived in groups and were far more dangerous than the armored dragon beast. How is it? Can you still hold on? Brahma transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's combat strength was formidable, but the divine blood sea tested one's overall strength and not just combat strength. Still alright. As of now, Li Fuchen had only revealed his sword Dao strength and didn't reveal any other strength. He was confident that if only 3 transcending experts could survive, he would definitely be one of them. If only one of them could survive, it would probably be him. Of course, there wasn't a need to reveal too much strength now. That is good. Brahma looked at Li Fuchen and knew that Li Fuchen wasn't strenuous. It was obvious that Li Fuchen still had strength to spare. From far away, everyone could see a giant island and there were some indistinct structures on the island. Everyone, be careful. The 9 dragon travelers' cautious expression had a trace of delight. In the past, whenever they discovered an island, they would have some gains. They hoped that they would be able to find the path to the divine world this time. The island might seem close, but it was actually extremely far. After flying for a few days, everyone finally reached the island. There were indeed plenty of structures on the island and the style of the structures was similar to the divine battlefield. Hurry over. Suddenly, the 8-horned deity's voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone gathered at the location of the octagonal deity. In front of the octagonal god was a hexagonal stone platform. Each of the 6 corners of the stone platform had a stone pillar. The stone pillars were engraved with mysterious patterns that no one could decipher. Most likely, they contained the natural laws of the god world. It's a teleportation platform. A quasi-transcender exclaimed. It's most likely a teleportation platform. Unfortunately, it's incomplete, Brahma said with a regretful expression. The hexagonal stone platform was missing a corner. Correspondingly, it was also missing a stone pillar. It could not be activated at all. After taking a deep breath, the 9-headed walker said, at least we've found something. Perhaps we'll be able to find a complete transportation platform on the next island. The 9-headed walkers are right. Let's not waste any more time and find the next island. One of the transcending experts said impatiently. The divine blood sea was boundless and it wasn't an easy task to find the second island. Furthermore, as they gradually ventured deeper into the divine blood sea, casualties were inevitable. After 800 years, more than 10 transcending experts and quasi-transcending experts had perished. The reason why there were so many casualties was because they encountered a half-divine beast that they had never seen before, the 6-winged dragon snake. The 6-winged dragon snake's strength was much stronger than the armored dragon beast. Quasi-transcending experts would basically die if they got close to it. A single transcending expert wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks. Furthermore, the six-winged dragon snake's speed was unbelievably fast. Among everyone, only Brahma's speed was superior to the six-winged dragon snake. The rest of them weren't as fast. Of course, if Li Fuchen exposed his strength in the spatial Tao, his speed would also be superior to the six-winged dragon snake, but it wasn't necessary. It was fortunate that the six-winged dragon snake's defense was much inferior to the armored dragon beast. Otherwise, the casualties would at least be doubled. Nine-headed walker, why don't we go back first? Let's go back first. 12 people had died. Among the remaining people, some were beginning to give up. Not everyone in the Transcending Experts organization was in a hurry to find the path to the divine world. Only the nine-headed walker and Brahma who had lived for countless years would be in a hurry to head to the divine world and start a new life. The nine-headed walker's eyes turned cold. You all give up halfway every time and waste time. Have you ever thought that if we were to continue in a spurt of energy, we might have already found the path to the divine world? He had lived for too long and he was already tired of it. He was in a hurry to head to the divine world and start a new life. But we can't risk our lives either. If we lose our lives, so what if we find the path to the divine world? That's right. You, the nine-headed walker, have lived long enough, but we haven't. Since it involved their own lives, there were plenty of people who opposed the nine-headed walker. Nine-headed walker, forget it. The divine blood sea is too big and there is no need to rush. Brahma didn't recommend to continue venturing deeper into the divine blood sea. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but he was worried that too many people would die and that they would have to wait for many years to replenish their numbers. Ultimately, the nine-headed walker compromised. They followed the markings that they left along the way and left the divine blood sea. As the years passed by, under the radiation of the divine world's law, Li Fuchen's divine soul was constantly turning red. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once his divine soul turned completely red, there might be a chance to turn things around. The peaceful days didn't last for long. In the Kunlun cosmos, a large number of insectoids suddenly rushed out from the #1 dangerous place, the insect god battlefield. There were plenty of half-god insectoids among them. When facing the extremely ferocious insectoids, the races were constantly retreating and didn't have any strength to retaliate. In the everlasting light star region, stars were exploding. In the resplendent starry sky, there were scenes of slaughter everywhere. These insectoids were too terrifying. Not only did they have extremely tough bodies, but they could also secrete destructive acids. Even a half-god would have to consume a lot of half-god power after getting sprayed by the destructive acids. Retreat. Yan Qingwu, who was fighting with 6 half-god insectoids, gritted her teeth and gave the order to retreat. She suspected that there was a supreme insect nest in the insect god battlefield. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many half-god insectoids. Just as the various tribes were being pushed back, a beam of sword light appeared from the void. Wherever it passed, the demigod rank bug tribe would be sliced in half and turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the demigod rank bug tribe that had appeared from the bug god battlefield were all slain. It is the primary extreme sword god. With the primary extreme sword god around, the mere insectoids aren't worth mentioning. Everyone cheered. For the past few days, they might have been suppressed by the insectoids, but they weren't worried at all. After all, with Li Fuchen around, there was nothing to worry about. This insect god battlefield isn't simple. Yan Qingwu flew to Li Fuchen's side. Li Fuchen nodded. It is time to explore the insect god battlefield. In the past, he didn't explore the insect god battlefield because his intuition told him that it was very dangerous and even more dangerous than the divine race. Right now, his strength was already at the extremity of the half-god realm. Unless there were divine-class insectoids in the insect god battlefield, there shouldn't be much danger. Be careful. I know. In a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the insect god battlefield. In the pitch-black insect god battlefield, there were countless insectoids that were like locusts that were wreaking havoc. In the depths of the insect god battlefield, There was an unimaginably massive insect nest that was floating there. Countless insectoids were being nurtured and there was no lack of demigod insectoids. Li Fuchen guessed that this should be the supreme insect nest, the highest grade insect nest that appeared in the Kunwa cosmos. Kill! Li Fuchen's appearance had attracted the attention of a few demigod insectoids that had just been nurtured. PFFF. There was a flash of sword light. Including the supreme insect nest, all the demigod insectoids and the entire sky of insectoids were turned into ashes and were completely erased. I would like to see what is so mysterious about the insect god battlefield. Li Fuchen rapidly entered the depths of the insect god battlefield. This is... Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the end of the insect god battlefield. At the end of the battlefield was a gap that was even larger than the plane. There were terrifying laws radiating out from the gap. The gap is connected to the outside of the universe? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen released his divine spirit power. The law power that maintained the gap was extremely powerful. Even though Li Fuchen's divine spirit was about to turn red, it was still a little strenuous. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's divine spirit power finally passed through the gap and arrived at the other end of the gap. The world of endless darkness was like a flowing black liquid. Within the black liquid, there were motionless and translucent bubbles. This is the region between universes. Li Fuchen understood. All of a sudden, there was a shadow that flashed in front of him. Li Fuchen's divine spirit power extended out and he couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. The shadow that flashed by just now was an insect's leg. He looked up and saw a black insect shrouded in hundreds of thousands of air bubbles. It was weaving a web, and one of the threads of the web happened to be connected to the bubble representing the Kunwa universe. That gap was caused by the corrosive power of the laws of the web. This is a god-class insectoid. No matter how foolish Li Fuchen was, he knew that this insect was a god, a true god. Li Fuchen's divine spirit power was too conspicuous and the black insect immediately noticed Li Fuchen. As the hundreds of eyes on the abdomen of the black insect looked over, Li Fuchen's divine spirit felt as though it was splashed with boiling water and there was a burning pain. Not good. Following the gap, Li Fuchen's divine spirit power quickly retreated back to the Kunwa cosmos. Why would a god appear in the mortal realm? The black insect's voice echoed in the darkness. Forget it, since this mortal realm has a god, then I shall give up on this mortal realm. The web that was connected to the Kunwa cosmos was broken. Soon enough, the gap was gradually mended. Chapter 1086. I've finally found the fifth piece of the Scarlet Flame set. In the depths of the battlefield of gods, Li Fuchen found the fifth piece of the Scarlet Flame set. As he expected, the 5 parts of the Scarlet Flame set weren't the entirety of the set. The sixth item. With one more piece of the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen's ability to sense the remaining parts was strengthened by several folds. After over 100 years, Li Fuchen successfully found the sixth piece of the Scarlet Flame set. Then the seventh, the eighth. 6 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was not inferior to 4 pieces of the Victory set. 7 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was probably comparable to the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction set, not to mention 8 pieces. Moreover, the 8 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was not a complete set. Li Fuchen guessed that the complete Scarlet Flame set wouldn't be inferior to a true divine artifact. The 9th item. Finally, with his sensing range greatly increased, Li Fuchen found the 9th piece of the Scarlet Flame set. After refining the Scarlet Flame set, a terrifying fire Dao half-god power rushed out from Li Fuchen's body. It formed a fire pillar that connected the sky and the ground. The horrific prowess had caused many of the nearby half-god beasts to flee in all directions. The Scarlet Flame set is finally complete. What a powerful feeling! The complete Scarlet Flame set had an extreme enhancement to the demigod power. Let alone the fact that Li Fuchen had already made contact with the divine world's fire Dao law, even if he didn't, Li Fuchen was confident that he could contest with a surpasser. Now, Li Fuchen felt that he could easily wipe out the entire transcending organization. Crimson flame wings. Extending a pair of giant flaming wings, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and instantly appeared in an extremely distant region. It's several times faster than the demigod power of space and time. Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied smile. Under normal circumstances, if the Fire Path demigod power wanted to surpass the space-time demigod power in terms of speed, it had to be at least 10 times stronger than the space-time demigod power. One could imagine that his Fire Path demigod power was at least 100 times stronger than the space-time demigod power. Of course, speed was just speed. The space-time demigod power didn't just have speed, and the Fire Path demigod power didn't just have speed. Both had their own strengths, so there was no need to forcefully compare them. Red Flame God Realm. After assembling the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen activated the second set attribute. The attributes of this set were somewhat similar to the God domain of the Protoss. However, it was more than 1,000 times stronger. In the Red Flame Divine Domain, Li Fuchen could feel the even more profound Divine World's Fire Dao Law. First, I'll collect some demigod armor sets, then go to the Divine Blood Sea alone to take a look. Li Fuchen looked towards the direction of Heaven Connect City and sneered. Demon Goddess Xue Mei had been living very comfortably recently. With the help of Demon Venerable Star Destruction, she had finally obtained a set of top-notch half-divine equipment. Star Destruction Demon Venerable had planned for 300 years in order to obtain this top-notch demigod equipment suit. He had killed 3 peak demigods and an invincible demigod. This showed how much he valued her. Demon God Xue Mei suddenly thought of the Victory Bracer. This was a thorn in her heart. One should know that those were components of a peak demigod set. Although a peak demigod set was powerful, there was still a huge gap between it and a peak demigod set. Humph, don't let me see you again. Xue Mei said hatefully. Rumble. Suddenly, Star's Destruction Castle shook violently. Who dares to behave so impudently in Star's Destruction Castle? Demon God Xue Mei was rather astonished and quickly flew out of her castle. From far away, Demon God Xue Mei saw a figure standing in the sky above Star's Destruction Castle. It's him. Demon God Xue Mei immediately recognized Li Fuchen. You are simply courting death. You actually dare to come to Star's Destruction Castle. Demon God Xue Mei laughed with extreme anger. She flashed and flew towards Li Fuchen. With the top-notch demigod set, she believed that she could contest a few moves with Li Fuchen. Demon God Xue Mei wasn't the only one flying towards Li Fuchen, there were also experts from Star's Destruction Castle. These experts were all invincible demigods. It was a pity that before they could even get close to Li Fuchen, they were turned into ashes. You are courting death. Star Destruction Demon Venerable appeared. After seeing his favorite woman dying in front of him, Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction half-god power burst out and blasted at Li Fuchen like a black meteor. Star Destruction Demon Venerable, how have you been? Li Fuchen reached out with his right hand and easily grabbed Star Destruction Demon Venerable's fist. What? The Star Extermination Demon Venerable burst out with his Star Extermination demigod power frenziedly, but under Li Fuchen's control, his Star Extermination demigod power was like a mayfly and couldn't even shake Li Fuchen. This is Sky Connect City, don't act recklessly. Star Destruction Demon Venerable woke up. He suddenly recalled that Li Fuchen wasn't a veteran or a general of Sky Connect City. How was Li Fuchen able to stand in the sky of Sky Connect City? Demon God Xue Mei had a top-notch half-god set. Even the Star Destruction Demon Venerable wouldn't be able to kill her in a single move, but Li Fuchen did it with ease. As the saying went, being overly concerned would cause confusion. These were very important details that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable had neglected. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I am just returning the favor. Sparks burst out from Li Fuchen's palm. Immediately after, Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body was ignited with horrific flames. No! Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body instantly turned pitch black and turned into charcoal. Impossible! He actually broke the Star Destruction set's defense instantly. Not even a legendary surpassing expert can do it. It was unknown when figures appeared around the Star Destruction Castle. These figures were the same as Li Fuchen and were standing in the sky. In Sky Connect City, only the veterans and generals were able to stand in the sky. After seeing how the Star Destruction Demon Venerable was easily killed by Li Fuchen, the veterans and generals looked as though they had seen a ghost and were appalled to death. Flee! Without any hesitation, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. Since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? A scarlet barrier had enveloped the Star Destruction Castle and the surrounding region. When the veterans and generals crashed into the barrier, they were bounced back and felt dizzy. Lord Surpassing Expert, we didn't know that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable offended you. If we knew, you didn't even need to make a move, we would have killed him. They treated Li Fuchen as a legendary surpassing expert and he was one of the pinnacle surpassing experts. Li Fuchen took a glance at everyone and said, "That's right. 4 of you possess half-god artifact sets. I have 4 commander-class half-god beast corpses here. All of you can come over and exchange for them." The surpassing experts had categorized the half-god beasts into 4 classes: normal, elite, commander, and overlord. Normal half-god beasts were equivalent to pinnacle half-gods. Elite half-god beasts were equivalent to invincible half-gods. Commander-class half-god beasts were equivalent to quasi-surpassing experts and surpassing experts. Overlord-class half-god beasts were superior to surpassing experts. Li Fuchen found out from Brahma that countless years ago, the surpassing experts had encountered an overlord-class half-god beast. That time, only Brahma and the 9-headed walker managed to escape, the rest were all killed. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out 4 commander-class half-god beast corpses. A shocking prowess extended out. These are the corpses of the overlord-class half-god beasts. The senior generals of the Clear Sky City were very curious. Those senior generals who possessed half-god artifact sets had complicated expressions. The value of the commander-class half-god beast corpses didn't need Li Fuchen to explain and they knew that it was very high. At their level, half-god artifacts could only increase their external strength, they could only rely on themselves to increase their internal strength. Researching the bloodline power of the half-god beasts was definitely a very practical method. I will exchange. One of the senior generals walked over and handed over his half-god artifact set. Since his half-god artifact set was only a P-class half-god artifact set, if it wasn't for the fact that he had 6 parts, he wouldn't even hesitate. I will exchange too. Another senior general had also handed over his half-god artifact set. His half-god artifact set was a 4-component P-class half-god artifact set. Under Li Fuchen's prowess and the temptation of the commander-class half-god beast corpses, all 4 of them chose to accept. Split Spirit City, the god Lord Green Bones was having a meal. On the dining table, there were plates of delicious meat dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted good. These meat were all half-god beast meat. In the Split Spirit City, only senior generals like them could enjoy half-god beast meat every day. After all, the weakest half-god beast had the strength of a P-class half-god. In order to hunt it, a few P-class half-gods would need to work together. Senior generals, an extremely formidable half-god has arrived at the Split Spirit City and wants all senior generals to gather. An unrivaled half-god came in to report. Who is so arrogant? God Lord Green Bones waved his hand and the array power formed a mirror. Inside the mirror, a figure appeared. It's him. God Lord Green Bones recognized Li Fuchen. Seeing how Li Fuchen turned a few generals and many unrivaled P-class half-gods into ashes with a wave of his hand, God Lord Green Bones' eyes contracted. He quickly took out a communication token and sent out a message. After doing everything, God Lord Green Bones flashed and rushed out of the house towards the city gate. However, God Lord Green Bones soon realized that his speed was getting slower and slower until he was completely stagnant in midair. How have you been? If God Lord Green Bones didn't run, Li Fuchen might only notice him after a while. Primary Extreme Sword God, this world isn't as simple as you think. If you kill me, you won't be able to live for long either. Right now, he still didn't know that Li Fuchen was already a surpasser. He only knew that God Lord Light and Darkness had failed. Noisy. Li Fuchen waved his hand and launched a Fire Dao half-god power at God Lord Greenbones. Primary Extreme Sword God, please give me some face. After being pressured by the Fire Dao half-god power, something on God Lord Greenbones' body shattered. A clone formed from the half-god power appeared. Li Fuchen recognized that the clone was a surpasser of the divine race. Just like God Lord Greenbones and Light and Darkness God Lord, he had devoured plenty of divinity. His half-god power was extremely powerful, but his cultivation level was a little low. However, before this clone could fully form, it was incinerated by the Fire Dao half-god power. God Lord Greenbones was also incinerated. In a region extremely far away from the split spirit city, God Lord Savage Blood had a dark expression. Primary Extreme Sword God, you don't even give me, God Lord Savage Blood, any face. Just you wait, this matter isn't over. Chapter 1087. After sweeping the 9 battlefield of God cities, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 33 half-god artifact sets. Among them, there were 12 peak-tier half-god artifact sets and 21 peak-tier half-god artifact sets. Others might not know, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that a half-god artifact set could baptize a half-god's half-god power again. But the prerequisite was that the grade of the chosen half-god artifact couldn't be higher than the half-god artifact set. For example, if your half-god artifact was a peak-tier half-god artifact and your half-god power was peak-tier half-god power, then you wouldn't be able to receive the baptism of a peak-tier half-god artifact set. You would only be able to receive the baptism of a peak-tier half-god artifact set. Of course, the prerequisite was that the set had to be complete. If it wasn't complete, there was no need to talk about it. 33 half-god artifact sets were enough to arm the sword sect to the teeth. Doing so might destroy the balance of the Kunwu universe and the entire battlefield of God, but it had nothing to do with Li Fuchen. He wasn't selfless enough to be responsible for the entire universe and the battlefield of God. If he had the ability, he would naturally prioritize the people around him. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't dislike the God race ancestor. The God race ancestor must have the same thoughts as him. After becoming a god, he had to take good care of his bloodline and clansmen. As for what would happen in the future, who would know? If the Sword Sect became the public enemy of the entire universe, it would be the Sword Sect's fate and not Li Fuchen's original intention. The Sword Sect now had 33 invincible demigods. This was especially true for the Sword Sect's parents, younger sister, and disciples who had obtained the 12 peak demigod sets. All of them had become super first-rate invincible demigods or existences above the demigods. But in terms of strength, Yan Qingwu was still the strongest. With the universe spirit sphere, Yan Qingwu's Saber Dao had finally reached the perfection rank. Her strength was only slightly inferior to the Star Extermination Demon Lord. Furthermore, the Star Extermination Demon Lord's strength was considered top class among the doyens of the battlefield of God. It is time to make another trip to the Divine Blood Sea. This time, Li Fuchen planned to head there alone. Having more people would only be a burden to him. Divine Blood Sea. It was boundless and oppressive. There was a scarlet-red stream of light that was speeding above the Divine Blood Sea and was a little fearless. Rumble. A massive figure burst out of the sea and attacked the scarlet-red light. The huge figure was the armored dragon beast. In terms of defense, the armored dragon beast was at least in the top 3 among the half-divine beasts in the Divine Blood Sea. Just in time. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and blasted a fist at the armored dragon beast. Bang! This punch was unremarkable, and only some sparks flew from the fist. However, the armored draconic beast that was hit by this punch started to burn rapidly from the point of contact. That indestructible armor could not withstand the erosion of the fiery fist power at all. Roar! The armored dragon beast let out a long roar towards the sky. More than half of its body turned into ashes. Sparks danced in the sky above the divine blood ocean. As expected of a top-notch 9-piece set. If it was a top-notch 9-piece set, I'd be able to fight against a god. If it was anyone else with the pinnacle 9-piece set, they would definitely not be a match for a god. However, Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen already possessed the divine spirit and was only lacking in his cultivation level. The pinnacle 9-piece set was enough to forcefully increase his half-god power to the god power level. With the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was practically unstoppable in the Divine Blood Sea. None of the Captain-class half-divine beasts could withstand a single fist from him. The only pity was that the half-divine beasts that were struck by the Fire Dao half-divine power were all turned into ashes. It was truly a waste. From far away, Li Fuchen saw an island, a majestic island. Li Fuchen could vaguely see the traces of a city. As expected, Li Fuchen arrived at the island and found a city at the northwestern part of the island. However, this city was already abandoned. Not only were the city walls collapsed, even the arrays were mostly gone. Instead, Li Fuchen found a teleportation platform on a flat land at the western part of the city. This teleportation platform wasn't damaged and there was a faint radiance flowing around. After finding the groove, Li Fuchen threw in a pile of peak-grade half-divine stones. After a few breaths, the teleportation platform didn't have any reaction. Is there not enough energy? Li Fuchen threw in all the peak-grade half-divine stones. However, the teleportation platform still didn't have any reaction. Li Fuchen thought of something and smiled bitterly. The city of the battlefield of gods is the city of the gods. Since it is the city of the gods, half-divine stones are naturally unable to activate the arrays. I need divine stones. From Brahma Heaven, Li Fuchen found out that the nine-headed walker had one divine stone, but it was only one divine stone and wasn't able to activate the teleportation platform. In order to obtain enough divine stones, there was only one way. It was to resist the prowess of the god's corpse and take the spatial ring from the god's finger bone. The god's corpse must have divine stones in the spatial ring. However, it wasn't an easy task to resist the god's corpse's prowess. In fact, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Even if a god was dead for countless years, there would still be a trace of divine power left in the bones. The prowess emitted by this trace of divine power was enough to crush any half-god. Let me try first. After leaving behind a time-space mark on this island, Li Fuchen started to return. On the land of the battlefield of gods, there was a god's corpse that was half exposed in the air. Li Fuchen had a solemn expression as he slowly approached. The god's corpse's prowess was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. As he approached, Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power was rapidly depleted. With this speed, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to reach the god's corpse, let alone taking the spatial ring from the god's finger bone. This won't do, this god's corpse's prowess is too powerful. Li Fuchen gave up on his target. After repeated attempts, Li Fuchen gradually understood that the god's hierarchy was also very strict. Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to get close to the strongest god's corpse even if he was 100 miles away. However, such gods' corpses were normally located in the depths of the battlefield of gods or in extremely dangerous places. Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to get close to the inferior god's corpse even if he was 10 miles away. Li Fuchen would be able to get close to the superior god's corpse. Li Fuchen would be able to get within 10 meters or even a few meters of the inferior god's corpse. Li Fuchen's target was the inferior god's corpse. However, the inferior god's corpse was the rarest. Li Fuchen would occasionally encounter one, but he would always be a step away from making contact. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Closer, closer, Li Fuchen revealed a trace of delight. Right now, he was just one step away from the god's corpse. His Fire Dao half-god power was only left with 10% of his Fire Dao half-god power. The god's corpse was huge and the palm was several times bigger than Li Fuchen's body. On one of the finger bones, there was a giant spatial ring. Come down. Pushing the Fire Dao half-god power to the limits, Li Fuchen suddenly pulled the spatial ring off. Perhaps it was because the god's corpse was emitting an even stronger prowess, causing Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power to be depleted by several folds. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already retreated a certain distance. This is the god's spatial ring. Li Fuchen had yet to refine the spatial ring, therefore, the ring still maintained its original size. It didn't look like a ring, but a universe ring. First, Li Fuchen poured the fire Dao half-god power into the spatial ring. The spatial ring didn't have any reaction. Next, Li Fuchen poured in his divine spirit power. Buzz! The spatial ring emitted a lustrous radiance and an illusory spatial zone appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. It seems like only those with divine spirit can open the god's spatial ring. If it was someone else, even if they were given the god's spatial ring, they wouldn't be able to open it. The illusory spatial zone wasn't big, but it was extremely tough. It was countless times tougher than Li Fuchen's spatial ring. There weren't many items in the illusory spatial zone, but each of them was shockingly valuable. The first thing that entered Li Fuchen's vision was a palm-sized red metal. Divine class metal? Li Fuchen could sense a concentrated divine world law from this red metal. As compared to this red metal, the Kunwu universe's divine gold wasn't even worth mentioning and was just like dirt. Regular half-god artifacts don't seem to be mixed with divine-grade metals or materials. Only elite half-god artifacts and peak half-god artifacts would be mixed with divine-grade metals and materials. The reason why half-god artifacts were indestructible wasn't because of the materials, but because the refiner of the half-god artifacts had brilliant methods. The half-god artifacts would be engraved with plenty of divine-grade tool patterns. Without breaking the divine-grade tool patterns, it was naturally impossible to destroy the half-god artifacts. Beside the red metal was a flower pot. Inside the flower pot, there was some purple sand. There was a concentrated and special vitality hidden in the purple sand. If Li Fuchen didn't have his divine spirit, he wouldn't be able to detect it. Finally, beside the flower pot, there were 6 divine stones. The reason why they were identified as divine stones was because the energy contained within was too boundless and pure. As compared to peak-grade half-god stones, it was like comparing a dirty pond to a great river. Just 6 divine stones? It seems like divine stones are also very precious in the divine world. Li Fuchen didn't look at the other miscellaneous items as they were discarded in the corner of the illusory spatial zone. He reckoned that they weren't valuable and he could take his time to look at them in the future. Li Fuchen was afraid that 6 divine stones weren't enough, so he continued to search for the most inferior god corpses. During this period of time, Li Fuchen's luck was rather good as he found a top-rate peak-grade spacetime half-god artifact. In terms of preciousness, a top-rate peak-grade spacetime half-god artifact might not be comparable to a peak-grade half-god artifact set, but in terms of rarity, it was superior to the latter. With this spacetime half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's strength in the spacetime Dao wouldn't be inferior to the Brahma heaven. 10 divine stones, 20 divine stones, 30 divine stones. After spending more than 10,000 years, Li Fuchen had only found close to 50 divine stones. It was mainly because the most inferior god corpses were too hard to find. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could only come into contact with a small portion of the god corpses. The rest of the prowess was beyond Li Fuchen's tolerance limit. Li Fuchen followed the spacetime mark and arrived at the island. I wonder if I will succeed this time. Chapter 1088. Without a sound, the teleportation platform's array pattern lit up. One of the stone pillars at the 6 corners of the teleportation platform had also lit up. Do you want 6 divine stones? Li Fuchen tossed in another 5 divine stones. Buzz! In the next moment, the other 5 stone pillars lit up too. At the same moment, a pillar of light burst into the sky. Such concentrated divine world spatial laws. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The pillar of light emitted the divine world spatial laws and it was dozens of times clearer than the ones he had encountered before. The only pity was that the divine world spatial laws weren't pure enough and contained a person's mark. Otherwise, Li Fuchen could stand on it and accept the baptism of the divine world spatial laws to become the god of time and space. Crackle! All of a sudden, the teleportation platform shook. The pillar of light seemed to have touched something and suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, one of the stone pillars had a crack and the top half had fallen off. The teleportation platform was destroyed. What is going on? Li Fuchen had an unpleasant expression. He had a premonition that this teleportation platform was definitely connected to the divine world. The problem was that the divine world and the battlefield of gods were separated by an unsurmountable barrier. If the teleportation was forcefully carried out, the teleportation platform would only be destroyed. The 6 divine stones in the groove had only consumed a portion of the divine power, hence, Li Fuchen kept them. It seems like I can only rely on myself to head to the divine world. Li Fuchen felt sorrow for the 9-headed walker, Brahma, and the others. If these people spent so much effort to find a teleportation platform and realized that it required 6 divine stones, then after finding the 6 divine stones, they realized that the teleportation platform wasn't able to teleport them to the divine world. It was unknown if they would collapse. As for whether to tell Brahma the details, Li Fuchen decided not to do so. Only heaven knew what terrifying things these transcendents and quasi-transcendents would do if they lost all hope. Li Fuchen was destined to head to the divine world. After he left, no one would be able to restrain these transcendents. After over 10,000 years, Li Fuchen's divine soul had almost completely transformed into a pale red color. There was only an undetectable trace of purple. This thread was also gradually becoming smaller and thinner. Red divine soul. I wonder what class of divine soul is it? Gods were also divided into different levels. The purple divine soul was the divine soul of a newly ascended god, while the red divine soul should be the divine soul of a second-level god. That divine class insect that fed on multiple universes was most likely a class 2 god. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen's divine soul with a single glance. Without this injury, Li Fuchen's soul would have already transformed. The Surpassers' operation had been stalled. They had lost too many people last time, and it would take some time to make up for the lost numbers. However, it was not an easy task to make up for the Surpassers and Quasi-Surpassers. Everyone could only try their best to explore other universes to see if there were any new Surpassers. Primal Extreme Sword God, I heard that you offended God Lord Savage Blood. Be careful. That fellow's cultivation isn't high, but his demigod power is very special. He's practically unkillable. Iron Blood City had a floating island that was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. This floating island was usually the gathering place for the elders of Iron Blood City, but now it was the place where Li Fuchen and Brahma drank tea. Li Fuchen smiled, Divine Lord Savage Blood, huh? I've wanted to experience it for a long time, and it just so happens that I have nothing to do recently. You better not be careless. Brahma shook his head helplessly. It was common for Surpassers to challenge each other, therefore, he didn't mind it. Primal Extreme Sword God, come out and fight. The horrific voice waves were transmitted into Iron Blood City even with the array as a barrier. Another Surpasser. Many of the elders of Iron Blood City had bitter expressions. If these Surpassers didn't appear, they would be the kings of Iron Blood City and the absolute experts of the battlefield of gods. But now that the Surpassers appeared, they were nothing. They are really fast. Brahma picked up his teacup and took a sip. It was just nice. He also wanted to see Li Fuchen's true strength. God Lord Savage Blood, why do you have to seek humiliation? Li Fuchen walked out of the city gates and looked up at God Lord Savage Blood. Seek humiliation. God Lord Savage Blood's expression turned cold. Among the Surpassers, apart from the 9-headed walker, no one dares to say that I am seeking humiliation. You are the first and will be the last. Make your move. Li Fuchen flew into the sky and stood with his hands behind his back. Primal Extreme Sword God, today, I shall let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. God Lord Savage Blood roared and rushed into the sky with horrific half-god power. Due to the overly concentrated half-god power, the surrounding time and space had started to distort. Boom! Carrying the astounding half-god power, God Lord Savage Blood blasted his fist at Li Fuchen. No wonder he is a Surpasser. Li Fuchen was silently praising. As compared to the God Lord Darkness, God Lord Savage Blood's half-god power was dozens of times stronger. It was hard to imagine how much divinity he had devoured. The half-god power was surging like a wave. Li Fuchen was like a small boat that would capsize at any moment. Clang! The Heaven Abyss sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed. PFFF-TSS. The surging half-god power was slashed apart. Sword Dao specialized in offense, and when clashing head-on, Li Fuchen was at least top 3 among the surpassers. This was because his innate half-god artifact was slightly inferior and was only a first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact, the Heaven Abyss sword. If it was an ultra first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's attack power would be even stronger. Let's see how long you can last. God Lord Savage Blood didn't expect to suppress Li Fuchen within a short period of time. He wanted to constantly exhaust Li Fuchen's half-god power. In a split second, God Lord Savage Blood executed at least a few hundred punches. Each of the punches had pushed the half-god power to the extremity, and he didn't hold back at all. If the half-god power was like a surging wave earlier, then now, it was like an apocalyptic tide that was engulfing the world with countless whirlpools. When in this horrific half-god power, let alone resisting, even survival was a problem. At every moment, Li Fuchen would have to face the whirlpools and the repeated attacks of the tide. Regular surpassers are really helpless when facing the God Lord Savage Blood. Li Fuchen shook his head. God Lord Savage Blood's idea was very simple. He wanted to use 10 portions of half-god power or dozens of portions of half-god power to exchange for 1 portion of his half-god power. If the God Lord Savage Blood was replaced by the Light and Dark Divine Lord, it would be impossible. Not even a few thousand or tens of thousands of portions of half-god power could exchange for 1 portion of Li Fuchen's half-god power. But God Lord Savage Blood was different. God Lord Savage Blood's cultivation level might be inferior, but he was still much stronger than the Light and Dark Divine Lord. Apart from that, God Lord Savage Blood's half-god power was several times stronger than the Light and Dark Divine Lord. With the two combined, Li Fuchen couldn't do anything to God Lord Savage Blood with just his Sword Dao. Seeing that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao half-god power was gradually declining, God Lord Savage Blood grinned as though he could see the scene of Li Fuchen's miserable defeat. Primary Extreme Sword God, admit defeat. You aren't a match for me. God Lord Savage Blood didn't want to do anything to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wasn't foolish and wouldn't fight to the death with God Lord Savage Blood. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, God Lord Savage Blood wouldn't be able to stop him no matter what. Divine Lord Barbaric Blood, I have to admit that you do have some capability. It is a pity that this is all. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. He withdrew the Sword Dao half-god power and burst out the Fire Dao half-god power. Fire Dao half-god power? Why? Do you think that your Fire Dao strength is stronger than your Sword Dao strength? God Lord Savage Blood sneered. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was basically at the extremity below the God realm. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen's Fire Dao was stronger than his Sword Dao. Furthermore, so what if it was stronger? It was just 3 to 5 times stronger. Try and you will know. The Scarlet Fire Dao half-god power protected Li Fuchen and easily resisted the mutated half-god power that was everywhere. Break! Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist. God Lord Savage Blood executed his kill move. This kill move used up dozens of times more demigod power than other moves and was specifically used to break defenses. Creak! The spatial zone felt like it was shattered by the fist force. The blood-colored fist force blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Just in time. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped the blood-colored fist force with Scarlet Fire Dao half-god power. Like a giant insect that was trapped in amber, the blood-colored fist force was frozen and couldn't advance an inch. What? God Lord Savage Blood's eyes contracted. The half-god power contained within the Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist was extremely shocking. It was equivalent to dozens of punches with half-god power. How did Li Fuchen do it? Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist. If the first move didn't work, God Lord Savage Blood executed the second kill move. If the first move was related to space, then this move was related to time. Of course, it didn't mean that God Lord's savage blood had come into contact with the divine world's spatial laws. It was mainly because he had the divine bloodline. When his cultivation realm wasn't high enough, the divine bloodline could help him activate a trace of the divine world's spatial laws. The blood-colored fist force was like a fish that shuttled through the spatial cracks. God Lord's savage blood was confident that among the transcendents, apart from Brahma, no one could break his savage blood universe blast fist. Even the nine-headed walker could only forcefully scatter it and wasn't able to break it. The kill move isn't bad. Li Fuchen used 2 fingers to clamp down and caught the blood-colored fist force. Impossible. God Lord's savage blood was shocked. It was understandable for Li Fuchen to break his savage blood universe blast fist, but it was incomprehensible for Li Fuchen to break his savage blood universe blast fist. This fist contained the divine world's time profundity. Without making contact with the divine world's spatial laws, it was impossible to break it. I have received 2 of your kill moves. You shall receive 1 of my fist too. Li Fuchen clenched his right fist and there were sparks bursting from his fist. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen blasted his fist. The terrifying fist force melted the God Lord's savage blood's half-god power and melted the divine battlefield's spatial laws. It felt as though there was a penetrated sea of lava and on the other side of the sea was God Lord's savage blood. Damn it, how can your strength reach such a level? God Lord's savage blood's body was like a candle that had half melted. The half-god power that he was proud of couldn't resist this fist at all. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuchen had the strength to kill him. Such power. Brahma wasn't the only one who was watching the fight, there were others too. They originally wanted to watch the show, but who knew that they would witness such a shocking scene? In terms of attack power, I am far inferior to him. Chapter 1089. Incredible. Just the strength that he has displayed is already comparable with the nine-headed walker. Brahma was very surprised. The nine-headed walker might not be number 1 in terms of attack power, but in terms of overall strength, he was definitely number 1. Right now, it seemed like he might not be able to maintain his number 1 position. Barbaric blood undying body. Like a whale swallowing the ocean, the half-god power around the barbaric blood was instantly withdrawn. Subsequently, a large number of blood patterns intertwined on his body and looked like an additional layer of blood-patterned skin. Barbaric blood universe blasting fist, barbaric blood universe rending fist, and barbaric blood undying body were the 3 kill moves that the barbaric blood divine lord used to dominate the divine battlefield. Especially the barbaric blood undying body. This move activated a trace of the divine world's undying law, allowing the barbaric blood divine lord to be nearly indestructible. Even if the opponent was 10 times stronger than him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Watch as I break your undying body. Li Fuchen naturally knew what kill moves the barbaric blood divine lord had. Seeing that the barbaric blood undying body was executed, Li Fuchen blasted another fist over. TFFF-TSS. It was useless. The barbaric blood undying body was no different from snow in the water in front of Li Fuchen's fist. It was instantly melted. Barbaric blood divine lord, are you still not going to admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, don't blame me for being ruthless. If there was no one else here, Li Fuchen wouldn't mind killing the barbaric blood divine lord. But with so many people here, Li Fuchen felt that it was better to restrain himself. Barbaric blood divine lord, admit defeat. The nine-headed walker stood up and said to the barbaric blood divine lord. That's right, barbaric blood divine lord, you aren't a match for the primary extreme sword god. There is no meaning in continuing this fight. The primary extreme sword god has already shown mercy. Don't be ungrateful. The other transcendents tried to persuade him. Barbaric blood admit defeat. You, primary extreme sword god, are incredible. The barbaric blood divine lord had no choice but to admit defeat. In the face of absolute strength, reputation wasn't important. At least you are sensible. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't bother about the barbaric blood divine lord. This battle had established Li Fuchen's extraordinary status. Among the transcendents, only the barbaric blood divine body could compare to the divine world. Of course, this kind of reputation didn't have much meaning to Li Fuchen. Soon enough, he had hopes to head to the divine world because his divine soul was about to transform into a pale red color. If I don't return, it means that I have already entered the divine world or encountered an accident. Kunwa Cosmos, everything will depend on you. In the Kunwa Cosmos, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu stood side by side. Only his werewolf incarnation and Yan Qingwu knew about his trip to the godly world. He did not tell anyone else. All right. Yan Qingwu took a deep breath and nodded. Then I'll go. Between the two of them, there was no longer any need to exchange meaningless words. It was completely silent. Li Fuchen turned into a dazzling flame and rushed into the sky. When we meet again in the God world, you and I will become husband and wife. A voice floated in the air. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yan Qingwu's face. Very soon, the flame rushed out of the Kunwa Cosmos and arrived at the black liquid between Cosmos and Cosmos. In the beginning, Li Fuchen's body wasn't able to enter the black liquid. But as Li Fuchen's fire Dao rank gradually increased, coupled with the entire set of Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was barely able to stay in the black liquid for a period of time. This period of time was the crucial period for Li Fuchen to enter the godly world. Otherwise, if his body couldn't receive the baptism of the godly world's law, everything would be in vain. Of course, even without the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was confident he could receive the baptism of the godly world's law. However, it would be much more dangerous and it would depend on his divine spirit. The flame was getting faster and from far away, Li Fuchen felt as though he could see the shadow of that divine class insect. It made Li Fuchen rather nervous. It was fortunate that the divine class insect didn't pay attention to him, or it was in a hibernation state and didn't make any movements. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen arrived at the bottom of the black membrane. Success or failure will be decided here. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tried his best to sense the godly world's fire Dao law. The godly world's fire Dao law here was actually a projection of the godly world's fire Dao law. It was fortunate that his divine spirit was just a tiny bit away from evolving. It was as though the impurities were being tempered. Under the radiation of the godly world's fire Dao law, the purple color in Li Fuchen's divine spirit was getting lesser and fainter before it completely vanished. The instant the purple color vanished, Li Fuchen's divine spirit burst out with a dazzling pale red radiance. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt as though he had become an omniscient and omnipotent god. His divine spirit power extended out frenziedly and many universes were enveloped by his divine spirit power. In fact, if he was willing, he could use his divine spirit power to slowly invade these universes. The divine spirit power skimmed across the divine class insect. Which true god is this? The divine class insect's eyes flashed with doubt. He didn't enter this multivariate universe on his own accord. He had mistakenly entered this multivariate universe in a panic when he was fighting with someone. Due to his severe injuries, he wasn't able to leave the multivariate universe with his current strength. He could only slowly absorb the source power of the various universes to recover. Forget it, as long as he doesn't provoke me. The divine class insect's eyes flashed with cold light. He might be in a severely injured state, but he was still a true god. Li Fuchen believed that the other party wouldn't provoke a true god for no reason. The divine class insect closed his eyes and fell into a fake sleep state. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't bother about the divine class insect. When his divine spirit evolved, Li Fuchen saw the weak spot on the black membrane. Break! Turning into a flame, Li Fuchen suddenly crashed into the weak spot. There is a chance. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. In the past, when he crashed into the black membrane wouldn't budge. But today, Li Fuchen could feel that the black membrane's repulsion was weakened by 100 or even 1,000 times. It seems like the divine spirit is indeed the key. Li Fuchen continued to crash into the black membrane. Crack! A crack appeared on the black membrane. The extremely dense laws of the God world poured out like blazing sunlight. But at this moment, Li Fuchen had already entered the crack and was sucked into the divine world. The divine class insect opened his eyes and looked at the crack that was gradually closing. He said with pity, "It is a pity that this place only allows universe life forms to enter. A divine void life form like me is unable to enter." After speaking, he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. This is the divine world? Li Fuchen had never been to the divine world and didn't know what the real divine world looked like. He only knew that he was currently in a mystical place. Firstly, it was the feeling of his body. Li Fuchen was invincible in the Kunwa cosmos or the battlefield of gods. But in this place, he felt like a strong ordinary person with extraordinary strength. That's right, a strong ordinary person. In terms of running speed, Li Fuchen felt that he was only a few times faster than an ordinary person and his strength was also a few times stronger than an ordinary person. Apart from that, he could release flames and sword chi, but the destructive power and range were very small. It could be said that after arriving at the divine world, Li Fuchen's strength had been weakened by countless times. It was as though he was starting from zero. In terms of scouting, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't be released at all. His divine spirit power could be released and the range was rather large, it could envelop a large region. But as compared to the black liquid, which could envelop a few hundred universes, it was far inferior. I am really not used to it. Li Fuchen leaped up but was only able to jump a few meters high. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen started to size up the surroundings. There were patches of dark clouds, the sky was slightly dusky, and the biting cold wind was blowing. When looking at the surroundings, it was desolate. It was completely different from what he saw under the black membrane in the past. Of course, back then, the scenery would be different. Just like now, when Li Fuchen turned around to take a look, the place he rushed out from was an abandoned well. There was only a little bit of black water in the well and there wasn't anything special about it. When Li Fuchen's divine spirit power scanned the black water, he couldn't sense anything as it was just ordinary black water. I will probably need a few more days to become a god. Let me take a look around first. Inside the divine world, Li Fuchen's body and saint spirit were constantly receiving the baptism of the divine world's laws. Once the baptism was completed, it would be compatible with his cultivation level and he would immediately become a god. Half a day later, Li Fuchen had already adapted to the divine world's laws. He wasn't like the beginning where he was restrained and felt that everything he did wasn't right. The divine world was indeed the divine world. Li Fuchen must not be careless in this place. Previously, when Li Fuchen was passing through a patch of grass, a green-skinned snake suddenly attacked Li Fuchen. Due to the change in laws, Li Fuchen wasn't able to see the strength of the green-skinned snake. He casually released a sword chi to slash at the green-skinned snake. If it was on the divine battlefield, this sword chi would be enough to kill any unrivaled demigod. But here, it didn't even slash the green-skinned snake's scales and merely sent the snake flying. After getting a little serious, Li Fuchen used a single sword to slash the green-skinned snake. After arriving at the divine world, I have to adapt to everything. I thought that the divine world's creatures are all very magnificent. The green-skinned snake was definitely a half-god beast, this was without a doubt. But as compared to the half-god beasts on the divine battlefield, the green-skinned snake looked very ordinary and was no different from a regular snake. It was very confusing for a newcomer like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen guessed that the world laws would have different forms with different levels. If he arrived at the divine battlefield, the green-skinned snake's appearance might change drastically. A few days passed by quickly and Li Fuchen's body and saint spirit had finally completed the baptism. Right now, his body had already transformed into a god's body and the saint spirit had transformed into a god's spirit. Only the body and the god's spirit could withstand true divine power. Otherwise, if the divine power entered Li Fuchen's body, his body would definitely explode. After everything was prepared, Li Fuchen started to activate the divine world's sword Dao law. The reason why he activated the Divine World's Sword Dao Law first and not the Divine World's Fire Dao Law or the Divine World's Spatial Time Dao Law was mainly because Li Fuchen's Sword Dao rank was the highest and it was the easiest to progress. As Li Fuchen activated the Divine World's Sword Dao Law, an illusory sword light descended from the sky and enveloped Li Fuchen. In the next moment, boundless Divine World energy gushed into the illusory sword light. Such a clear Divine World Sword Dao Law. Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't just the Divine World energy that entered his body, there was also a large amount of Divine World Sword Dao Law. Chapter 1090. After the Sword Dao Half-God Power transformed into Sword Dao God Power, Li Fuchen's strength was more than 10 times or dozens of times stronger. The current Li Fuchen finally felt a little like an expert and wasn't the same as before when he was just a strong ordinary person with some extraordinary abilities in the Divine World. Split! Li Fuchen brandished his hand and slashed out a sword chi. A giant crack that was over 100 meters long was slashed out on the ground. Next, Li Fuchen activated the Divine World's Fire Dao Law and Spatial Time Dao Law to upgrade the Fire Dao Half-God Power and Spatial Time God Power to God Power. I wonder what level my current strength is at. Li Fuchen was completely clueless about the God realm and didn't know anything. Almost subconsciously, Li Fuchen soared into the sky with extreme speed. After becoming a god, Li Fuchen could also fly in the Divine World. While flying in the sky, Li Fuchen's vision was much wider. 1 hour later, he finally saw a figure. A few hundred meters away from the stream, 3 wild wolves were chasing after 2 youths. The 2 youths' weapons were axes. The axes might not be half-divine artifacts, but they didn't look as weak as regular half-divine artifacts. After clashing with the wild wolves for a few times, there were only some scratches on the axes and they didn't shatter. Copperbow, fight it out with them. The 2 youths were already riddled with scars and the more valiant youth said with a ferocious tone. TFFF. Just as the 2 of them were preparing to fight it out, the 3 wild wolves suddenly exploded and died. Who is it? The 2 youths looked around and finally locked onto the sky. In the sky, there was a figure standing in the air and emitting a powerful chi presence. Low God? The valiant youth gulped down his saliva. Their Copper Axe village only had a total of 3 low gods. It could be said that becoming a low god was the dream of all the youths in the Copper Axe village. May I ask, where is this place? Li Fuchen landed. The youth named Copperbow replied, "This is the Desolate City's territory. We are from the nearby Copper Axe village." Desolate City? Copper Axe village? Li Fuchen continued to ask, "What is the class of the strongest god in this desolate city?" Just now, he heard the words lower god from the intrepid young man's mouth. Obviously, lower god was the level of gods. Above this level, there were probably middle god and superior god. Tong Bao rushed to answer, "Wasteland City is a first-tier divine city, and there are less than 10 mid-gods." Divine City? Li Fuchen found out more information about the divine world. "It's my first time in the Wasteland City, so I don't know much about this place. I wonder if you can take me to your Bronze Axe village. Rest assured, I won't let you work for nothing." Li Fuchen took out a regular hat-type half-divine artifact and tossed it to the duo. As for how they were going to split it, it wasn't his business. Half-god artifact? Both Copper Leopard and the burly young man licked their lips. In the Bronze Axe village, there were only 10 demigod weapons. Even the best blacksmith in the village couldn't forge demigod weapons. Normally, only level 3 villages would have demigod blacksmiths. On the way to the Copper Axe village, under Li Fuchen's intentional guidance, the duo shared plenty of information about the divine world. For example, the residences in the god realm were divided into god villages and god cities. Both were divided into 3 classes, with the first class being the lowest and the third class being the highest. Apart from the low god, middle god, and high god, there was still the true god. The duo didn't know if there were any more incredible gods above the true god. In addition, there were also different classes below the gods. They were the low-class warrior, mid-class warrior, high-class warrior, and half-god. Generally speaking, the residents of the divine world would become high-class warriors at the age of 20 and demigods at the age of 30. The average lifespan of the residents of the divine world was around 200 years old. Only after becoming a god would one's lifespan be greatly increased. However, the lifespan of a god wasn't endless. The lifespan of a low god was only around a few thousand years, middle gods were up to 10,000 years, and high gods were up to a few tens of thousands of years. The divine world's laws are too powerful. It isn't an easy task to have an endless lifespan. Li Fuchen thought to himself. I heard from the village chief that countless years ago, the chances of becoming a god were 10 times or dozens of times higher than now. A random level 1 village would have a few dozen low gods, unlike now where the level 3 villages don't even have a few dozen low gods. Copper Leopard grumbled. The divine world's laws must have changed. Li Fuchen expressed his opinion. The valiant youth was called Copper Tiger. He nodded and said, countless years ago, there was indeed an unforeseen event in the divine world. It might be related to this. Over 2 hours later, they arrived at the Bronze Axe Village. The Bronze Axe Village was a level 1 divine village and had over 300 households with over 1,000 residents. It looked extremely lively. Copper Tiger, Copper Leopard, the two of you are back. How was it? How was the harvest today? At the entrance of the village, a square-faced youth who looked even stronger than Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard asked casually. Copper Leopard said, let's not talk about it. We encountered 3 mad blood wild wolves and it was fortunate that Lord Li rescued us. That's right, Lord Li is a low god. Low god? After hearing that Li Fuchen was a low god, the square-faced youth was shocked. He couldn't afford to offend a low god as the entire Bronze Axe village only had 3 low gods. Esteemed guests are here to visit. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Li Fuchen didn't intentionally conceal his divine power. Even from a distance, the 3 Bronze Axe village's lower deities could sense it. It was a gray-haired elder who rushed out and he seemed to be the Bronze Axe village chief. Master Li, this is the village chief of Bronze Axe village, Tong, who introduced in a low voice. Greetings, village chief. Li Fuchen nodded. The gray-haired old man smiled. This old man is Copper Axe, this village is named after me. Come, Brother Li, please enter the village. Copper Axe's house was very large and spacious. The furniture and decorations inside were all made of copper and looked very sturdy. Brother Li should have come to the wasteland city from the ash-gray wasteland. I have to say that Brother Li's luck is really good. The ash-gray wasteland is too dangerous. When I was young, I once wandered in the ash-gray wasteland with 4 lower gods. After a few months, only one of us and I came back alive. As far as I know, there are thousands of lower divine beasts in the ash-gray wasteland and more than a dozen middle divine beasts. Among them, the strongest is the Ash-Gray King. The number of middle gods that have died under its claws is at least 8 to 10. Copper Axe spoke while pouring a large bowl of milk tea for Li Fuchen. The milk tea had an excellent texture and felt warm when it entered his mouth. Li Fuchen couldn't help but drink half of it in one go. If you have luck but don't have the strength, you will never be able to pass through the gray-white wasteland. Li Fuchen already understood that the desolate city was an isolated city. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and blocked by the gray-white wasteland on one side. The mountains weren't ordinary mountains, they were the extremely terrifying mist mountains. Before one got close, one would be devoured by the mist and be completely lost. In comparison, the gray-white wasteland was much safer. At least everyone knew what was inside the gray-white wasteland. That's true. If you have luck without strength, everything is useless. Copper Axe nodded. Li Fuchen was able to pass through the gray-white wasteland. Luck was important, but strength was even more important. Otherwise, a random low god beast would be enough to kill Li Fuchen. Copper Axe had been a low god for 2,000 years and was only able to deal with 2 or 3 low god beasts at the same time. Soon enough, the other two low gods from the Copper Axe village had also rushed over. One of them was a middle-aged man with curly hair with a sturdy body, the other was a lady with dark skin. Come, let me introduce. This is Brother Li Fuchen. He rescued Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard from the claws of the Mad Blood Wild Wolf. These two are Copper Spear and Copper Moon. Copper Axe introduced the trio. Copper Spear sized up Li Fuchen and said fervently, I heard from Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard that you gifted them an axe-type half-divine artifact. I wonder if you have any spear-type half-divine artifacts? Don't worry, I will make an equivalent exchange. Copper Spear was most adept at spear arts, but the Copper Axe village didn't have any spear-type half-divine artifacts. They could only make do with other half-divine artifacts, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. It is just a half-divine artifact. There is no harm in gifting it to you. Li Fuchen took out a regular spear-type half-divine artifact and tossed it to Copper Spear. How can this do? Village Chief Copper Axe quickly shook his head. He didn't know that Li Fuchen gifted Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard half-divine artifacts. If he knew, he would definitely reject it. Half-divine artifacts were too precious. The Copper Axe village had only obtained 10 half-divine artifacts after a few thousand years of accumulation. How could they simply accept someone else's half-divine artifact? That's right, we must make an equivalent exchange. Copper Spear's eyes were burning with passion. He immediately took a glance at the spear-type half-divine artifact that Li Fuchen took out. But he didn't want to gain something without risking anything. Copper Spear took out a pile of miscellaneous items from his spatial ring and introduced them one by one. These are the eyeballs of the low-level divine beast, Frost Breath Devil Wolf. They are ice attribute divine class materials. These are the claws of the pale clawed wolf, they are also divine class materials. Divine class materials, as the name suggested, were materials used to forge divine artifacts. Generally speaking, low-level divine class materials could forge low-level divine artifacts, while mid-level divine class materials could forge mid-level divine artifacts. It was a pity that divine class materials were easy to obtain, but divine artifact forgers were hard to come by. Formidable divine artifact forgers didn't even need divine class materials to forge divine artifacts. Of course, the better the divine class materials, the better the quality of the divine artifact. It was a fact that there was no doubt. These divine class materials might seem precious, but there were too few of them. Even if a divine artifact forger was here, he wouldn't be able to forge a single divine artifact with these divine class materials. However, if Copper Spear took out more divine class materials, Li Fuchen's spear-type half-divine artifact wouldn't be enough. After all, this was just a regular half-divine artifact and not a top-notch half-divine artifact, let alone a peak-class half-divine artifact. Ultimately, Li Fuchen chose 2 eyeballs of the Frost Breath Devil Wolf. It was mainly because the eyeballs were beautiful and looked like blue gems that were emitting cold chi. Li Fuchen didn't want the other divine class materials. He could see that Copper Spear was reluctant to part with them. It was obvious that it wasn't an easy task to gather these divine class materials. Brother Li, I shall not disturb you anymore. Copper Spear took the spear-type half-divine artifact and left with excitement. Copper Spear shook his head. You have already been a low-level deity for so many years, but you are still so rash. Since he had nothing to do, Li Fuchen stayed in the Copper Axe village for a few days and got to know many of the villagers. Chapter 1091. In the divine world, only gods didn't have to eat. Everyone below the god realm had to eat. The Bronze Axe village would grow their own vegetables and would occasionally go out to dig for wild vegetables. As for meat, they would have to hunt. Since one could become a demigod at the age of 30, the Bronze Axe village had over 1,000 demigod warriors. Almost everyone in the village was a demigod warrior. Therefore, every time there was a hunt, the Bronze Axe village would send out 100 demigod warriors and 1 low deity. Li Fuchen was still curious about the divine world and volunteered to join the hunting team. As they headed towards the ash-white wasteland, the weather got colder. Even demigods couldn't stand the cold here. They would drink a mouthful of wine every 2 to 4 hours to warm up their bodies. Before arriving at the ash-white wasteland, the group encountered a few powerful half-god beasts, sharp arrow wild boars. There were strong and weak demigods, the same went for half-god beasts. The mad-blood wild wolves that bronze tiger and bronze leopard encountered were just regular half-god beasts and weren't considered powerful. But the sharp arrow wild boars were different. A single sharp arrow wild boar could kill at least 7 or 8 mad-blood wild wolves. Everyone be careful, raise your shields. The leader of the hunting team wasn't a low deity, but a powerful demigod warrior called Bronze Head. Under his command, the hunting team surrounded the sharp arrow boar in an orderly manner. Every time the sharp arrow boar was about to shoot its arrow-shaped spikes, Copperhead and some other experienced demigod warriors would call out in advance and let everyone raise their shields to block the attack. In the sky, Bronze Spear and Li Fuchen stood in the air. The duo didn't make a move. This level of battle was a form of tempering for demigod warriors. Without tempering, they wouldn't be able to become gods. They were only responsible for dealing with the divine beasts, unless the team was in a life-and-death situation. Creak! The thick metal shield was pierced, and Tong Hu was startled. This was his first time joining the hunting team and he thought that it would be safer with more people. Who knew that it wasn't the case? The sharp arrow wild boars might be formidable, but the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors weren't weak either. If you fired spikes at me, I would throw spears at you. After a few rounds of attacks, apart from the most formidable sharp arrow wild boars, the rest of the sharp arrow wild boars fell to the ground unwillingly. Die! A spear pierced through the eye of the last sharp arrow wild boar. The one who did it was the square-faced young man. His strength was not weak even in the hunting team. A few of you, go ahead and cut the materials. Everyone has done a good job. Copperhead smiled. In fact, the most powerful figures among them didn't make a move. After all, they had to give the younger generation a chance to temper themselves. By the time they arrived at the grayish-white wasteland, it was already dark. Everyone set up camp and began to roast meat. Sirs, here's your meat. Li Fuchen and Copper Spear stood still, while someone came to deliver the meat. One had to admit that the divine world's half-god beasts tasted much better than the half-god beasts in the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen ate an entire sharp arrow wild boar's hind leg by himself. Along the way, the party ate as they walked. Basically, they were able to travel light. As for space rings, not everyone could have them. Only after becoming a low god would Chief Copper Axe exchange precious resources for a space ring. The terrifying snowstorm covered the sky and it was impossible to see anything beyond 10 meters. On the back of a hill in the wasteland, the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors were hiding. This place could hide from the snowstorm and also hide from the sight of the demigod beasts in the wasteland. Everyone, take note. There is a group of giant mountain bulls roaming around nearby. They are our targets. Copperhead was very fast and it only took him a blink of the eye to jump from the top of the hill to the bottom. The giant mountain bull was an extremely massive half-god beast. Its meat was very tough and a single giant mountain bull was enough to feed a Class 1 divine village for a month. But correspondingly, the giant mountain bull's strength was extremely horrific. Once it went berserk, a regular half-god beast like the mad-blood wild wolf wouldn't be able to survive. Even the spikes of the sharp arrow wild boar wouldn't be able to inflict severe injuries on the giant mountain bull. Copperhead had hunted the giant mountain bull numerous times in the past, therefore, he dared to target it. Of course, it was mainly because the giant mountain bull's size was big enough for the Bronze Axe Village to feed for a period of time. The hunt began very quickly. If the demigod warriors were divided into grades, Copperhead and a few other demigod warriors were definitely elite demigod warriors. Below them were elite demigod warriors, and below them were regular demigod warriors. In fact, in Li Fuchen's opinion, it was similar to the demigod classification in the battlefield of gods. However, there were fewer peak and invincible demigods. It didn't mean that the demigods in the divine world were inferior to the demigods in the battlefield of gods. It was mainly due to the difference in half-divine artifacts. The demigods in the divine world didn't even have any half-divine artifacts. How could they compare with the demigods in the battlefield of gods? There was a difference between becoming a demigod in the divine world and in the battlefield of gods. To become a demigod in the battlefield of gods, one would need to undergo the baptism of a half-divine artifact. To become a demigod in the divine world, one just needed to cultivate diligently and stimulate the bloodline. PFFF. Copperhead's weapon was a large cleaver. With a swing of the cleaver, the cold white saber light was like a waterfall that slashed a large wound on the giant mountain bull's body. Moo! The giant mountain bull stomped with its front hooves and radiated a shockwave. Several weaker demigod warriors were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. In the wind and snow, Li Fuchen and Copper Spear were calm and composed as they watched this scene. When I see them, I will think of my younger self. Copper Spear lamented. Becoming a god was everyone's dream. If one didn't become a god, they would only be able to live for 200 years. After becoming a god, they would be able to live for a few thousand years, and this was after excluding artifacts that could increase one's lifespan. You are only over 1,000 years old. Work harder and you might be able to break through to the middle god realm. Li Fuchen laughed. Copper Spear said, "Middle god, are you dreaming? If it was before the changes in the divine world, I would still have some hope. But now, there is no hope at all." The entire wasteland city had a population of a few million and there were less than 10 middle gods. It was imaginable how difficult it was to become a middle god. Alright then, but one must have a goal. What if I achieve it? Li Fuchen laughed. He was different from Copperhead and it was impossible for him to be willing to stop at the low god realm. Middle god, high god, or even true god were all his goals. Howl. The horrific wolf howl had caused the wind and snow to stop. It is the low-level divine beast, Glacier Demon Wolf. Copper Spear's expression changed. The gray-white wasteland was filled with wolf-type divine beasts like the Frost Breath Demon Wolf, the Pale Claw Wolf, and the Glacier Demon Wolf. His strength wasn't comparable to the village chief Copper Axe and was only able to deal with one low-level divine beast. The Glacier Demon Wolf was the one he didn't wish to deal with. Soon enough, a giant wolf that was the size of a small mountain and was covered in thick gray-white ice crystals walked out. The Glacier Demon Wolf was a type of low-level divine beast with extremely tough defense. The ice crystals on the surface of the wolf's body were a combination of icy cold divine power and icy cold substances. Regular low-level deities wouldn't be able to break the ice crystals. Li Fuchen, I will go and deal with it first. Copper Spear wielded the half-divine artifact spear and lunged at the Glacier Demon Wolf with a flash. Bang bang bang, the commotion of the battle between the two was much greater than the hunting of the giant mountain bull. The terrifying wind and snow couldn't even get close to the duo's divine power. Large amounts of ice shards were scattered in all directions. Wherever the ice shards landed, it would be turned into ice debris. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's secret protection, the Copper Axe village's demigod warriors would also be severely affected. Shooting Star Penetrating Moon. Copper Spear released his kill move. The half-divine artifact spear turned into a stream of light and thrust at the weak spot of the Glacier Demon Wolf. PFFF. The ice crystals cracked open and fresh blood gushed out. The Glacier Demon Wolf was injured. It opened its giant mouth and bit the Copper Spear. After swinging it a few times, it tossed the spear away. Cough cough cough. Far away, Copper Spear struggled to get up while his body was drenched in blood. If he wasn't wearing the half-divine artifact armor, that bite earlier would have bitten him into two. This Glacier Demon Wolf must be so vicious. After activating his divine power and recovering a portion of his injuries, Copper Spear charged at the Glacier Demon Wolf again. A battle between a low-level deity and a low-level divine beast would never end quickly, unless the difference in strength was too great. On the other side, the hunt was basically over. After being surrounded by over 100 demigod warriors, 2 of the 7 giant mountain bulls escaped and 5 were killed. It was considered a great harvest. Right now, everyone was dismembering the giant mountain bulls while watching the battle. "Uncle, will Lord Copper Spear be in danger?" Copper Tiger asked the middle-aged demigod warrior worriedly. The middle-aged demigod warrior said, "Don't worry, Lord Copper Spear is experienced in hundreds of battles and has even killed a low-level divine beast, the Frost Breath Devil Wolf. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a Glacier Demon Wolf. Furthermore, isn't Lord Li supporting from the side?" Everyone wasn't clear about Li Fuchen's strength, but those that could become low-level deities were all very powerful and there shouldn't be any weaklings. It could only be said that everyone had overestimated Copper Spear and underestimated the Glacier Demon Wolf. After 1 hour, everyone could see that Copper Spear wasn't a match for the Glacier Demon Wolf. "Copper Spear, leave it to me. Your injuries are severe enough." Li Fuchen saw that Copper Spear's wounds were frozen and it was a sign of the icy cold divine power invading. "Let's work together," Copper Spear insisted. "No need, I just need one sword." While speaking, Li Fuchen casually took out a half-divine artifact longsword. With a slash, a sword chi sliced through the snow and the chaotic divine power before slashing at the Glacier Demon Wolf. Crackle! The ice crystals on the Glacier Demon Wolf's body that it was proud of had instantly cracked. The sword chi was like a shooting star that penetrated the body. There was a heavy sound as the Glacier Demon Wolf's body was split into two. It crashed onto the ground and created a wave of snow. He killed the Glacier Demon Wolf just like that. Copper Spear took a deep cold breath and couldn't react for a long time. He was certain that even the village chief's copper axe wouldn't be able to split the Glacier Demon Wolf's body in a single chop. It would be more likely if it was 10 chops or 8 chops. It was no wonder the Glacier Demon Wolf was able to pass through the grayish-white wilderness and arrive at the desolate plain. He reckoned that the Glacier Demon Wolf was a formidable low-level deity that was traveling. Chapter 1092. Giant wooden carts were traveling on the desolate plain. The wooden carts were filled with giant chunks of meat that were piled up like a small mountain. These wooden carts were forged by the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors. The material was a type of sturdy wood in the ash-white desolate, the frost ironwood. Looking at the Glacier Demon Wolf's meat on the wooden carts, Bronze Tiger licked his lips and said to the middle-aged demigod warrior beside him, "Uncle, this Glacier Demon Wolf is enough for our Bronze Axe Village to eat for at least 1.5 years. 1.5 years? You are underestimating the divine beast meat. With proper preservation, a nail-sized piece of divine beast meat is enough to energize a high-class warrior for an entire day. Those below the high-class warrior level cannot eat it, otherwise, they will bleed from their 7 orifices and might even explode. Our village only has 3 lower deities. This Glacier Demon Wolf is enough for us to eat for around 2 to 3 years." The appetite of lower deities was different from demigod warriors. Lower deities might not be able to eat for a long time, but they could still eat a few months' worth of food for demigod warriors. Such a powerful Glacier Demon Wolf can't even withstand a single sword move from Lord Li. Bronze Tiger couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen again. A few days ago, Li Fuchen's sword prowess had shocked everyone and left behind the image of an invincible sword god in everyone's heart. With the protection of 2 lower deities and the fact that this place was just at the border of the ash-white desolate, Li Fuchen basically didn't encounter any obstacles on the way back. In the blink of the eye, another 2 weeks had passed and Li Fuchen was already completely used to the divine world's laws. Correspondingly, Li Fuchen's Hand of God had finally broken through the Hand of Calamity and reached the 7th rank of the Hand of God that not even the Undying God had reached. The 7th rank of the Hand of God didn't cultivate the Calamity power, but the Divine power and the Destruction Divine power. With the Destruction Divine power, Li Fuchen's myriad Calamity immortal body had naturally transformed into the Destruction Divine body. As compared to the myriad Calamity immortal body, the Destruction Divine body was more tyrannical and unfathomable. It could be said that even if Li Fuchen stood still, there weren't many lower deities that could break his Destruction Divine body. He had the Sword Dao Divine power, the Fire Dao Divine power, and the Destruction Divine power for offense. He had the Time and Space Divine power for evasion and the Destruction Divine power for defense. Among the lower gods, Li Fuchen was definitely a monster and didn't have any flaws. It was reckoned that in order to test the limits of Li Fuchen's strength, only a mid-god could do it. Li Fuchen, in another 3 days, the Copper Axe village will organize a group of people to head to the desolate city. You should go too. On this day, the Copper Spear came over to inform Li Fuchen of a piece of news. 3 days? All right. Li Fuchen knew that the Copper Axe village would bring some resources to the desolate city to trade every few years. The glacier demon wolf's meat would be sold for a good price in the desolate city. Of course, the Copper Axe village didn't take advantage of Li Fuchen and gave him plenty of god-class materials. Wasteland City, a Tier 1 god city, had a population of nearly 1 million and was extremely prosperous. Looking at the demigods coming and going on the street, the warriors of Copper Axe village were both curious and nervous. In the entire territory of the Wasteland City, perhaps only the Wasteland City could see so many inferior gods. After arriving at the Wasteland City, Li Fuchen split up with the Copper Spear and the others as he had his own things to do. The prices are indeed different. A regular half-divine artifact is worth around 500 to 1,000 inferior divine stones. A high-grade half-divine artifact is worth around 3,000 to 10,000 inferior divine stones. After strolling around, Li Fuchen already had a good understanding of the prices of half-divine artifacts. The divine world didn't have the term half-divine stone, there were only inferior divine stones and divine stones. Inferior divine stones were actually peak-grade half-divine stones. It also meant that in the divine world, a regular half-divine artifact could be easily sold for 500 peak-grade half-divine stones, and it was unimaginable in the battlefield of gods. But it was also very understandable. In the battlefield of gods, there were more half-divine artifacts and fewer peak-grade half-divine stones. But in the divine world, there were fewer half-divine artifacts and more inferior divine stones. Therefore, it might seem ridiculous, but it was actually normal. As for peak-grade half-divine artifacts, they were much more expensive and were worth at least 10 divine stones. A single divine stone was equivalent to 10,000 inferior divine stones. A peak-grade half-divine artifact was worth at least 100 divine stones. However, the price of the set was lower than Li Fuchen imagined. For the same tier of set, the price was only 10 times more than a single half-divine artifact. If it was in the battlefield of gods, the price would be at least a few dozen times. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen found the crux of the problem. In the battlefield of gods, the set could strengthen the demigod's half-god power, but it didn't have such an effect in the divine world. After all, the people in the divine world didn't need to be baptized by the half-divine artifacts to constantly improve. They relied on their own strength, and the half-divine artifacts and set were just support. Of course, even so, the set's price was still extremely shocking. Li Fuchen saw in an extremely famous half-divine artifact shop that a 6-piece set of top-notch half-divine artifacts was priced at 300 divine stones. The Scarlet Flames set that I am wearing should be worth at least 1,000 divine stones. Li Fuchen guessed. Due to the change in the rules, apart from the peak-grade half-divine stones and inferior divine stones, all the other half-divine stones in Li Fuchen's spatial ring had dissolved into the divine world's chi. Right now, Li Fuchen only had a few tens of thousands of inferior divine stones. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen decided to sell some of the half-divine artifacts. He might have left all his half-divine artifacts to the Sword Sect and didn't bring any sets with him, but he still had some in his spatial ring. 298,000 inferior god stones. After selling some of the useless or repetitive normal half-divine artifacts and high-grade half-divine artifacts, Li Fuchen's inferior divine stones had increased from tens of thousands to 298,000. Li Fuchen wasn't planning to sell the rest of the normal and high-grade half-divine artifacts. In any case, with his current situation, he wouldn't lack inferior divine stones in the future. These half-divine artifacts could be gifted to others or used for other purposes. As for the peak-grade and peak-grade half-divine artifacts, Li Fuchen didn't sell them. Firstly, they were too conspicuous. In the desolate plain city, only mid-gods would be equipped with peak-grade and peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If Li Fuchen made a move, he would probably attract the attention of a certain mid-god. Secondly, he didn't lack divine stones for now. The divine stones that he brought were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. Thirdly, to earn divine stones, one didn't necessarily need to sell half-divine artifacts. In the sky, there was a luxurious battleship that flew past. Li Fuchen knew that the owner of the battleship was a mid-god. In the desolate plain city, only mid-gods could fly and only mid-gods possessed ship-type half-divine artifacts. The worst ship-type half-divine artifacts were all peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If they were too inferior, there wasn't a need to refine them. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't feel envious. He had a few ship-type half-divine artifacts. In the beginning, he only had one peak-grade half-divine artifact. After sweeping through the 9 battlefield of god cities, he had also collected some peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If he didn't leave most of them with the sword sect, he would have even more peak-grade half-divine artifacts. Looking at the luxurious battleship that flew past, many of the low gods below had envious expressions. It would be great if they could become mid-gods too. Among them, most of them were still using normal half-divine artifacts. There weren't many who had high-grade half-divine artifacts, and peak-grade half-divine artifacts were just an extravagant hope. As for peak-grade half-divine artifacts, there was no need to even think about them. That is Lord Mephit's Cloud Breaker ship. It is a peak-grade half-divine artifact and it is worth at least a few hundred divine stones. It was unknown when Copper Spear arrived beside Li Fuchen and said with longing. Be it inferior divine stones or divine stones, they weren't that easy to obtain. Li Fuchen might have a few divine stones, but he wasn't willing to use them for transactions as he didn't have enough time to cultivate. The divine power contained in the divine stones was secondary, the concentrated divine world laws were the true value of the divine stones. As for inferior divine stones, Li Fuchen only had 1,000 of them and it was only enough to purchase a normal half-divine artifact. A few hundred divine stones was definitely a huge sum to him. Let's go, I will treat you to a meal. Li Fuchen didn't bother about Copper Spear's sentiments and led the way to a nearby luxurious restaurant. Oh my, it is so expensive. It is also divine beast meat, but it is at least a few dozen times more expensive here. Copper Spear was eating the divine beast meat while speaking with anger. Li Fuchen said, this restaurant sells its signboard and taste. You don't have to be so cynical. The divine beast meat cooked in the restaurant was several times more delicious than the divine beast meat cooked in the Copper Axe village, and that was enough. For this meal, Li Fuchen had eaten dozens of inferior divine stones. Copper Spear might not be the one paying the bill, but he was still feeling the heartache. Li Fuchen, are you really not going back with us? At the city gate, Copper Spear asked. Li Fuchen nodded. I came out to travel to temper myself. If I am to stay in one place, how am I going to temper myself? Then be careful. I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Copper Spear patted on Li Fuchen's shoulder and left. Seeing the situation, the rest of the Copper Axe village's demigod warriors quickly followed. The Copper Axe village is ultimately just a village. They aren't as well informed as the desolate city. Next, I will have to understand the desolate city first. Li Fuchen only spent one inferior divine stone to obtain the general information of the desolate city from a child. The desolate city had a total of 9 middle deities. The strongest was called Qianshi and he was the city lord of the desolate city. He had a prestigious status and no one in the desolate city could compare with him. It was said that the other 8 middle deities might not be a match for him even if they worked together. It was unknown if it was true. Li Fuchen felt that this information was most likely true. If Qianshi had a set of peak-grade half-divine equipment, the 8 middle deities might not be a match for him. Among the 9 middle deities, the number 2 was called Blood Moon. He had a tavern in the desolate city called the Blood Moon Tavern. The Blood Moon Tavern was actually a black market that only served low deities. The number 3 was called Long Kuan and he had a large-scale mercenary group under him. Outside of the desolate city, there were 3 dangerous places. They were the dense mist mountains, the grey-white wasteland, and the desolate devil's den. Putting aside the dense mist mountains and the grey-white wasteland, the desolate devil's den was rumored to be connected to the abyss. The abyss was an extremely horrific place, and anything that was related to it would have an intense pollution. Chapter 1093. The Wasteland City was a Class 1 divine city, and its flourishing level was far beyond Li Fuchen's understanding. This place had the exciting and bloody bestial battle arena. As the name suggested, the bestial battle arena was a place for humans and beasts to fight, or half-divine beasts. The spectators could place bets. Some people would become rich overnight, some people would go bankrupt overnight. This place had the even more bloody blood fighting arena. Different from the bestial battle arena, the blood fighting arena only allowed demigod warriors to participate, and the rewards were extremely generous. According to the rules, one win in the blood fighting arena would give 1 inferior divine stone, 2 consecutive wins would give 2, 3 consecutive wins would give 4, that's right, with every successive victory, the reward would double. If he won 10 consecutive battles, the reward for merely the 10th battle would be 512 inferior god stones. In addition to the accumulated rewards from before, it would be more than 1,000 inferior god stones, which was more than enough to purchase an ordinary demigod weapon. But it was because of the generous rewards that the matches were extremely intense. Some people had already won 9 matches in a row, and they wouldn't give up on the 10th match, even if they had to pay with their lives. Apart from that, the Wasteland City had casinos, trading centers, and all sorts of service industries. Without a doubt, these service industries might be providing services to ordinary people, but they were mainly targeted at lower gods. After all, a lower god's wealth was 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. A casual meal for a low god in Wasteland City could cost several inferior grade divine stones. If they were a little extravagant, it was normal for them to spend tens or hundreds of inferior grade divine stones. Moreover, an inferior grade divine stone was a huge sum for ordinary people. They usually used divine coins for transactions. Generally, 10,000 divine coins was equivalent to an inferior grade divine stone. However, inferior grade divine stones could be used for cultivation, while divine coins were just a form of currency. There were many precious things that couldn't be bought with divine coins. After a period of time, Li Fuchen had seen at least 80 lower gods in the Wasteland City. Li Fuchen reckoned that there were at least a few thousand lower gods living in the Wasteland City. With so many lower gods, the amount of precious resources required was astonishing. The resources sent by the various divine villages were basically used to satisfy these lower gods. Correspondingly, the consumption of these lower gods would also be repaid to the various divine villages. In short, no matter where it was, there would only be a small group of elites, and they were qualified to enjoy the resources. The rest of the people were just serving them. Of course, everyone knew that if the inferior gods did not go out to make money, they would also be poor and unable to maintain the upper-class life in the Wasteland City. Blood Moon Tavern. After ordering a cup of wine that was worth 1 inferior divine stone, Li Fuchen found a seat and sat down. "Brother, do you want to take the mission of hunting glacial armored rhinoceroses? 1,000 inferior celestial stones per person." A low god with tiger stripes on his face walked over. There were many races in the divine world, and the human race was just one of them. There were also the demon folk, titan folk, blood folk, and wolf folk. Basically, there were all the races that existed in the universe in the divine world. Of course, most of them were mixed bloods. And this lesser god in front of him most likely had the bloodline of the demon folk. Find someone else. Li Fuchen shook his head. 1,000 inferior godstones were not a small number, but he did not lack them. Stop pretending. The demigod Tiger Stripe mumbled to himself as he left. A 5-man team is exploring the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. We're still missing one person. Who wants to join? After waiting for a long time, Li Fuchen finally got an invitation that he was interested in. The Wasteland Devil's Cave was one of the 3 most dangerous places outside of the Wasteland City. If Li Fuchen didn't go take a look, it would be the same as wasting his trip to the Wasteland City. Count me in. There weren't a lot of lower gods that were willing to explore the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. With Li Fuchen's quick reply, he was able to snatch a spot in an instant. What is your divine power index? It cannot be lower than 50. At the third table, there were 4 lower gods seated there. The one who spoke was a stalwart man with bull horns on his head. He took out a crystal ball and said to Li Fuchen, "Divine Power Index?" Li Fuchen had never heard of Divine Power Index before, but from the current situation, it should be to input divine power into the crystal ball and the crystal ball would measure the Divine Power Index. "Alright, let me try." Li Fuchen walked over and placed his hand on the crystal ball before he started to input Sword Dao Divine Power. 10, 20, 50, soon enough, Li Fuchen's Divine Power Index had surged to 50 and was still increasing. 80, 100, 200. The stalwart man's expression changed slightly. The Divine Power Index might not be able to fully reflect a lower god's strength, but it was still an important standard. Divine power was affected by many aspects like the divine spirit, divine body, and cultivation level. Generally speaking, a newly promoted lower god would have a divine power index of around 10. Such lower gods were very weak. But there were exceptions. Some lower gods might have weak divine power indexes, but their cultivation level was extremely high. Once they progressed, they would be at the peak stage of lower god. Such lower gods would be able to contest with lower gods with divine power indexes that were a few times or even 10 times their own. Those with divine power indexes of 50 would be considered regular lower gods. Those with divine power indexes of 100 would be considered elite lower gods. 200 would be pinnacle lower gods. 300 and above would be pinnacle lower gods. 240, Li Fuchen's divine power index was finally at 240. This index was definitely very high. Among 100 lower gods, there were only a few lower gods that had such a high divine power index. Swallow Star, what is your divine power index? The stalwart man looked at the dark and skinny middle-aged man. The dark and skinny middle-aged man might not look impressive and didn't look imposing at all. However, the dark and skinny middle-aged man's original body was a space giant beast. The power of the starry sky beast had always been vigorous and terrifying. After progressing to become a lower god, his divine power would be several times stronger than other lower gods. 260. Swallow Star said in a grave tone. Back when he had just progressed to become a lower god, his divine power index had already exceeded 100. This index should be enough. Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. He had a vague feeling that his divine power index would be extremely high. If he used his full strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. If there is a chance, I have to buy a crystal ball to test the divine power index. Li Fuchen thought to himself. He is actually a top-notch lower god. Incredible. The surrounding people looked at Li Fuchen with different expressions. A top-notch lower god would be an existence that couldn't be neglected no matter where he went. Very well, you are fully qualified to join us. Another lower god with golden hair stood up and smiled. After some understanding, Li Fuchen found out the names of the 4 lower gods. The stalwart man with bull horns was called Kapharos, the dark and skinny middle-aged man was called Swallow Star, the blonde man was called Dean, and the silent black-haired lady was called Zhao Feier. Li Fuchen could see that she wasn't a human but a wolfman race. The 4 of them had rather high divine power indexes. Kapharos' divine power index was 120, Swallow Star had 260, Dean had 180, and Baila had 150. The reason why the 5th member was required to have a divine power index above 50 was mainly because they weren't going to battle and were going to explore. If they were going to battle, their divine power index would need to be above 100. Anthony needs abyss demon flowers, the more the merrier. He will pay us 1 low-grade god stone for each abyss demon flower. However, abyss demon flowers usually grow below the 10th floor of the desolate devil cave. There is a high chance of abyss divine beasts appearing there. We need to be prepared for battle. The Anthony that Kapharos mentioned was a pinnacle lower god. As for the abyss demon flower, it was useless to most people. Even if they saw it in the desolate devil cave, no one would pick it. It was mainly because the Abyss Demon Flower's contamination was too strong and it would be troublesome if they were accidentally contaminated. Everyone couldn't understand why Anthony needed the Abyss Demon Flower and was purchasing it at the price of one low-grade god stone. Of course, it didn't matter if they understood or not, they would still go as this was a great opportunity to earn divine stones. It was fortunate that Kapharos was rather familiar with Anthony, hence, they had this opportunity. "How are we going to split it?" Li Fuchen asked. He didn't mind 1 or 2 divine stones, but it was still a good thing to discuss it in advance. It would prevent any conflicts later. Dean said, "If it is discovered by an individual, it will belong to the individual. If everyone contributes, it will be split according to the contribution." "All right." Li Fuchen nodded. They didn't act immediately as everyone agreed to depart the next morning. While it was still early, Li Fuchen went to buy a crystal ball to test the Divine Power Index. This crystal ball was called the Divine Power Ball and it was specially used to test divine power. According to the quality, the price would be different too. The Divine Power Ball to test a lower god's Divine Power Index was worth 1 low-grade god stone and the limit of the Divine Power Index was 500. The Divine Power Ball to test a middle god's Divine Power Index was worth 10 low-grade god stones and the limit of the Divine Power Index was 5,000. As for the Divine Power Ball to test a higher god's Divine Power Index, the desolate city didn't have it. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and spent 10 low-grade god stones to buy a Divine Power Ball to test a middle god's divine power. He was afraid that the Divine Power Ball wouldn't be able to test it. It turns out that the Divine Power Index is related to the Divine Soul, Divine Spirit, Divine Body, cultivation level, and other aspects. No wonder my Divine Power Index is so high. When purchasing the Divine Power Ball, Li Fuchen found out some information about the Divine Power Index. The others would only have a high cultivation level, but Li Fuchen was superior in all aspects, especially the Divine Soul. The Divine Soul was the crux of a god and was the core source. After returning to his residence, Li Fuchen took out the middle god's Divine Power Ball and started to test his divine power. Firstly, it was the space-time divine power. Among the various divine powers, his space-time divine power was the weakest. 100, 200, 300, there is actually over 500. It has already exceeded the test limit of the lower god's Divine Power Ball. Li Fuchen was rather surprised as he thought the space-time divine power would at most be 300 or 400. Next was the Fire Tao divine power. 300, 500, 800. The Fire Tao divine power was over 800. After progressing to the lower god realm, Li Fuchen's strongest Tao wasn't the Fire Tao, it was the Sword Tao. Before progressing to the lower god realm, his Fire Tao power came from the Scarlet Flame set. After progressing, it came from himself. The current Scarlet Flame set was far less important to him than before progressing. In fact, be it the Fire Tao, the Space-Time Tao, or the Sword Tao, after progressing, the source of power had changed. He had never heard of any lower god's divine power coming from a half-divine artifact. Chapter 1094. Immediately after, Li Fuchen started to test the Sword Tao divine power. 500, 1000, the Sword Tao divine power was extremely shocking as it forcefully broke through the 1000 checkpoints. A low god's divine power index would normally be within 500. Almost no one would have a divine power index that exceeded 500. A mid-god's divine power index would be above 1000 and within 5000. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen's Sword Tao divine power was already comparable with those newly progressed mid-gods. Ultimately, Li Fuchen's Sword Tao divine power index was fixed at 1250. I shouldn't be a match among the low gods. I wonder how will I fare against the high gods. Putting aside everything else, Li Fuchen would be able to crush any low gods with just his divine power. If he used the pinnacle half-divine artifact and his cultivation realm advantage, he would be able to wipe out a large group. The final test was the destruction divine power. Crack! What is going on? As soon as Li Fuchen's destruction divine power made contact with the divine power sphere, the divine power sphere crumbled and turned into ashes. This was a mid-god's divine power sphere, not a low-god's divine power sphere. Furthermore, even if it was a low-god's divine power sphere, if it was just testing the divine power index, it wouldn't crumble upon contact with a mid-god's divine power. At most, it would explode after exceeding the test limits. It isn't a problem of the divine power's strength, it is the nature of the divine power. Li Fuchen didn't believe that his destruction divine power was stronger than a mid-god's divine power. It was impossible. The problem should be with the nature of the destruction divine power. What was annihilation? Annihilation was the power that was produced when all things reached their end. Destruction was irreversible and uncontrollable. Li Fuchen's destruction divine power wasn't considered the true destruction power. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was a low god, even a mid-god, high god, or true god would be turned into ashes upon contact with the true destruction power. But even if it only contained a trace of the destruction power, the destruction divine power was still extraordinary. It couldn't touch any object, otherwise, the object would be destroyed. It is a pity. Li Fuchen felt a little heartache. This was 10 low-grade god stones. He only had less than 40 low-grade god stones. If he had known that the destruction divinity power was so tyrannical, he would not have tested the destruction divinity power index no matter what. After destroying a mid-god divine power sphere, Li Fuchen went to buy another one. It might be painful, but it was a necessity. In the future, he would be able to test his divine power index at any time. As such, unless Li Fuchen sold top-notch half-divine artifacts or peak-grade half-divine artifacts, he was finally in a more urgent mood to earn divine stones. The Wasteland's Devil's Den had a thick, dark hue. Everything here was dark. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, the clouds were dark, the plants were dark, and even the wind was dark. It could be seen and touched. Be careful. This is the 7th level of the Wasteland's Demon Cave. The abyssal power is getting stronger and stronger. Dean reminded. The power of the abyss was all negative energy. It was extremely polluting. Once one was contaminated by it, unless there was a good solution, they could only disperse the part of their divine power origin that had been contaminated. This was not the time to be reluctant. If he hesitated for too long, he would only be completely corrupted, turning into an abyssal demon god. This is the power of the abyss. Li Fuchen's divine spirit senses were extremely sharp. He could see a faint and almost invisible dark red smoke-like energy enveloping over. If it was any other energy, once it came into contact with Li Fuchen and the other's divine power, it would immediately be destroyed. However, this dark red smoke-like energy was like maggots that slowly fused into everyone's divine power and didn't get destroyed. However, the dark red smoke-like energy was too thin. After such a long time, everyone's divine power was only tainted by an invisible layer. This layer of divine power was constantly being consumed and wouldn't enter anyone's body again. Of course, as time passed, it would be hard to say. Li Fuchen had tried before. Be it the time and space divine power, fire Dao divine power, or sword Dao divine power, none of them were able to resist the contamination of the abyssal power. Let me try the destruction divine power. Li Fuchen released a wisp of destruction divine power. PFFF. The abyssal power that wouldn't be destroyed by divine power was rapidly turned into nothingness when it encountered the destruction divine power. It was as though it had encountered its nemesis. As expected, the destruction power can even destroy the abyssal power. Li Fuchen smiled faintly. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that the abyssal power here was corroded by the abyss and had been weakened by countless times. If this was the true abyssal power, Li Fuchen's destruction divine power wouldn't be enough, at least his low-god destruction divine power wouldn't be able to withstand it. 8th floor, 9th floor, soon enough, the 5 arrived at the 11th floor of the desolate Devil Cave. No one knew how many floors there were in the desolate Devil Cave. As of now, it was known that there were around 30 floors. As compared to the 7th floor, the 11th floor's abyssal power was much more concentrated. It was better to be careful, and everyone would check their divine power from time to time to prevent being corrupted by the abyssal power. Dark Devil Bamboo. There were a few methods to scout the surroundings with the divine spirit. There were two most common methods. The first method was to scout with the divine spirit power. However, the divine spirit power might be able to scout in detail, but the range was too small. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen and had a higher grade of divine spirit. The second method was to scout with the divine power. After progressing to become a low god, the saint spirit would transform into a god spirit, while the half-god power would transform into divine power. At this moment, the god spirit and divine power were already showing signs of fusing. Using divine power to scout the surroundings was actually the same as using spiritual awareness to scout the surroundings. Furthermore, the range was much wider. Apart from that, if one cultivated a divine class ocular technique or a scouting type divine class martial art, they would also be able to scout the surroundings. However, these things were rather rare and regular gods wouldn't be able to obtain them. Li Fuchen didn't use the divine spirit power to scout the surroundings. He chose to use divine power. His divine power was extremely pure and vast. After it was diluted, it extended to the surroundings. It was as though he had opened up a pair of heavenly eyes. Wherever the divine power reached, it would be his eyes. Over a dozen miles away, Li Fuchen discovered a patch of dark devil bamboo. This patch of dark devil bamboo was like a black jade stone and looked extremely extraordinary. Li Fuchen, your luck is truly good. This patch of dark devil bamboo is worth at least a few low-grade divine stones. Kafaros and the others were very envious. The dark devil bamboo was a rather rare divine class material and many divine class elixirs would use the dark devil bamboo. Li Fuchen smiled and suddenly slashed at the ground beside the dark devil bamboo. Crack! A large crack opened up on the ground, and fresh blood spurted out. Everyone took a closer look and saw an abyss divine beast that looked like a worm and a blood-colored snake being torn apart by the sword chi. Abyss divine beast, underground blood snake. Everyone's expression changed. The underground blood snake's vitality was extremely tenacious, but it couldn't even withstand a single slash from Li Fuchen. 12th floor, 15th floor, 18th floor, along the way, everyone's luck was rather average. In total, they obtained 6 abyss demon flowers and Li Fuchen obtained 3 of them. The 4 of them were very bewildered as they didn't know why Li Fuchen obtained all the good stuff. Was the difference in their divine power that huge? Only Swallow Star knew that the difference was indeed huge. His divine power index was comparable with Li Fuchen, but his scouting speed wasn't as fast as Li Fuchen and was always one step slower. This meant that Li Fuchen's god spirit was stronger than him, therefore, Li Fuchen was able to control the divine power with ease. Of course, Swallow Star didn't know that Li Fuchen's divine power index was actually several times stronger than him. It was impossible for Swallow Star to keep up with Li Fuchen's scouting speed. Wait a moment, let me replenish my divine power. Dean took out a dark red flower from his spatial ring and started to pour his divine power into the divine power barrier. This dark red flower was the Abyss Demon Flower. The Abyss power contained within the Abyss Demon Flower was already rather concentrated and Dean didn't dare to touch it directly. He could only use the divine power barrier to isolate it. This divine power barrier was also separated from his own divine power and wasn't connected at all. However, as such, Dean would have to replenish the divine power barrier every once in a while. Otherwise, the barrier wouldn't last for a long time and would be corroded by the Abyss power from the Abyss Demon Flower. Let us replenish it too. Swallow Star and Zhao Feier each poured their divine power into the barrier around the Abyss Demon Flower. Among the 5 of them, 4 of them obtained the Abyss Demon Flower. They were Swallow Star, Dean, Zhao Feier, and Li Fuchen. Only Kafaros didn't open it. This was mainly because Kafaros had the lowest divine power index and was only at 120. Li Fuchen, aren't you going to replenish your divine power? Kafaros looked at Li Fuchen. I replenished it not long ago. Li Fuchen didn't need to replenish his divine power. The divine power barrier that he used to isolate the Abyss Demon Flower was the Destruction Divine Power Barrier. The Abyss power from the Abyss Demon Flower wouldn't be able to corrode it, but he still had to put up an act. Alright then. You guys replenish slowly, I will look around. Kapharos let out a turbid breath and flew a few miles away by himself before extending his divine power. Among everyone, he was the only one that didn't obtain the Abyss Demon Flower, and it made him rather depressed. Abyss Demon Flower? All of a sudden, Kapharos' eyes lit up and revealed an ecstatic expression. Something isn't right, why are there silver stripes? Kapharos' smile vanished as he thought of something and said with ecstasy again, it is a mid-class Abyss Demon Flower. Ah, it is a mid-class Abyss Demon Flower. The Abyss Demon Flower had different grades too. The most ordinary Abyss Demon Flower would have dark red flowers, mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers would have silver stripes, and high-class Abyss Demon Flowers would have golden stripes. According to the agreement with Anthony, low-class Abyss Demon Flowers would cost 1 low-grade God Stone, while mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers would cost 50 low-grade God Stones. That was 50 low-grade God Stones. Generally speaking, low-class deities would only have a few low-grade God Stones. People like them who frequently ventured out would only have around 20 low-grade God Stones. Only peak-level low-class deities like Anthony would have more than 50 low-grade God Stones or even 100 low-grade God Stones. Chapter 1095. So what if your divine power is stronger than mine? Sometimes, when luck comes, you can't stop it. No, we shouldn't show off our wealth. 50 lower-grade God Stones is enough to make them fall out with me. Kapharos' figure flashed, and he pounced toward the mid-level Abyssal Demon Flower. Puff! In midair, a bloody shadow flashed, and blood sprayed all over the sky. It was Kapharos. At this moment, he was so miserable. His god body was about to collapse. The one attacking him was a gigantic monster with dozens of blood-red tentacles. Lower rank Abyss Divine Beast, Crimson Tentacle Monster. The abyssal divine beasts in the Wasteland's Devil's Den were actually not true abyssal life forms. They were all transformed from divine beasts. For example, this blood-red tentacle monster used to be a low-level divine beast tentacle monster. Its strength was originally extremely tyrannical, and it was equivalent to a peak low-level deity. After being corrupted into a blood-red tentacle monster, although it had lost much of its rationality, its strength had also increased by a lot. Kapharos was just an elite lower god. How could he be a match for him? The commotion here had instantly attracted the attention of Li Fuchen and the others. Seeing Li Fuchen and the others rushing over, Kapharos said anxiously, I found a mid-class Abyss Demon Flower. It was impossible for him to keep the intermediate Abyss Demon Flower to himself. He could only hope that because he was the first to discover it, he could get a bit more low-grade God Stones. Everyone, let's go. Dion wielded a great sword with both hands and slashed at the tentacled monster. No wonder he is a lower deity that frequently roams outside. His weapon is a high-class half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Lower deities who frequently roamed the world were not only wealthy, but they also had higher requirements for weapons. It was impossible for them to be like Copper Spear, who didn't even have an ordinary quasi-divine weapon. Li Fuchen thought about it and decided to use less strength. Otherwise, if he slashed down and the blood-red tentacle monster was dead, what would others think? Under the joint efforts of the 5 people, the blood-red tentacle monster eventually died with a grudge. According to individual contributions, everyone decided to split the mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers into 25 credits. Each credit was equivalent to 2 low-grade God Stones. Li Fuchen had contributed the most and would get 10 credits. The Star Devourer would get 6 credits. The remaining 9 credits would be split equally among Dean, Zhao Feier, and Kapharos, each of them getting 3 credits. Unknowingly, the 5 of them arrived at the 30th floor. The abyssal power here was exceptionally dense, and correspondingly, there were more abyssal demon flowers here. That's about it. I feel like something is wrong. Although Zhao Feier wasn't a pure-blooded werewolf, she had, after all, stimulated her werewolf bloodline, so she was very sensitive to danger. Hearing this, Kapharos said unhappily, what are you afraid of? This is the Wasteland's Devil's Den, not the Abyss. Even if it's the first level of the Abyss, with the strength of the 5 of us, we will definitely be able to escape unscathed. The main reason was that he had obtained too few abyssal demon flowers, so he was a little unwilling. Dean said, I also feel that something is wrong. There are too few abyssal demigods and abyssal divine beasts along the way. The spacetime in every level of the Wasteland's Devil's Den was very unstable. Demigod beasts and divine beasts would often come to the Wasteland's Devil's Den inexplicably and then be contaminated by the power of the abyss. Over time, the number of demigod beasts and divine beasts in the Wasteland's Devil's Den kept increasing. There was even a trend of overflowing. This was also the main reason why no one was willing to come to the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. It was simply too dangerous. Caferos, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to take too much risk. Swallow Star, who had the best relationship with Caferos, shook his head. After forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Caferos said helplessly, all right then, since we are already here at the 30th level, we have to take a look, right? The Wasteland's Devil's Den currently had a total of over 30 levels. The 30th level wasn't considered the most dangerous. Alright. Let's explore the 30th level before leaving. Apart from Li Fuchen, the others nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Li Fuchen didn't mind. To him, it didn't matter if it was the 30th level or the 30th levels, it wasn't dangerous. The deeper the level of the Wasteland's Devil's Den, the wider the range. They would only need 15 minutes to explore the first level. It had already been half a month since they reached the 30th level, but they still weren't able to find the spatial boundary. There is a cave here. Zhao Feier's divine power discovered a cave. In response, everyone rushed over. As far as their eyes could see, there was a pitch-black cave that was around a few miles in size. There was a faint surge of the power of the abyss that distorted the spacetime. There are so many mid-grade abyss demon flowers. Dean severed the divine power that was released while his eyes were filled with astonishment and ecstasy. Earlier on, his divine power was disrupted by the power of the abyss. He only took a glance inside the cave and discovered at least 7 or 8 mid-grade abyss demon flowers. We are rich. Caferos laughed heartily. A single mid-grade abyss demon flower was worth 50 low-grade god stones, 8 would be 400 low-grade god stones. Furthermore, there were definitely more than 7 or 8 mid-grade abyss demon flowers in the cave. There would at least be a dozen or 20 mid-grade abyss demon flowers. Dean forcefully suppressed his excitement and asked, can Anthony afford so many low-grade god stones? Anthony might be a pinnacle-level low deity and was extremely wealthy, but a few hundred low-grade god stones wasn't a small sum. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Anthony might need to pay them over 1,000 low-grade god stones. Caferos said, don't worry, you might not understand Anthony too well. Anthony once saved Lord Mephit's life. He might not have a few thousand low-grade god stones, but he should have 1 or 2,000. No wonder he saved Lord Mephit. Dean nodded. Mephit was a mid-deity and there were only a total of 9 mid-deities in the Wasteland City. Which one of them didn't have a massive wealth? Just a little bit of their wealth would be enough for any low deity to eat and drink well. Riches are found in danger. Let's go all out. At this moment, the usually emotionless Swallow Star was also a little crazy. The abyss demon flowers here were worth over 1,000 low-grade god stones. He didn't want a lot, just 300 low-grade god stones would be enough. 300 low-grade god stones were enough to purchase a peak-grade half-god artifact. If he didn't go all out now, when would he? It is time to go all out. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light as he let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. There were indeed a lot of mid-grade abyss demon flowers in the cave. There were a total of 24 of them and it would be 1,200 low-grade god stones. Let alone Caferos and the others, even Li Fuchen was rather tempted. However, these 24 mid-grade abyss demon flowers weren't that easy to obtain. Around the mid-grade abyss demon flowers, there were thousands of densely packed abyssal half-god beasts. There were also plenty of abyssal divine beasts and abyssal demon gods. If they were in the outside world, it would be fine without the corruption of the abyssal power. Being enveloped by the abyssal power, it was still unknown how much strength the four of them could exhibit. Of course, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to inform the four of them in advance. He was able to ignore the abyssal power and discover the situation inside the cave because he had the destruction divine power and the pale red divine spirit power. If he informed them in advance, it would be the same as telling them that he wasn't afraid of the abyssal power. Furthermore, even if he informed them in advance, it would still be hard to dispel the four of them from taking the risk. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Who didn't understand this logic? I will make a move first. Kepharos took out a blue water droplet and activated it. A pale blue bubble enveloped him. This divine water droplet was a high-grade half-god artifact. Kepharos had poured in enough divine power, and with a single thought, the divine water droplet would carry him forward. There wouldn't be any divine power connection between him and the divine water droplet until the divine water droplet's divine power was exhausted. Swish! The divine water droplet wrapped around Kepharos and rushed into the cave. Immediately after, everyone executed their divine abilities. They would either be like Kepharos and activate the divine water droplet or set up layers of divine power barriers around their bodies. They would forcefully endure the abyssal power and rush into the cave. When Li Fuchen was the only one left, he flashed and followed behind like a green smoke. It seemed like he didn't use any defensive measures. Bada! When Li Fuchen landed on the ground, he saw that the four of them had unpleasant expressions. What is going on? Li Fuchen asked intentionally. No wonder there are so few abyssal half-god beasts and divine beasts along the way. They are all attracted by the mid-class abyssal demon flower's abyssal power. Dean took a deep breath and drew his large sword. The battle quickly erupted. Thousands of abyssal half-god beasts were like a tide that surged at the five of them. Go to hell! Kepharos blasted a fist that was like a violent wave that instantly killed dozens of abyssal half-god beasts. Star Engulfing Cannon. The Star Engulfing Cannon spat out a divine power pillar. This divine power pillar had astounding power, and at least 100 abyssal half-god beasts were blasted into nothingness. Claw Blade Storm. Zhao Feier brandished her claws and formed a storm of claw shadows that swept out and ripped apart the abyssal half-god beasts one after another. Wave Sword. Dean was the same as Li Fuchen and cultivated the Sword Dao. The Sword Dao focused on killing, and killing the abyssal half-god beasts was like harvesting wheat. It was a pity that this delight didn't last for long. In just a short moment, the five of them encountered their respective opponents. Kepharos, Star Engulfing Cannon, and Zhao Feier's opponents were all abyssal divine beasts, while Dean and Li Fuchen's opponents were abyssal demon gods. The abyssal demon gods in the desolate devil's den were generally gods that were contaminated by the abyssal power and weren't pure abyssal lifeforms. Li Fuchen looked at the dark red eyes of the abyssal demon god that didn't have any trace of normal emotions. He shook his head. Such lifeforms that were contaminated were no different from walking corpses, unless the abyssal demon god could gradually control the abyssal power and become a true abyssal demon god. TFFF. When the two of them crossed paths, the abyssal demon god was turned into ashes. The abyssal power is getting denser. Li Fuchen saw that Kepharos' body was tainted with a trace of abyssal power. Damn it, I wasted one of my abyss divine elixirs. Kepharos dodged his opponent's attack in a sorry state and took out an elixir from his spatial ring to consume. A god-class elixir, huh? Li Fuchen thought about it and casually used his sword to eliminate Kepharos' opponent. Many thanks. Kepharos squeezed out a smile at Li Fuchen. As the five of them killed more abyssal half-god beasts and abyssal divine beasts, the surrounding abyssal power started to increase by several times. Apart from Li Fuchen, everyone else had consumed the Abyss Divine Elixir. The so-called Abyss Divine Elixir was an elixir that could devour the abyssal power. As long as the elixir was almost full, one could spit it out and wouldn't have to worry about being contaminated by the abyssal power. Chapter 1096. 1 pill, 2 pills. The Abyss Divine Elixir's medicinal effects were limited, but the surrounding abyss power was almost limitless. This won't do, the Abyss Divine Elixir has been used up and the divine power is starting to fall behind. Kapharos took out another God-class elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. This time, he consumed the Void Soul Elixir. It was a God-class elixir that could stimulate the divine body and allow the divine body to produce more divine power within a short period of time. The flaw was that once the medicinal effects wore off, the divine power would be in a state of decline for a long period of time. As compared to the Abyss Divine Elixir, the Void Soul Elixir was much cheaper, but 2 elixirs would still cost 1 low-grade God Stone. Everyone, I want 80% of these mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers. You guys can split the rest. Li Fuchen took out a simple sailboat from his spatial ring. This was the first top-notch ship-type half-god artifact that he obtained. What? A top-notch ship-type half-god artifact? The 4 of them looked at Li Fuchen with shock. The cheapest top-notch ship-type half-god artifact would cost at least 500 low-grade God Stones. Furthermore, it wasn't available in the Wasteland City and had to be bought in other divine cities. In the entire Wasteland City, there were less than 20 individuals who possessed top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts. 9 of them were mid-gods. Of course, among the 9 mid-gods, there should be a few who possessed top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts, like the city lord Qianshi or the owner of the Blood Moon Tavern, Blood Moon. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Kapharos said with dissatisfaction. Li Fuchen ignored Kapharos and asked, how about it? Isn't it too much? Swallow Star hesitated. As of now, it wasn't too strenuous for him. You can choose to refuse. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Swish! Zhao Feier was the first to board the simple sailboat. 80% is 80%. Dean might be feeling the pinch, but he knew how to choose in the face of the terrifying abyss power. Ultimately, Kapharos and Swallow Star also chose to board the boat. With the protection of a top-notch ship-type half-god artifact, everyone was much more relaxed. One of them just had to pour divine power into the divine power pool while the other 4 attacked to their heart's content. Li Fuchen, your low-grade God Stones are too easy to earn. You are taking 80%, why don't you give up 10%? Kapharos said half-jokingly. Li Fuchen said, if it was you, would you give up? In a world where only the strong were respected, effort and reward were directly proportional. If he were in Kapharos's place, the other party would most likely watch them die and then take the mid-level abyssal demon flower for himself. Kapharos's willingness to take out 20% was already extremely benevolent. Zhao Feier said, 80% isn't a lot, right? Without Li Fuchen, we might not even be able to stand here and speak. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously, Kapharos said with a stiff smile. Under their bombardment, the number of abyssal demigod beasts and abyssal divine beasts in the cave decreased. However, the surrounding abyssal power increased correspondingly. This abyssal power was released by the abyssal demigod beasts and abyssal divine beasts before their deaths. At this moment, apart from Li Fuchen, no one else was willing to disembark. It's good to have a ship-type semi-divine artifact. Everyone looked envious. Sometimes, ship-type semi-divine artifacts could be extremely terrifying. For example, this time, a top-notch ship-type demigod artifact was more useful than 10 or 20 demigods. However, ship-type semi-divine artifacts were expensive too. Among the demigods, only a few pinnacle demigods would be able to afford a top-notch ship-type semi-divine artifact. Enveloped by divine power, everyone carefully stored the mid-grade abyss demon flowers onto the quaint sailboat. A total of 24 flowers. There is an 80% chance that there are 19 flowers. Li Fuchen waved his hand and stored 19 flowers. As for the remaining 5 flowers, each of the 4 of them had 1 flower. The last flower belonged to the Devouring Star, but the Devouring Star also took out something that was worth 37 low-grade God Stones. Let's go! Li Fuchen controlled the quaint sailboat and rushed out of the cave. Rumble! As soon as the quaint sailboat flew out of the cave, a massive fist suddenly attacked and smashed onto the hull of the ship. Crackle! The hull of the ship was damaged. Demigods weren't able to destroy half-divine artifacts, but gods were able to. On the battlefield of gods, there were plenty of half-divine artifact shards. Of course, it was hard for mid-gods to completely destroy a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. This fist had only caused a slight damage to the hull of the ship. I was careless. Li Fuchen was indeed careless. He didn't think that there would be an enemy lying in ambush outside the cave. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't have succeeded in their sneak attack. The one that sneak attacked them was an abyss demon god. From the fist force earlier, the opponent's strength was definitely at the level of a peak-level low god. Furthermore, he was probably an expert even among the peak-level low gods. A top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact could allow them to temporarily avoid the interference of the abyss power and increase their defenses. But it was useless when facing a peak-level low god. Unless there was a peak-level low god among them and they were pouring their divine power into the divine power pool, the ship-type half-divine artifact's barrier would be able to withstand the attack from a peak-level low god. But there weren't any peak-level low gods among them. Be it the Devouring Star or Li Fuchen, they were all peak-level low gods. Die! This abyss demon god retained a certain level of rationality. Apart from the murderous intent in the depths of his eyes, there was also a trace of intelligence. It was obvious that this abyss demon god had either gradually gained control of the abyss power, or he had just been infected not long ago. The violent fist smashed at the quaint sailboat like a curtain of rain. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and cleaved. Bang bang! The sword light and fist shadow cancelled each other out. Li Fuchen, who was standing at the bow of the boat, only took a few steps back. He wasn't sent flying like what everyone imagined. This is a peak-level offensive half-divine artifact. Dean looked at the longsword in Li Fuchen's hand with a shocked expression. A peak-level offensive half-divine artifact's value might not be as high as a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact's value. It would probably be above 100 low-grade god stones, but a formidable peak-level offensive half-divine artifact's value might not be inferior to a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. Just like the Wasteland City Lord Qianshi's peak-level offensive half-divine artifact. It was said that the price was above 1,000 low-grade god stones, and it was even more expensive than regular top-notch ship-type half-divine artifacts. It is truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Keferos felt sour in his heart. A peak-level offensive half-divine artifact. Who knew what other formidable half-divine artifacts Li Fuchen had? Perhaps, Li Fuchen's armor was also a peak-level half-divine artifact. In short, in terms of wealth, there weren't many low-level gods that could compare with Li Fuchen. Divine Power Index of 240, I must look like it. Li Fuchen thought about it and decided not to expose his strength. If he didn't expose his strength, he would have to expose a peak-level half-divine artifact. Since he had already exposed the top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact, it wasn't a big deal to expose another peak-level half-divine artifact. But speaking of which, in the divine world, the difference in power between half-divine artifacts was much smaller. It was actually understandable. In the divine battlefield, everyone channeled half-god power into the half-divine artifact. After progressing to become a god, the half-divine artifact would be filled with divine power. Between the half-divine artifact and half-god power, the half-divine artifact was definitely dominant. Between the half-divine artifact and divine power, the divine power would reverse and dominate the half-divine artifact. The stronger the divine power, the lesser the effect of the half-divine artifact. I reckon that after becoming a high-level god, the effects of the half-divine artifact would be negligible. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Attack together! Li Fuchen yelled out. It was impossible for Keferos and the others to be idle. Before Li Fuchen said anything, everyone had already started to attack. The Star Devourer cannon was the first to blast at the Abyss Demon God. The battle lasted for a long time. Li Fuchen grabbed the opportunity and suddenly leaped out of the ancient sailboat. He then cleaved the Abyss Demon God into two. After all, they had been together for several days and everyone had some tacit understanding. They also grabbed the opportunity to blast the Abyss Demon God's incomplete body into nothingness. Let's go, the other Abyss Demon Gods are rushing over. Li Fuchen boarded the ship and controlled the ancient sailboat to leave quickly. Not long after Li Fuchen and the others left, 3 abyss demon gods descended. Gitaro is dead. That fool could only control a little bit of abyss power. It doesn't matter if he is dead. It is a pity that the mid-class abyss demon flowers that he was protecting have all been plucked. It is just 24 mid-class abyss demon flowers. As long as the connection with the abyss gets closer, there will be more abyss demon flowers. That's true. The 3 abyss demon gods came and left quickly. In just a short moment, they vanished without a trace. After flying out of the desolate Devil Cave's 30th floor and arriving at the 29th floor, the 5 finally let out a breath of relief. A single abyss demon god was already so hard to deal with. Who knew if the next abyss demon god that arrived would be even more formidable than this one? The 5 didn't stop and continued their journey. Finally, they left the desolate Devil Cave in the shortest period of time. Anthony's residence wasn't inside the wasteland city, it was outside the city. In the depths of a desolate mountain range, there was a giant castle. Who is it? The castle's surroundings were heavily guarded. As soon as the 5 appeared, they were discovered by a black-clothed lower deity. Kapharos whispered to the 4, "These are Anthony's shadow guards." Not only are they elite lower deities, but they are also adept at shadow shifting and can appear and disappear unpredictably. Such a grand display. Dean raised his brows. A pinnacle low deity acted like a mid-deity and actually had his own guards. "Jero, I am Kapharos, Anthony's friend." Kapharos greeted the black-clothed lower deity. Jero had an indifferent expression. "Are you Kapharos? Follow me." While speaking, he turned into a shadow and led the way. "There is the smell of abyss power." Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light. Earlier on, he used his divine spirit power to scan the vicinity of the castle and actually notice traces of abyss power. This trace of abyss power was too thin and apart from him, no one else would be able to detect it. Chapter 1097. Soon enough, the 5 arrived at the castle and waited for Anthony to appear in the castle's main hall. It was obvious that Anthony was a god with great taste. The castle's main hall was decorated rather luxuriously. Li Fuchen reckoned that just the crystal chandelier that was emitting a gentle radiance was probably worth a few low-grade divine stones. After waiting for a few hours, Anthony seemed to be busy with something. It was fortunate that everyone was a god and waiting for a few hours wasn't a big deal. In order to obtain divine stones, it wasn't a big deal to wait for a few days or a few months. Finally, when the divine world sun started to set in the west, Anthony arrived late. "Apologies, I have made everyone wait." Anthony was wearing a gray robe and had an extremely ordinary appearance. He didn't look like an all-powerful pinnacle low-level god and looked more like a regular low-level god. Kapharos stood up from his seat and said with a smile, "Anthony, it is already very fast that you are able to come out so early." In his impression, Anthony basically stayed in seclusion and was engrossed in his research. Normally, such people wouldn't pay attention to the concept of time. Anthony smiled and said, "Have you brought the abyss demon flowers that I requested?" Kapharos got excited when talking about the abyss demon flowers. "Anthony, we have harvested more abyss demon flowers than you can imagine. I hope you are prepared." "Oh, then I would like to see how many there are." Anthony got excited too. As everyone took out all the abyss demon flowers, Anthony's eyes were getting brighter. "It is indeed a few times more than I imagined. But don't worry, I will give you all the low-grade divine stones." While speaking, Anthony handed Kapharos a small bag that contained 72 low-grade divine stones. Then, it was Zhao Feier's 79 low-grade divine stones, Dean's 85 low-grade divine stones, and Swallow Star's 100 low-grade divine stones. Finally, it was Li Fuchen's turn. "A total of 1,080 low-grade divine stones, right?" Anthony took a deep look at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, "That's right." Li Fuchen possessed 4 divine powers and each of them had an extremely high divine power index. Therefore, his demand for divine stones was several times that of regular low-level gods. A few dozen low-grade divine stones weren't enough. With over 1,000 low-grade divine stones, it should be enough for him to use for a few years. Of course, the prerequisite was that he hadn't progressed to become a mid-level god. After becoming a god, one's need for divine stones would increase tenfold. I'm ashamed, I don't have that many low-grade god stones on me right now, but I'll have them soon. You wait here for a few days, I'll go out and find someone to borrow them. Anthony suggested. At this moment, Kapharos also said, Li Fuchen, don't worry. Let alone 1,000 low-grade god stones, Anthony can even borrow 2,000 low-grade god stones. Li Fuchen laughed, what if I don't agree? Hearing this, Anthony's face darkened. Kapharos frowned and said, it's just a few days, there's no need to be so unreasonable. Dean persuaded, a few days isn't a big deal. Li Fuchen, wait a little longer. Don't make it too ugly. Among the crowd, only Devouring Star and Zhao Feier did not say anything. Swallowing Star acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Zhao Feier wanted to say something but hesitated. One day, I only need 1 day to borrow enough low-grade god stones. Anthony stretched out a finger and said resolutely. Li Fuchen shook his head, sorry, I don't agree. Presumptuous. Anthony was truly infuriated. Li Fuchen, sigh. Kapharos shook his head and sighed. Revealing a smile that didn't look like a smile, Li Fuchen sized up the spatial ring on Anthony's finger. Earlier on, I noticed that there seems to be 1,000 low-grade god stones in your spatial ring. Don't lie to me, my senses have always been sharp. Hearing this, everyone was startled, including Anthony. Zhao Feier noticed that there was a flash of strange light in Kapharos's eyes. It was obvious that this matter was related to Kapharos. Ha ha ha. Anthony laughed hysterically while his body burst out with chi prowess and didn't look as ordinary as before. I originally planned to deal with you quietly, but I didn't expect for you to notice. Anthony didn't conceal his murderous intent and said word by word. Kapharos, what's going on? Dean quickly looked at Kapharos. Kapharos said, Dean, Devouring Star, Zhao Feier, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. After hearing Kapharos's explanation, how could Dean and the others not understand what was going on? Li Fuchen's wealth was too robust and had triggered Anthony's murderous intent. Kapharos must have been the bridge. Enough nonsense, make your move. Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword. As expected, it is a peak-grade offensive half-god artifact and the quality is extremely high. Anthony had seen peak-grade offensive half-god artifacts before, but the quality wasn't as good as Li Fuchen's sword. Only the Desolate City Lord Qianshi's battle hammer was comparable with Li Fuchen's sword. According to Kapharos, Li Fuchen also had a peak-grade half-god artifact. It seemed like if Li Fuchen could deal with Li Fuchen, he would be able to earn 2,000 to 300 low-grade god stones. After all, if he killed Li Fuchen, he wouldn't have to pay Li Fuchen's low-grade god stones for the Abyss Demon Flower. Li Fuchen, let me help you. Zhao Feier gritted her teeth and stood out. Kapharos stopped her and said, it might be useless for you to go up, but I will not give you the chance. He had already discussed with Anthony earlier. Once the matter was settled, Anthony would give Li Fuchen 500 low-grade god stones. One had to know that this was 500 low-grade god stones. If he relied on taking risks, who knew how many times he would have to go through to earn that amount? Furthermore, taking risks would put his life in danger. Who knew if he would die in some unknown place one day? Li Fuchen decided that after obtaining the 500 low-grade god stones, he would purchase more god-class elixirs that could assist in cultivation. He would also purchase 1 or 2 divine skills and was planning to go into seclusion for 1 or 2 centuries. This matter has nothing to do with me. Anthony, can you let me go? Dean didn't plan to bother about this matter and couldn't be bothered either. He just wanted to leave with the god stones. As for Li Fuchen's life or death, it had nothing to do with him. Anthony said, once I deal with him, I will naturally let you go. I hope you will keep your promise. Dean let out a breath and said. While speaking, he and Swallow Star retreated to the side. With a flip of the palm, a gray cane appeared in Anthony's hand. He shook his head and said to Li Fuchen, hand over the spatial ring now and I can leave your corpse intact. So much nonsense. Li Fuchen was speechless. If he didn't sense a trace of faintly discernible power of abyss lingering on Anthony's body, Li Fuchen would have already made a move to kill Anthony. Courting death. Anthony made a move and poured horrific divine power into the gray cane. A gray ball of divine power was blasted at Li Fuchen. Rumble. Half of the castle was blasted away and there was a cloud of dust. Is he dead? Kafaros stared at the scene intently. Anthony wasn't a regular peak-level low deity. If he used his full strength, he could instantly kill a top-notch high deity. After the dust dispersed, Li Fuchen's figure appeared in everyone's vision. Is that all? Li Fuchen raised his brows. You are a peak-level low deity? Anthony took a glance at Kafaros. This fool didn't even know Li Fuchen's strength. It was fortunate that Anthony had a powerful trump card, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make Kafaros stay. Dean and Swallow Star frowned. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to conceal his strength. Likewise. Li Fuchen chuckled. Don't be complacent too early. I am not a regular peak-level low deity. I forgot to tell you, my divine power index is around 450. Anthony raised his gray cane high and dozens of gray divine power spheres floated in the air. Boom boom boom, the gray divine power spheres attacked Li Fuchen in a frenzy at a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture. Just in time, sword see horizon. Li Fuchen slashed with the Heaven Abyss sword and the sword light expanded like a sphere. Due to being in the divine world, Li Fuchen's sword art wasn't able to form a world or a universe like in the universe or the battlefield of gods to envelop the enemy. With the restriction of the divine world's laws, Li Fuchen's sword art couldn't even form a field power and could only vaguely form the embryonic form of a field. 15 minutes later, Anthony stopped and didn't have a great expression. He had already used his full strength but couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. How is this possible? Anthony actually can't deal with him. Kafaros had a look of disbelief. Kafaros, you shouldn't be ungrateful. If Li Fuchen didn't save you, you would have died in the desolate Devil's Denver. Zhao Feier spoke with disdain. Kafaros glared at Zhao Feier. Shut up. Do you really think he can contest with Anthony? I can only say that you don't understand Anthony. He never does things that he isn't confident in. You still understand me, Kafaros? Anthony's expression gradually calmed down. He looked deeply at Li Fuchen and said, ever since I obtained the Abyss Divine Skill, Scarlet Claw, I have been cultivating it for a few dozen years. You are the first to witness its existence. Divine Skill? Dean's heart was moved. Divine skills were incredible existences. If a low deity cultivated a low-level divine skill, even if their divine power index was only 100 or 200, they would be able to contest with a peak-level low deity. If it was a mid-level divine skill, they would be able to suppress a peak-level low deity and be invincible below the mid-level deity level. It was a pity that it was too difficult to create a divine skill. Even mid-level deities had a hard time creating low-level divine skills, let alone low-level deities. Normally speaking, if anyone wanted to learn a divine skill, they would have to spend divine stones to purchase the divine skill sealing stone. Even if the Abyss divine skill that Anthony mentioned was a low-level divine skill, it was probably a terrifying low-level divine skill. After all, it contained the word Abyss. Since Anthony required a large number of Abyss demon flowers, Dean guessed that the prerequisite to cultivate the Abyss divine skill was to control a portion of the Abyss power for one's own use. Then execute it and see. Li Fuchen realized that the divine world was getting more interesting as there was another divine skill. He didn't know what was the difference between this divine skill and a divine class martial art. Die! Anthony's body soared into the air as a terrifying abyssal power erupted and gathered on his left hand. His left hand turned crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a demon's claw. Swish! As Anthony clawed with his left hand, a dark red evil demon's claw image clawed at Li Fuchen. The ground and the surrounding vegetation were affected by the evil demon's claw image and instantly withered. There was dead silence. Kafaros, Dean, and the others quickly retreated to avoid getting affected. Watch as I break your abyss divine skill. Chapter 1098. What? The spectators were shocked. After executing the abyss divine skill, Anthony wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Didn't this mean that Li Fuchen had been toying with Anthony? Li Fuchen's strength had never been exposed. The strength that he revealed might just be the tip of the iceberg. This is bad. Dean recalled his previous attitude and felt a little uneasy. As compared to Dean, Kafaros was terrified. Was this Li Fuchen a god or a devil? He wasn't even afraid of the abyss divine skill. According to what he knew, among the divine skills of the same tier, the abyss divine skill was definitely the most terrifying. Even if one could neutralize the abyss divine skill, one wouldn't be able to neutralize the corruption of the abyss power. Impossible? As compared to everyone else, Anthony was in even more disbelief. His abyss divine skill, Deep Red Claw, wasn't a low-tier divine skill, it was a mid-tier divine skill. He might have only cultivated for a few dozen years, and with the harsh cultivation conditions of the abyss divine skill, he wasn't able to cultivate the Deep Red Claw to perfection. But a mid-tier divine skill was still a mid-tier divine skill and not a low-tier divine skill. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was a pinnacle low-tier deity. Even if Li Fuchen was 10 times stronger, he would still suffer if he was caught off guard. How was it possible to neutralize his Deep Red Claw in a single slash? Flee! Anthony was a decisive person. It didn't matter if he could accept it or not, fleeing was the best choice. A pair of gray feathered wings extended from Anthony's back. He turned into an afterimage and skimmed towards the horizon. As long as he could reach Mephit, he would still have a chance to turn the tables. Do you think you can escape? Seeing that the abyss divine skill was Anthony's trump card, Li Fuchen didn't have the patience to continue tangling with Anthony. He raised the Heaven Abyss sword and thrust in the air. TFFF. A sword light penetrated Anthony's body. In the next moment, Anthony was like a glowing hedgehog as countless sword lights burst out from his body. Soon enough, Anthony was turned into ashes. Is there such a powerful low-tier deity? Swallow Star couldn't help but ask. Dean said, his realm is undoubtedly very high. He has already surpassed the level of a lesser god. He might have even reached the level of a mid-god. Therefore, although his divine power index is still at the level of a lesser god, he can instantly kill a pinnacle lesser god. Li Fuchen's burst out with Sword Dao divine power was around 400 to 500 and it wasn't too exaggerated. However, his Sword Dao rank was too high. With a high rank, it should be able to quickly progress from a low deity to a middle deity. But to advance to the god level, aside from one's level of insight, there were many other requirements as well. One's realm was just the final glue. It was used to glue all the requirements together and then break through in one go. It was impossible to say that one's level would immediately soar when one's realm was reached. That would be unrealistic and unreliable. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he wanted to become a mid-god in Sword Dao, he would first have to truly adapt to the divine world's laws. After all, he had only been in the god world for a short period of time. There was always a slight gap between him and the god world. I don't care who you are. You killed Anthony, so don't even think about living. The instant Anthony turned into ashes, a white orb of light flew out, and a cold voice came from within. Is that Lady Mephit? Zhao Feier's expression changed. It was obvious that Mephit had left a method on Anthony. If anyone killed Anthony, Mephit would know. The rage of a mid-god was already terrifying. Li Fuchen, you are dead. Since Lady Mephit has made a move, it is impossible for you to survive. Why aren't you going to Lady Mephit to receive your punishment? Kafaros, who was already in despair, had hope again as he laughed hysterically. Noisy. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and turned Kafaros into ashes, just like Anthony's footsteps. Dean and Swallowing Star's scalp turned numb. The duo didn't dare to move as they were afraid of attracting Li Fuchen's attention. Li Fuchen didn't bother about them. They might not be considered good people, but they didn't take the initiative to harm him. Therefore, Li Fuchen wouldn't take revenge. Li Fuchen smiled at Zhao Feier and said, "Many thanks. It is my unnecessary action." Zhao Feier didn't feel that she was of any help. With Li Fuchen's strength, why would he need her help? Li Fuchen shook his head. It is easy to add flowers to embroidery, but there aren't many who can provide timely help. If Zhao Feier had chosen to watch from the sidelines, Li Fuchen would feel that she was doing the right thing. After all, they didn't have any relationship. But Zhao Feier's choice was unexpected. He didn't understand why she would stand up for him. Was it because she didn't like it? Or perhaps, she was a person who repaid kindness with kindness and kindness with kindness. Li Fuchen guessed that she must have made such a choice because he had saved everyone in the desolate Devil's Denver. However, not everyone was like Zhao Feier, such as Dean and Swallowing Star. Kafaros was the worst. Li Fuchen, hurry up and leave. Mephit is a mid-god and it won't take a lot of time to rush here from the desolate city. Zhao Feier reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "There is no hurry." While speaking, Li Fuchen looked at Dean and Swallowing Star. "I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. In the desolate Devil's Den, the two of you have more or less received my kindness. How about this, each of you leave behind something worth 100 low-grade god stones and get lost." Li Fuchen couldn't let the two of them off just like that. Without him, these people would have died in the desolate Devil's Denver. Without any explanation, the two of them left behind the divine stones and valuable items before leaving in a hurry. It was already hard enough for them to keep their lives. Furthermore, 100 low-grade god stones was equivalent to this trip's harvest. Li Fuchen wasn't being too ruthless. Subsequently, Li Fuchen ransacked Anthony's castle. As for Anthony's shadow guards, they had already vanished without a trace. According to Zhao Feier's explanation, these shadow guards were probably under Anthony's control. Now that Anthony was dead, they were considered to be free. "Here are 500 low-grade god stones. Here." Li Fuchen handed Zhao Feier 500 low-grade god stones. This time, his harvest was more than 2,000 low-grade god stones. There were over 1,000 low-grade god stones and it was considered a bountiful harvest. Too much. Zhao Feier's breathing was a little hurried. This was 500 low-grade god stones and she had never seen so many low-grade god stones in her entire life. "Let's go. If we don't leave now, Mephit is coming," Li Fuchen said to Zhao Feier. Without a choice, Zhao Feier had no choice but to keep the low-grade god stones and leave the castle with Li Fuchen. Not long after the duo left, a powerful figure descended in the vicinity of the castle. "Anthony, I will take revenge for you." Mephit's eyes flashed with fury. She would never forget that Anthony saved her life when she was still a low god. "I have already remembered your appearance. You cannot escape." Mephit was planning to issue a Blood Moon bounty at the Blood Moon Tavern once she returned. Anyone who could find traces of the murderer would be rewarded with 500 low-grade god stones. "Are you saying that divine skills are acknowledged by the divine world's laws?" Along the way, Li Fuchen found out what a divine skill was from Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier nodded. "A divine skill that isn't acknowledged by the divine world's laws isn't considered a divine skill. Or it should be said that it isn't a complete divine skill. Once a divine skill is created, it will be supported by the divine world's laws. Apart from that, the creator will also obtain a unique divine skill imprint. Only the person with this divine skill imprint would be able to seal the divine skill into the divine skill seal stone and provide it for others to cultivate. Of course, a divine skill seal stone can only be cultivated once. There are a few divine skill seal stones that can be cultivated twice or more. If that is the case, wouldn't the creator be able to open a divine skill seal stone shop and wait to collect money?" Li Fuchen questioned. Zhao Feier shook her head. "From what I know, It is very exhausting to seal the divine skill into the divine skill seal stone. Furthermore, if it is sealed too many times, the divine skill imprint will be damaged. In normal situations, the higher the grade of the divine skill, the stronger the divine skill imprint and the more times it can be sealed. Regular low-level divine skills can only be sealed a few times. I see. Li Fuchen understood. The divine skill imprint was bestowed by the divine world's laws. Once it was damaged or dispersed, the consequences would be unpredictable. It might be hard to utilize the divine skill's true power in the future. It was just like a god that cultivated another person's divine skill. They would never be able to cultivate the divine skill to the extremity. It was already very rare to be able to cultivate the divine skill to 70% or 80% of its power. What is going on with the Abyss divine skill? Could it be acknowledged by the Abyss law? Li Fuchen thought of something. Zhao Feier said, I am not too sure either. In fact, even the divine world's laws are a very general concept. No one knows what the divine world's laws are. Perhaps only after reaching a certain level would one know the reason for the formation of divine skills. Li Fuchen nodded in response. Their current level was too low and it wasn't appropriate for them to consider such trivial matters. I wonder if the divine skill seal stone in Anthony's spatial ring is the Abyss divine skill, Deep Red Claw. According to Zhao Feier's description, Li Fuchen found a crystal stone with an extremely unique chi presence in Anthony's spatial ring. On the crystal stone, there was an illusory deep red imprint that was constantly flickering. It was obvious that this was a divine skill seal stone and it was highly likely to be the Deep Red Claw seal stone. Li Fuchen didn't need the Abyss divine skill, but if he had the chance to head to the Abyss in the future, he might be able to rely on the Abyss divine skill to disguise himself. After traveling for a few days, the duo arrived at a Class 3 divine village. A Class 1 divine village would normally have a population of around 1,000 or 2,000. A Class 3 divine village would have a few times more population and would normally have around a few tens of thousands. It might be called a divine village, but it was actually more like a town. We cannot go to the desolate plain city for now. Let's buy some god-class elixirs here first. Zhao Feier suggested. Class 3 divine villages had shops. Of course, the items sold in these shops were very ordinary. The good items could only be bought in the divine cities. Alright. Li Fuchen wanted to understand more about god-class elixirs too. The Class 3 divine village that they were in was called the Flying Feather Village. There were a few shops that sold elixirs, but there was only one that sold god-class elixirs. Void Soul Elixir, God Spirit Elixir, Mind Heart Elixir. The shop only sold 3 types of god-class elixirs. The Void Soul Elixir was an elixir that stimulated the divine body and allowed the divine body to burst out with more divine power within a short period of time. The God Spirit Elixir was a god-class elixir that could temper the divine spirit and divine power. The Mind Heart Elixir was a god-class elixir that could increase the comprehension of laws. As compared to the desolate plain city, these 3 elixirs were slightly cheaper. But the same elixirs were also differentiated by quality. The inferior quality naturally wouldn't be comparable to the superior quality. The elixirs in the divine villages were also inferior to the elixirs in the divine cities. Gentlemen, the quality of my elixirs might not be comparable to the divine cities, but I guarantee that they aren't useless elixirs. The shop owner was a low deity and he looked at the duo with hope. In order to refine these 3 elixirs, he had spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of materials. But as long as he could sell them, he would be able to make a sum of money. Once his refinement level was higher, he was planning to open a shop in the divine cities. Give me 1 bottle of each of the 3 elixirs. Zhao Feier ultimately accepted Li Fuchen's 500 low-grade god stones. With 500 low-grade god stones, Zhao Feier was definitely wealthy. Furthermore, the god-class elixirs here were indeed cheap. The Void Soul elixirs were 2 low-grade god stones for 1 low-grade god stone in the divine cities. Here, it was 5 low-grade god stones for 1 low-grade god stone. Even if the effects weren't as good, it was still worth it. Chapter 1099. Wasteland City, Blood Moon Tavern. On this day, a bounty mission attracted countless demigods. TSK, just finding the trail will get a reward of 500 lower-grade divine stones, and successfully entangling the opponent will get a reward of 1,000. It's been a long time since someone issued the Blood Moon hunting order. I wonder how this lower god offended Lady Mephit. According to reliable sources, Anthony, who once saved Lady Mephit, was killed. I guess it was this lower god. What? Anthony was killed? In Wasteland City, except for the 9 middle gods, there are not many lower gods who can do it. The Blood Moon Tavern occupied a large area, but at this time, it also gave people a feeling of crowding. Look, Yu Lei is here. The crowd looked at the entrance of the tavern, and a young man with dark blue hair and 3 eyes walked in. Yu Lei was one of the few lower gods in Wasteland City who had created a lower god skill. He was strong enough to kill most lower gods at the peak. And Ghost would. Qi Yan is also here. Unexpectedly, 3 of them came at once. The Blood Moon hunting order is really powerful. 1,000 lower-grade divine stones is not a small number. Even Yu Lei and the others can't ignore 1,000 lower-grade divine stones. Although a lower god who created a lower god skill could earn divine stones quickly, it was also consumed quickly. No one would dislike having too many divine stones, only too few. Yu Lei, I didn't expect you to come. Ghostwood was a middle-aged man with a haggard face, looking gloomy. Yu Lei snorted, you can come, but I can't. Ghostwood, last time I didn't get to see your lower god skill, Burning Ghost Eyes. Let's have a fight this time. Burning Ghost Eyes was a lower god skill created by Ghostwood. It was said that this skill could set people on fire with just one look. It was very strange and overbearing. Ghostwood said, don't worry, there will be a chance. I also want to see your thunder god cut. How about we go out and have a fight now? Qi Yan was a fierce woman with yellow hair. She licked her lips and grinned. Yu Lei and Ghostwood looked at each other, their expressions slightly solemn. Qi Yan's strength was recognized as the #1 low god in Wasteland City. Her self-created low god skill, Immortal Fire Godly Body, made her divine body almost indestructible. The 2 of them had little chance of winning against her. Let's talk about it after the spar. It's more important to complete the mission first. Yu Lei wouldn't be stupid enough to tangle with Qi Yan. It wouldn't do him any good. As long as I can obtain the recognition of the immortal world, it will become a god skill. In other words, my primary extreme sword art can form 4 god skills. After knowing what a divine skill was, Li Fuchen started to pay attention to it. The primary extreme sword art had a total of 4 moves, namely Boundless Sword C, Myriad Swords returning to origin, Sword Qi returning to origin, and Origin returning sword form. These 4 godly sword techniques could be considered as 4 godly skills. According to Zhao Feier, whether it was a divine skill or not, the difference in power would be at least dozens of times. But, how do I turn a sword move into a divine skill? Along the way, Li Fuchen had been thinking about this problem. In Li Fuchen's opinion, a divine skill should have made contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law. Otherwise, it wouldn't be recognized by the immortal world's law. However, it was normal for high-grade divine skills to make contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law. It didn't seem to be that easy for low-level divine skills to make contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law, right? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Li Fuchen shook his head and decided to simplify the primary extreme sword art. He wanted to make the primary extreme sword art simpler and purer. As time elapsed, within the desolate plain city, many of the low-level gods were searching for traces of Li Fuchen. Flying Feather Village, are you certain he came here? In front of a villager, Yu Lei released his divine power and formed Li Fuchen's image. I am certain. There is a woman with him. The villager swore. Alright, this inferior divine stone belongs to you. Yu Lei tossed the inferior divine stone to the villager. You cannot escape. Yu Lei chased after Li Fuchen. Sword See Horizon. In the wilderness, Li Fuchen executed the Sword See Horizon repeatedly. Each time he executed the Sword See Horizon, the sword light would spread out like a wave of light. Such a powerful sword pressure. In the distance, Zhao Feier was roasting some meat. During her free time, she would occasionally take a glance at Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen executed the sword move, he didn't use too much divine power, therefore, the power was very reserved. But that invisible sword pressure still caused Zhao Feier's expression to change slightly. Her intuition told her that this move was incredible, very incredible. Perhaps, he really can create a low-level divine skill. It was too difficult to create a divine skill. Innate talent, perception, and luck were all indispensable. There were plenty of low-level gods who had excellent innate talent and perception. In fact, they were even better than some of the low-level gods who created divine skills. However, they weren't able to create a divine skill. Some of the low-level gods who didn't have great innate talent and perception would be able to create a divine skill by chance. It was very difficult for outsiders to understand the subtlety of this. Zhao Feier had once seen a high-level divine note. It stated that creating a divine skill required an opportunity. If one grasped the opportunity, they would be able to produce twice the results with half the effort. If they didn't, they would only produce half the results with twice the effort. This feeling, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. During these days, Li Fuchen didn't know how many swords he executed. Just a moment ago, he felt that his sword move was a little strange. Something isn't right. It still isn't right. Immediately after, Li Fuchen tried to find that feeling. But it might be because his heart was in a mess, that feeling was gradually getting further away. I cannot be anxious and there is no need to be anxious. This isn't my first day of sword learning and I actually made such a mistake. Soon enough, Li Fuchen calmed down. When cultivating the sword Dao, it was taboo to be impatient. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the sword Dao was the great Dao while the divine skill was just a minor Dao. It was truly foolish to lose the great Dao for a minor Dao. Of course, minor Dao should still be cultivated, but the prerequisite was to not deviate from the great Dao. One had to admit that Li Fuchen's spirit state was too high. After reflecting, Li Fuchen easily entered the feeling that he was searching for. Breathing. Rhythm. Roaming. As the feeling got stronger, Li Fuchen had some comprehensions. A divine skill was probably called a divine skill because there was something essential in the divine skill. The Sword See Horizon was too exquisite. It might be compatible with the divine world's law, but it was concealed very thickly. If Li Fuchen didn't execute it thousands of times, he wouldn't be able to achieve such results in such a short period of time. For the next few days, when Li Fuchen executed the Sword See Horizon, he could vaguely feel an invisible power gathering. In the past, when he executed the Sword See Horizon, he might be able to pry open the divine world's law power, but there wasn't such a huge commotion. Another 2 days passed. On this day, when Li Fuchen brandished his sword, a horrific power descended. The Sword See Horizon had obtained the recognition of the divine world's law. The descent of the divine world's law. How is this possible? Zhao Feier was flabbergasted. In the divine world, there weren't many things that could cause the divine world's law to descend. Creating a divine skill was one of them. To be honest, Zhao Feier already thought highly of Li Fuchen and believed that Li Fuchen had hopes of creating a divine skill. If it was someone else, she would think that the person was daydreaming. There were thousands of low-level deities in the wasteland city, but how many of them had created low-level divine skills? Furthermore, it was hard to say if those few had relied on luck to create the divine skill. But from the looks of it now, she didn't think highly of Li Fuchen, she had obviously underestimated him. She believed that Li Fuchen had hopes of creating a divine skill, but that was something that would happen many years later. She didn't expect for Li Fuchen to create a divine skill in such a short period of time. It had already broken logic and her worldview. This is the divine skill imprint. When the divine world's law descended, Li Fuchen saw a small sword imprint that was filled with boundless chi presence entering his divine body. It was obvious that this small sword imprint was the Sword Sea Horizon imprint and also the Divine Skill imprint. When the small sword imprint entered his body, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the Sword Sea Horizon was more than 10 times deeper. In fact, with the small sword imprint, Li Fuchen could subtly sense a trace of the Divine World Sword Dao Law. Li Fuchen, you created a divine skill? Zhao Feier couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen smiled and said, after spending so many days, I finally created it. Finally? The corner of Zhao Feier's mouth twitched. What did Li Fuchen think creating a divine skill was? Others had spent decades or centuries to create a divine skill, but Li Fuchen created it in less than half a month. How could he let others live? That's right, how much is the divine skill seal stone? How do I sell the divine skill after it is sealed? I might be able to make some money with it in the future. Li Fuchen suddenly asked. Zhao Feier said, divine skill sealing stones that have not been used before are divided into 9 stars from low to high, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. Normally speaking, a lesser divine skill is usually sealed in a 1-star divine skill sealing stone, and a divine skill sealing stone of this level can only be used once. As for the price, it is 10 low-grade divine stones for a single seal stone. It is hard to say after a low-level divine skill is sealed. If others know that the divine skill is incredible, it can be sold at a high price. If others don't know, it will normally be around 100 low-grade divine stones. While speaking, Zhao Feier looked at Li Fuchen and said, to you, selling the divine skill won't be able to earn a lot of low-grade divine stones. If you lack divine stones, I will return the divine stones to you. I am joking. Even if I sell the divine skill 10 times, I will only earn 1,000 low-grade divine stones. It is indeed not a lot. Li Fuchen was obviously joking. He wasn't that pitiful to the point of selling divine skills for a living. The sky gradually brightened and the duo were preparing to set off. All of a sudden, there was a flash of lightning that flew over from the horizon. Bang! The lightning scorched the ground and a figure appeared in front of the duo. Yu Lei. Zhao Feier's expression changed. Yu Lei, who had dark blue hair and 3 eyes, ignored Zhao Feier. He looked at Li Fuchen and said, I finally caught you. Li Fuchen, don't be careless. This Yu Lei is one of the few low-level deities that created a divine skill in the Wasteland City. The low-level divine skill he created is called Thunder God /. It is said that apart from mid-level deities, there aren't many low-level deities that can dodge the slash. Zhao Feier warned Li Fuchen secretly. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen nodded with a smile on his face. A duel between low-level divine skills should be very interesting. For the sake of fairness, Li Fuchen decided to suppress his divine power index to around 400. In addition, he had to suppress his sword Dao proficiency too. Chapter 1100. Don't even think about running away. In the Wasteland City, except for mid-gods, no one is faster than me. Yu Lei flipped his palm, and a long blade flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. Why do you want to escape? Li Fuchen took a step forward. It just so happens that I wish to experience your divine skill, Thunder God /. You've got guts. I hope you're as strong as you sound. Yu Lei's expression turned solemn as a terrifying lightning energy gathered around him. Ever since he created the divine skill Thunder God /, he had fought 36 battles and won 36 of them. Among them, 35 of them were instant kills, including a low god who had created a divine skill. There was nothing fancy about his Thunder God /. It was just fast. It was so fast that the enemy died before they could even react. He believed that this time would be no exception. Be careful. Zhao Feier looked nervous. Yu Lei's reputation was too great. Amongst the demigods of Wasteland City, Yu Lei was at least ranked in the top 3. Li Fuchen might be incredible and had created a divine sword move not long ago, but he was still too young and it was hard for him to be comparable with Yu Lei, who had been creating divine skills for a long time. Zhao Feier could only hope that Li Fuchen had other trump cards. Don't worry. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. What a joke, the enemy was just a low-level deity. Even if Li Fuchen stood there and didn't retaliate, the enemy wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. Thunder God Slash. Yu Lei's figure disappeared, replaced by a dazzling lightning blade. The initial speed of the thunder and lightning blade was already incredibly fast. As it moved forward, its speed was still increasing, and its power was also increasing. Of course, only Li Fuchen could see the changes that happened in such a short period of time. Zhao Feier, who was at the side, couldn't even react in time. As expected of a godly skill, Li Fuchen silently praised. Yu Lei's Thunder God Slash, just the word fast was enough to make many people unable to block it. In front of absolute speed, no matter how strong one's attack was, they would be killed before they could even display their power. It was a pity that Yu Lei encountered Li Fuchen. Boundless Sword C. Without even drawing his sword, Li Fuchen circulated a portion of his divine power and burst out with the Sword C Horizon. Kacha kacha, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the wilderness, and a terrifying sword pressure instantly descended, filling the entire wilderness. Yu Lei's Thunder God Chop was visibly slowing down. In less than a thought, it was at least 100 times slower. What happened? A hint of panic flashed through Yu Lei's mind. His opponent's sword momentum actually froze his divine skill. How terrifying was this? It's a domain. Suddenly, Yu Lei understood. What the other party released was a domain-type divine skill. The domain divine skill was known as the divine skill among the divine skills. When faced with an enemy with a divine domain skill, it was best not to fight with him. It was best to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, once he got close, he wouldn't even be able to escape. When the Thunder Saber light was 3 feet away from Yu Lei couldn't advance anymore and was frozen in the air. Raising his right index and middle fingers, Li Fuchen thrust with his sword finger. Puff! A small hole appeared on Yu Lei's body. As the sword momentum dissipated, Yu Lei lost the external force and countless tiny sword lights burst forth from his body. Then, he quickly turned into a man of light and shattered. What? Zhao Feier finally woke up at this moment. She then saw a shocking scene. Yu Lei was killed. Zhao Feier felt it was unbelievable when she thought about it. It was laughable that she was still worried for Li Fuchen. Within the desolate plain city, apart from mid-gods, no one was a match for Li Fuchen. This Yu Lei is rather strong. It is a pity that he encountered me. Li Fuchen casually kept Yu Lei's spatial ring. Zhao Feier smiled bitterly and said, "It is because you are too strong." Li Fuchen, what level is your strength at? How are you going to fight against mid-gods? Her curiosity was getting stronger and she couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen said, "I don't know about formidable mid-gods, but I am rather confident against regular mid-gods." Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant to the point of not putting mid-gods in his eyes. In terms of cultivation level, he wouldn't be stronger than mid-gods. In terms of divine power index, his sword Dao divine power was only slightly over 1000 and was considered as a newly promoted mid-god. In terms of divine skills, Li Fuchen, who only had one divine skill, was rather lacking. Mid-gods might be able to learn mid-god skills. The Sword C Horizon might be able to counter the Thunder God Slash, but it might not be able to counter mid-god skills. Li Fuchen's only strength might be the Destruction Divine Body. With the Destruction Divine Body, he was able to contest with mid-gods. He is comparable to regular mid-gods. Zhao Feier took a deep cold breath. She didn't know if Li Fuchen was truly comparable to regular mid-gods. Just from his confidence, it was enough to show that his strength wasn't limited to what he had revealed. 3 days later, another low god who had created his own divine skill caught up to him. This person is called Guimu. He created an ocular technique divine skill, Blazing Ghost Eye. His strength isn't inferior to Yu Lei. As compared to the previous introduction of Yu Lei, Zhao Feier was much more relaxed this time. Guimu frowned as he felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Burn! Guemu didn't think too much and instantly activated the blazing ghost eye. His eyes were burning with green flames. Huff, around Li Fuchen, green flames appeared out of nowhere. But every time the flames appeared, they would shatter into countless sparks and couldn't even get close to Li Fuchen. Impossible, my blazing ghost eye is actually unable to ignite his divine power. Guemu revealed a shocked expression. In the past, even if he encountered an opponent with comparable strength, his blazing ghost eye would be able to barely ignite the opponent's divine power. Die! More divine power surged into his eyes as two green flame pillars blasted at Li Fuchen. Bang boom! The green flame pillars weren't real. Everywhere they passed through, flames would appear out of nowhere and ignite the wilderness. Zhao Feier was already very far away, but she could still feel the divine power in her body burning up. A trace of flame was born out of nowhere, and when she looked at the battlefield, her eyes were emitting green smoke as though they were being scorched by smoke. Such a terrifying blazing ghost eye. Zhao Feier was apprehensive as she retreated frantically. She was only slightly affected and was already unable to endure it. It was hard to imagine what it felt like to face Guemu's blazing ghost eye. While retreating, Zhao Feier looked at Li Fuchen. Within a radius of 3 feet around Li Fuchen, it felt like there was an absolute field. No matter how tyrannical and incredible Guemu's blazing ghost eye was, it was unable to invade this absolute field. The blazing ghost eye blurs the boundary between divine power and vision. Vision is divine power and divine power is vision. It is a pity that it is still unable to break through my sword sea horizon. From Zhao Feier, Li Fuchen knew that field divine skills were one of the strongest divine skills. At least, divine skills of the same tier wouldn't be able to surpass field divine skills. Go! Seeing that the blazing ghost eye couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, Guemu made a prompt decision and burst in retreat. Li Fuchen grinned and suddenly expanded his sword prowess to freeze Guemu's retreating figure. PFFF. Without any suspense, Guemu instantly followed in Yu Lei's footsteps. There aren't more than 10 low-level deities that can create divine skills in the desolate plain city. In just a few days, 2 of them have already died in your hands. Seeing that Guemu's corpse wasn't left, Zhao Feier lamented. Li Fuchen said, "The divine world doesn't lack prodigies. Even if 2 are dead, there will be more." That is true. Zhao Feier nodded. The divine world was huge and a mere desolate plain city wasn't worth mentioning. In the outside world, there were plenty of low-level deities that could create divine skills. Who would care about the lives of Yu Lei and Guemu? The duo continued on their journey. Zhao Feier's objective was to find a place to go into seclusion for a period of time, while Li Fuchen was rather aimless. In any case, he could create and research divine skills anywhere. On the 5th night after Guemu's death, there was a blazing light that descended from the horizon like a meteor. If I didn't guess it wrongly, he should be the #1 low-level deity of the desolate plain city, Qi Yan. Zhao Feier's expression was rather grave. Qi Yan was different from Yu Lei and Guemu. Yu Lei and Guemu had incredible attacks, while Qi Yan had incredible divine body. Qi Yan's divine skill was a divine body skill called the Undying Flame Divine Body. Without breaking the divine body, it was impossible to kill Qi Yan, but Qi Yan could try thousands of times to kill you. Boom boom boom. The battle was abnormally intense. Qi Yan was obviously a battle maniac. When he saw Li Fuchen, he didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Is this the divine body divine skill? Li Fuchen sized up Qi Yan's divine body. After executing the Undying Flame Divine Body, Qi Yan's divine body looked like it was condensed with golden magma. Li Fuchen's sword finger thrust earlier only made Qi Yan's divine body slightly thinner. Li Fuchen could see that unless his strength was 10 times stronger than Qi Yan, it was impossible to kill Qi Yan. It also meant that if Li Fuchen didn't increase his strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Qi Yan. Awesome, again. Qi Yan might have been suppressed by Li Fuchen, but he was getting increasingly frenzied. Perhaps he knew that with the Undying Flame Divine Body, it was impossible for him to be killed, therefore, he was fearless. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Li Fuchen sneered and his divine power started to surge. 450, 550, 650, 750, in an instant, Li Fuchen's divine power index had increased by a few hundred points. Every time the divine power index was doubled, it wasn't as simple as doubling the strength of the divine power, it was several times or even 10 times. Let's see if you can withstand it this time. Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword and pierced through Qi Yan's divine body. PFFF 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 PFFF. There was a sound like a bubble bursting and Qi Yan's undying flame divine body rapidly dimmed. PFFF. When Li Fuchen executed the second sword, Qi Yan didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a bundle of flames and dissipated. He was dead without a doubt. As of now, the three strongest low-level gods that pursued Li Fuchen had all died in Li Fuchen's hands. If this news got out, it would shake the entire desolate city. Chapter 1101. After turning the Sword Sea Horizon into a divine skill, Li Fuchen started to try to turn the Sect Origin swords into a divine skill. When would he be able to turn all four moves of the primary extreme sword art into a divine skill? In terms of combat methods, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid of anyone. As compared to the Sword Sea Horizon, the Sect Origin sword's attack power was much stronger and more extreme. According to Li Fuchen's imagination, if this move was turned into a divine skill, the power would definitely be astounding. Even if it wasn't comparable to a mid-level divine skill, it wouldn't be too far off. In a desolate valley with no signs of human habitation, a majestic and imposing prowess suddenly descended. Immediately after, the valley was filled with sword light and sword chi. An extremely dazzling sword chi pillar burst into the sky and nearly tore the clouds apart. He created another divine skill. Zhao Feier was already numb. How many days had it been and Li Fuchen actually created a second divine skill? When did divine skills become so easy to create? Or perhaps, Li Fuchen was a legendary sword Dao prodigy that only appeared once in a million years? Zhao Feier shook her head and continued her seclusion. She didn't have any thoughts about creating a divine skill that belonged to her. To her, breaking through to become a mid-level deity one day was already the greatest success she had ever achieved. The Sect Origin swords has also turned into a divine skill. In the depths of the valley, Li Fuchen's imposing prowess had dispersed and he revealed a smile. Compared to the Sword Sea Horizon, the might of the 10,000 ancestral swords was much, much stronger. Once this godly skill was unleashed, it represented an extreme attack. The Sword Sea Horizon and the Sect Origin swords, one for defense and the other for offense. They represent two extremes, but as compared to the third move, Sword Chi Return, it is slightly inferior. In terms of defense, the Sword Chi Return wasn't as good as the Sword Sea Horizon. In terms of pure offense, it wouldn't surpass the Sect Origin swords, but the Sword Chi Return was mystical and unfathomable. At times, no matter how powerful your attack was, you had to hit the opponent first. If you were to encounter someone with a higher cultivation realm, the Sword Sea Horizon and Sect Origin swords might be useless, but the Sword Chi Return could still put up a fight. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cultivation realm wasn't too high, otherwise, the divine skill would be useless. The difficulty of transforming the Sword Chi Return into a divine skill was 10 times harder than Li Fuchen imagined. And this was when Li Fuchen's Sword Dao level was constantly growing. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the divine world, his Sword Dao level was already at the peak stage of low god. Right now, Li Fuchen reckoned that his Sword Dao level was at least mid-stage or late-stage mid-god. In other words, Li Fuchen was creating a low-level divine skill as a mid-level deity. It would be strange if it wasn't fast. But now, it was difficult for him to turn the Sword Chi Restoration into a god skill. He suspected that once the Sword Chi Restoration became a god skill, it would become a medium god skill. If he had a mid-level divine skill, Fuchen would be more confident against regular mid-level deities. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. 1. Fuchen Li, Zhao Feier exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and woke up from her closed-door cultivation. Increasing his divine power index by 1 point in a month was a very fast speed. If he could keep this up, he would be at 12 points in a year and 120 points in 10 years. Zhao God was Fuchen Li didn't. The higher the God power index, the harder it was to increase it further. With the assistance of God-class elixirs, it was already praiseworthy for her to increase her God power index by 120 points in 100 years. I didn't manage to create the third divine skill. Zhao Feier looked in Li Fuchen's direction and said to herself. Another month had passed and Zhao Feier's God power index had increased by 1 more point. Huff! On this day, there was a violent gale in the sky. Immediately after, there was thunder and lightning and it was pitch black. A horrific heaven and earth power had descended and enveloped Li Fuchen's seclusion location. This heaven and earth power was too terrifying. When Zhao Feier closed her eyes, she felt as though she could see a sword piercing through time and space. What divine skill is this? How could Zhao Feier not understand that Li Fuchen had created the third divine skill? But this divine skill seemed to be different. The descending divine world law was horrifying. Could it be a mid-level divine skill? Zhao Feier's mind flashed with a thought and she couldn't get rid of it. PFFF. Li Fuchen felt as though he could hear countless bubbles bursting. This was the sound of the sword Qi returned to origin sword intent that was too powerful and had affected time and space. As expected, after the sword Qi returned to origin transforms into a divine skill, it is a mid-level divine skill. Even though Li Fuchen was prepared, he was still rather surprised. A mid-level divine skill was more than 100 times stronger than a low-level divine skill. The strongest low-level divine skill wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from the weakest mid-level divine skill. For example, if Yulei's Thunder God Slash was a mid-level divine skill, then Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon wouldn't be able to stop Yulei's Thunder God Slash and would only be pierced and torn apart. But I can feel that the Sword Qi Return to Origin is just a regular mid-level divine skill. It isn't like the Sword Sea Horizon and the Sect Origin Swords, which are elite low-level divine skills. There was a huge difference between divine skills of the same tier. If a regular mid-level divine skill encountered a powerful mid-level divine skill, it was inevitable that a regular mid-level divine skill would be suppressed. I can slowly perfect it in the future. There is no hurry. Divine skills could also be improved and perfected. Low-level divine skills could be upgraded to mid-level divine skills, while mid-level divine skills could be upgraded to high-level divine skills. Li Fuchen, did you create a mid-level divine skill? Not far away, Zhao Feier flew over and asked curiously. Li Fuchen nodded, it can be considered so. Zhao Feier's heart paused for a moment before she took a deep breath and said, gods are superior to gods and can anger gods to death. Regular gods like us might cultivate diligently for hundreds or thousands of years, but it wouldn't even be comparable to a few days of bitter cultivation for you prodigies. Li Fuchen laughed and said, is there anyone in the Wasteland City who has created a mid-level divine skill? You don't know how difficult it is to create a divine skill. In normal situations, only a few of 10,000 low-level deities can create a low-level divine skill. In comparison, only a few of 10,000 mid-level deities can create a mid-level divine skill. Most of the mid-level deities would only try to create as many low-level divine skills as possible to perfect their combat methods. The Wasteland City only has a total of 9 mid-level deities and it is impossible for anyone to create a mid-level divine skill. However, it is possible to obtain a mid-level divine skill seal stone and learn a mid-level divine skill. Creating a mid-level divine skill and learning a mid-level divine skill were two different things. When learning a mid-level divine skill, it wouldn't be recognized by the divine world's laws and wouldn't be reinforced by the divine world's laws. The power that could be displayed would be very limited. Of course, it would definitely be stronger than a low-level divine skill. There was no doubt about it. It also means to say that a mid-level divine skill seal stone is very expensive? Li Fuchen couldn't help but ask. As compared to mid-level deities, there were more low-level deities and they had created more low-level divine skills. Despite the case, a single low-level divine skill would be worth 100 low-grade god stones. Zhao Feier nodded. Very expensive, ridiculously expensive. A mid-level divine skill would be worth at least 100,000 low-grade god stones, and there is no market for it. What kind of concept was 100,000 low-grade god stones? If a low-level deity had 100,000 low-grade god stones, no matter how bad their perception was, with a massive amount of resources, they would have a high chance of progressing to become a mid-level deity. The crucial thing was that a mid-level divine skill could be sealed and sold several times. It would be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of low-grade god stones. It seems like I am rather wealthy. Li Fuchen raised his brows. 100,000 low-grade god stones was indeed a huge sum for the current Li Fuchen. If you don't lack divine stones, I advise you not to sell it. Otherwise, others might easily find out about your divine skills specialty. Zhao Feier reminded. I am just saying. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't sell the divine skill as he wasn't in such a miserable state. Subsequently, Li Fuchen didn't continue to transform the primary extreme sword art's fourth move, Origin Return Sword form, into a divine skill. His current sword Dao proficiency was still rather low. He was able to transform the Origin Return Sword into a mid-level divine skill because his proficiency and perception were sufficient, therefore, he was able to succeed. If he wanted to transform the Origin Return Sword form, his proficiency was obviously insufficient and it wasn't enough to rely on perception. So you are hiding here. A boundless prowess descended and enveloped the entire valley. Mid-level deity, it is Mephit? Zhao Feier had a change of expression. The divine world's law power and the power of a mid-level deity were rather easy to differentiate. Lifting her head, Zhao Feier saw a majestic figure skimming over. This person had a handsome face and was wearing silver battle armor. His body was emitting an extremely powerful divine power wave. Zhao Feier reckoned that this person's divine power index was at least above 2000. Mephit was one of the 9 mid-level deities in the desolate city. When facing a mid-level deity, my divine power index is indeed my shortcoming. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and faced Mephit. His sword Dao divine power index wasn't low and was over 1000. But as compared to Mephit, it was still far inferior. But so what? This battle was unavoidable. No wonder you are able to kill Anthony, Yu Lei, and the others. You are actually a mid-level deity. Mephit squinted her eyes. Li Fuchen's divine power index was obviously over 1000. It was impossible for a low-level deity's divine power index to exceed 1000. Therefore, in her opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely a mid-level deity. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should have broken through recently. It is a pity that you became insolent too early and shouldn't have offended me. After knowing that Li Fuchen was a mid-level deity, Mephit's killing intent was more than 10 times stronger. If Li Fuchen was allowed to roam freely, he would become a huge threat sooner or later. Mephit wasn't that foolish. Let's fight. Li Fuchen didn't argue. Apart from some differences, he was indeed no different from a mid-level deity. Die, shatter silver dust. Mephit immediately burst out with a low-level divine skill. This low-level divine skill was Mephit's proudest low-level divine skill. Once it was executed, the sky would be filled with shattered silver dust. It looked dreamy and was filled with murderous intent. Just in time. The sword Sea Horizon was executed and the field power enveloped Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, when the silver shards made contact with Li Fuchen's field power, there was a continuous explosion. But soon enough, there was the sound of cloth ripping. Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon was broken and there were silver shards that scattered on Li Fuchen's body. Chapter 1102. These silver shards were obviously highly compressed divine power. No matter what it touched, it would explode violently. Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon didn't last for a long time before it collapsed. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to survive the explosion of the silver shards and would be blasted into smithereens. However, Li Fuchen still had the Destruction Divine Physique. The Destruction Divine Physique was very special. The silver shard's explosion power was extremely powerful, but when encountering the destruction divine physique, it was like a muted fire. The power was reduced by more than 100 times and it wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. As expected, my destruction divine physique isn't a divine physique divine skill and is superior to it. Li Fuchen was enlightened. As compared to the undying flame divine physique, it was obvious that his destruction divine physique was stronger. The undying flame divine physique was mainly undying, but its defense was still rather weak. Apart from being able to destroy all attacks, his destruction divine physique also had extremely tough defense. The silver shards that had reduced power by more than 100 times exploded. To Li Fuchen, it was no different from hanging firecrackers on his body. It might be painful, but it wasn't dangerous. Field divine skill? Divine physique divine skill? Mephit frowned. If the two divine skills were stacked together, it would be able to neutralize the shattering silver dust. Watch me penetrate your divine physique divine skill, dream killer intent. As Mephit yelled out, an illusory silver spear condensed above her head. In the next moment, the silver spear turned into light dust, and when it reappeared, the spearhead was already in contact with Li Fuchen's body and was about to penetrate through. Bang! The silver spear exploded and Li Fuchen's body shook. Impossible? Mephit had an unpleasant expression. This divine skill of hers was hard to differentiate between real and fake. Logically, it shouldn't be able to defend. Incredible. Receive a move from me too. Li Fuchen couldn't continue to passively receive attacks. He brandished the Heaven Abyss sword and thrust at Mephit. Cling! There was a clear and resonant sword hum. 10,000 sword shadows were emitting cold light and were like a violent storm that engulfed Mephit. When facing such an extreme attack, Mephit didn't dare to be careless and wasn't willing to counter-attack with attack. She executed her third divine skill, a protection divine skill. Clang 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 clang. An illusory glowing door appeared outside Mephit's body. Thousands of sword shadows slashed the door of light, causing countless sparks to fly. Low-level protective godly skill, Gate of Light. Is this a battle between gods? Zhao Feier, who was watching from afar, was stunned when she saw the ravine completely destroyed. Divine skills that were hard to come by in the eyes of ordinary people were easily grasped by Mephit. No one knew how many divine skills he had mastered. Although these godly skills were all inferior godly skills. In comparison, Li Fuchen was slightly weaker on the battlefield, but he didn't suffer any injuries and was obviously very confident. No matter how violent Li Fuchen's sect origin swords were, the door of light was still standing there. This wasn't a difference in divine skill, it was a difference in divine power. Only with a sufficient supply of divine power could the Gate of Light ensure its own stability. You're actually suppressing me with a god power index of over 1000. Mephit had a change of expression. Li Fuchen's divine skill was too ferocious. He had never seen an inferior godly skill that was more ferocious than this divine skill in the desolate city. No, even outside of the desolate city, he had never seen such a ferocious inferior godly skill. If he didn't see others executing mid-level divine skills and knew that true mid-level divine skills were much more terrifying, he would have suspected that Li Fuchen was executing a mid-level divine skill. No matter how ferocious the sect origin swords were, there would be a time when the sword prowess would be exhausted. Mephit was waiting for this moment. Dream killer, limitless. Mephit had his own ambition. He had always desired to upgrade the Dream Killer to a mid-level divine skill. Once he succeeded, apart from the city lord Qianshi, no one else in the desolate city would be a match for him. Even the city lord Qianshi would only be able to rely on external force to suppress Mephit, who possessed a mid-level divine skill. His pure strength would definitely be inferior to Mephit. Of course, the prerequisite was for Mephit to succeed. There was a burst of resplendent radiance as the illusory silver spear stabbed at Li Fuchen's divine body. Unlike previously, this time, the silver spear might have exploded, but it didn't dissipate completely. Instead, it condensed again. Again and again, in just a short period of time, the silver spear had attacked Li Fuchen dozens of times. Even with the destruction divine physique, Li Fuchen still felt a little overwhelmed. No wonder he is a mid-level deity. If it wasn't for the destruction divine physique, I would have died countless times. Li Fuchen had a certain understanding of the mid-level deities. In terms of divine power index, Mephit wasn't considered a powerful mid-level deity, but he wasn't a regular mid-level deity either. Such a mid-level deity was definitely very common among the mid-level deities. As long as one progressed to a mid-level deity and cultivated for a period of time, they would be able to reach this level. But even so, a mid-level deity was still a mid-level deity. It wasn't an easy task to make up for the difference in divine power. It seems like I have no choice but to execute this move. Li Fuchen brazenly executed the sword Qi return to origin divine skill. Once the sword was executed, the wind and clouds changed color. A sharp prowess locked onto Mephit. Not good. Mephit subconsciously executed the door of light divine skill. PFFF. An ordinary sword shadow appeared out of nowhere. The sword penetrated the door of light and also Mephit's divine body. Impossible, this is a mid-level divine skill. Mephit yelled out miserably. Mid-level divine skills had world-shaking power and it was impossible for Li Fuchen to be wrong. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression as he attacked at Mephit again. Flee. Mephit executed her fourth divine skill and also her final divine skill, Light Shift. Her entire body turned into countless light spots and dissipated. PFFF. The sword shadow drew across the light spots and Mephit's muffled groan could be heard. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. It was easy to defeat a mid-level deity, but to kill a mid-level deity was more than 10 times harder. From afar, Zhao Feier was extremely shocked when she saw Mephit retreating in defeat. A high and mighty mid-level deity was actually repelled by a low-level deity. If this news was spread out, how shocking would it be? But when thinking about how Li Fuchen was able to create a mid-level divine skill, defeating a mid-level deity wasn't that exaggerated anymore. After all, as compared to defeating a mid-level deity, creating a mid-level divine skill was much more difficult. What class does this Mephit belong to among the 9 mid-level deities in the Wasteland City? Li Fuchen asked Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier replied, probably in the lower middle class. There are at least 6 that are stronger than her. It also means that she is ranked outside the top 6. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything else. A few hundred miles away, the light dust gathered into Mephit's figure. Damn it! Mephit had an extremely unpleasant expression. He never expected that he would be defeated by Li Fuchen. Right now, he wasn't thinking about how to take revenge for Anthony, but how to resolve this trouble. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would let this matter go. Furthermore, he didn't intend to let this matter go either. Long Kuan, didn't you always want to know the location of the dense mist treasure? I can tell you. Mephit's face flashed with a cold expression. Chapter 1103. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already been in the divine realm for 5 years. My divine power increase is getting slower. During the past 5 years, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao divine power index had increased from 1200 to 1300. In the eyes of a regular person, this speed was absolutely shocking. Most people wouldn't be able to increase their divine power index by 100 points even after a few hundred years. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that this speed was still too slow. Others' divine power index started from 10 and those with vigorous innate strength would only start from the 10s or 100. Li Fuchen started from 1000 and naturally couldn't be lumped together. Li Fuchen reckoned that the reason why his progress was slow was mainly because his divine power index was too high. After all, he was only a low god and there was still a limit to his divine power index. If he wanted to improve his divine power quickly, there was only one way and that was to progress to the mid-god realm. Soon, I can feel that my divine spirit and divine power are getting closer to the fusion stage. The difference in levels of gods was actually the difference in the degree of fusion between the divine spirit and divine power. The degree of fusion between low gods was obviously inferior to that of mid-gods. In normal situations, low gods fusion would be around 10%, mid gods would be around 20%, and high gods would be 30%. When the divine spirit and divine power had a higher degree of fusion, the various aspects of the god would be greatly improved. Li Fuchen's situation was different from others. In the divine realm, be it low gods, mid gods, or high gods, their divine spirit would be purple. However, Li Fuchen's divine spirit was red. When Li Fuchen progressed to the low god realm, his divine spirit and divine powers fusion was naturally at 15%. If there were no accidents, when Li Fuchen progressed to the mid-god realm, his divine spirit and divine powers fusion would definitely exceed 20%. In other words, Li Fuchen's growth attribute would be 50% higher than others, and it was a very terrifying thing. Apart from the trend of fusion between the divine spirit and divine power, Li Fuchen's greatest improvement during the past 5 years was his sword Dao level. With a superior divine spirit, Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water in the divine realm. The improvement of his sword Dao level was natural and he didn't encounter any bottlenecks for now. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't sure if his sword Dao was at the mid-stage or late stage of the mid-stage deity realm. But now, Li Fuchen was 70% or 80% certain that his sword Dao was at the late stage of the mid-stage deity realm. In comparison, Mephit's divine power index was over 2000 and her cultivation level was probably at the early stage of the mid-stage. The possibility of her reaching the mid-stage was very low, otherwise, she wouldn't have been repelled so easily by Li Fuchen. With the improvement of his sword Dao level, Li Fuchen's 3 divine skills were naturally more powerful. The Origin Return Sword Qi was already a mid-level divine skill. The Sect Origin swords had been upgraded to a mid-level divine skill. However, the Sword Sea Horizon was still lacking. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need to increase his sword Dao to the peak stage of the mid-god realm before it could be upgraded to a mid-god skill. After all, divine skills were the hardest to create and were also the hardest to improve. And were the hardest to. Apart from the Origin Returning Sword form, the rest of the primary extreme sword art has already been transformed into divine skills. I just don't know when the Seamless Sword Qi will become a divine skill. Apart from the Origin Return Sword form, the primary extreme sword art is already a divine skill. I wonder when will the Seamless Sword Qi become a divine skill. The Seamless Sword Qi was very terrifying. Once it was transformed into a divine skill, it would definitely be the most fearsome mid-level divine skill. It might even be a high-level divine skill. In the face of this move, all defenses were useless. The Seamless Sword Qi was seamless and all defenses were useless in the face of it. This move was considered Li Fuchen's masterpiece. Even if it hadn't been transformed into a divine skill, the power wasn't inferior to most low-level divine skills. Huff! At the peak of the 30,000-foot mountain, Li Fuchen looked into the distance and took in the scenery within a few dozen miles. The scenery of the divine world is truly great. The desolate plain city was actually a desolate land in the divine world. But the divine world was still the divine world and had been cleansed by the divine world's energy. The mountains, rocks, and trees of the divine world were naturally extraordinary. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any random rock here would be a rare treasure in the Kunwa cosmos. Any random weed in the Kunwa cosmos would be able to increase one's strength greatly and save countless years of bitter cultivation. For the past 5 years, Li Fuchen had been traveling around and researching Sword Dao. He had been living a carefree life. As for Zhao Feier, she had already parted ways with him 3 years ago. Zhao Feier came from a very concealed place outside of the desolate plain city. Wolf Village. There were plenty of pure-blood wolf men and mixed-blood wolf men living there. It was a large-scale wolf men gathering place. As the wolf village excluded outsiders, Li Fuchen didn't have the chance to enter and had no choice but to part ways with Zhao Feier in advance. From afar, Li Fuchen could see smoke rising from chimneys. A few dozen miles away, there was a divine village. The divine village was rather lively and there was a group of children chasing each other at the village entrance. There was a small stream near the village and women were washing clothes. In the fields, there were men carrying tools and laughing as they returned in groups. This scene was so familiar. In a trance, Li Fuchen felt as though he had returned to his youth and returned to the East Unicorn continent. The ordinary people there were also living like this. Boom! Indistinctly, there seemed to be a bridge between Li Fuchen and the divine world, making the connection even closer. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's divine power suddenly burst out. Westwell Village was an ordinary Class 1 divine village in the desolate plain city. The village had a total of 4 lower deities, and it was very rare in a Class 1 divine village. On this day, when it was close to evening, the 4 lower deities were drinking together. Village Chief, you are already over 5,000 years old this year and your divine power index is over 400. You shouldn't be far from becoming a middle deity, right? At the dining table, a burly man with sideburns said. Westwell Village might only be a Class 1 divine village, but very few people knew that Village Chief Luke's strength had already reached the pinnacle of low deities. However, he hadn't made a move for over 1,000 years. In response, the gray-haired elder lamented, "How can it be so easy? The most important thing to progress to a middle deity is the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. The fusion of the divine spirit and divine power is dependent on the individual's innate perception. Those with high innate talent would have a higher compatibility with the divine world's laws. It would be much easier to fuse the divine spirit and divine power. Those with high perception would be able to raise their cultivation level to a higher level and gradually adapt to the divine world's laws. In terms of innate talent and perception, I am only considered ordinary. It is extremely difficult to progress to the middle deity realm." At the side, the middle-aged man with fair skin frowned and said, "Wouldn't it be impossible for us ordinary low deities to progress to the middle deity realm?" The gray-haired elder shook his head. "There is always a way out. Apart from innate talent and perception, there is something else that is very important. That is fate. Fate can allow you to have countless encounters. Fate can allow you to have a flash of inspiration. If I have enough fate, there might be a day when I will have a flash of inspiration, allowing my divine spirit and divine power to fuse at a deeper level. Fate is too illusory." The middle-aged man with fair skin shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a powerful divine power wave coming from outside the village. Swish! The gray-haired elder was the first to rush out of the house. In the sky above the village, 4 low deities were standing side by side and looking at the tall mountain that was a few dozen miles away. "This is..." The bearded man was shocked. This divine power wave was too powerful and was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than Village Chief Luke. Furthermore, it was still constantly increasing and it felt like it was endless. The gray-haired elder Luke took a deep breath and said, "He is progressing to the middle deity realm." Progressing to the middle deity realm? The few of them were filled with envy. Earlier on, they were still talking about the middle deity realm. They didn't expect for someone to progress to the middle deity realm in the vicinity. Is the divine power wave from progressing to the middle deity realm so powerful? The village's only female low deity, Vivian, asked. Luke nodded in response and said with confusion, "Normally speaking, it isn't possible to cause such a huge commotion when progressing to the middle deity realm. The divine power wave that he is emitting is already beyond many elite middle deities. A regular middle deity's divine power index was between 1,000 to 2,000, elite middle deity's divine power index was between 2,000 to 3,000, elite middle deity's divine power index was between 3,000 to 4,000, and peak stage middle deity's divine power index was between 4,000 to 5,000. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the 4 low deities from the Westwell village and was immersed in the carefree feeling of progressing. 15%. 18%. 20%. The divine spirit and divine power were like 2 icebergs. At this moment, the part where the icebergs intersected started to melt and turned into ice water that fused together. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Divine Power Index started to surge. 1,300, 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. Soon enough, the Sword Dao Divine Power Index had exceeded 2,000. If Li Fuchen and Mephit were to fight again, Li Fuchen would be able to eliminate Mephit in a single sword move without any effort. 21%, 22%, 23%. Just as Li Fuchen expected, after progressing to the middle deity realm, his divine spirit and divine powers fusion was superior to regular middle deities. It meant that with the same divine power index, his divine power would be able to crush others' divine power. 25%, 26%, finally, the divine spirit and divine power stopped fusing. The fusion was actually at 28% and was only 20% away from the 30% of a high deity. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's divine power index had also gradually stopped rising. Li Fuchen didn't use the divine power ball to test, but he reckoned that his current divine power index should be around 10,000. It had suddenly increased by more than 7 times. In fact, Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he was in a place with concentrated energy in the divine world, his divine power index would reach an even higher level. Back when he progressed to the low deity realm, his Sword Dao divine power index was 100 times that of those new low deities. Right now, his Sword Dao divine power index was only around 10 times that of a new low deity. Of course, a low deity was a low deity and a middle deity was a middle deity. They couldn't be lumped together. Firstly, the purity of the divine power was on a completely different level. 100 times of the former was a little lacking. There is no hurry, I can use divine stones to slowly increase it in the future. When the divine power index reached 10,000, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was filled with air. The mountain beneath his feet shook violently and rocks started to fall. Let me find a place to grind my divine power first. The divine power distorted time and space. Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished from the peak of the mountain, leaving behind the 4 shocked low deities that were a few dozen miles away. Chapter 1104. Li Fuchen didn't know how terrifying a divine power index of 10,000 was. He only knew that a mid-level deity with a divine power index of over 2,000 like Mei Fei would be able to kill her with a single divine power shock. Even if Mei Fei used a mid-level deity's divine power shock, unless it was a mid-level deity's protection or divine body's mid-level deity's divine power shock, it would still be the same as death in the face of Li Fuchen's divine power shock. The difference in divine power index of a mid-level deity was already significant, let alone 7,000 or 8,000. After progressing to become a mid-level deity, putting aside his strength, Li Fuchen's other qualities had also improved greatly. Like the divine power's exploration range, the divine body, and even the divine soul had some improvements. The original pale red color had turned deeper. 1 month later, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao divine power was finally completed. At this time, his Sword Wei divine power index had increased by a lot, from 10,000 to 11,000. It was already higher than those newly advanced high gods. Of course, in terms of divine power purity, he was still inferior to high gods. After all, a high god's divine spirit and divine power had reached 30% fusion. I don't have enough divine stones. It might only have increased his divine power index by 1,000, but Li Fuchen's low-grade divine stones were almost depleted. The higher the god's grade, the greater the demand for divine stones. Especially when Li Fuchen's divine power wasn't saturated yet. At this moment, the demand for divine stones was 100 or 1,000 times more than normal. The desolate city was bustling as usual. Mei Fei had been living a rather uncomfortable life for the past 5 years. Li Fuchen's existence was like a fishbone that was stuck in his throat. He didn't know if Li Fuchen would come back for revenge one day. He only knew that if he didn't eliminate Li Fuchen, there would always be a shadow in his heart and it would affect his cultivation. Come back for revenge. It is best to come back as soon as possible. Mei Fei desired for Li Fuchen to come back for revenge. By then, he would be able to work together with Long Kun to eliminate Li Fuchen. Long Kun's divine power index was more than 1,000 than Mei Fei and was over 3,000. In terms of divine power index, Long Kun was ranked second in the desolate city and was just inferior to City Lord Qianshi. In terms of strength, he was also ranked third and was just inferior to City Lord Qianshi and Blood Moon. With the two of them working together, even if Li Fuchen had 3 lives, it wouldn't be enough. After drinking a mouthful of wine that was worth several lower-grade god stones, Mei Fei walked out of her manor and flew toward Long Kun's castle. When his divine power index reached 11,000, Li Fuchen's flying speed was increased by more than 100 times. The powerful divine power allowed him to distort the spatial zone to a certain extent, creating an effect that was close to instantaneous shifting. This was much faster than using spacetime divine power to travel, as spacetime divine power could only distort space slightly for now. The desolate city was still vivid in his mind. Li Fuchen's divine power was instantly released and enveloped the entire desolate city. If it was in the past, it would be a dream for Li Fuchen's divine power to envelop the desolate city. Firstly, the divine power waves from thousands of low deities and 9 middle deities would cause fatal interference to him. Once his divine power was released too far, it would be torn apart by the divine power waves. Secondly, the desolate city was protected by the divine array. Even middle deities wouldn't be able to spy on the desolate city. But now, Li Fuchen's divine power wasn't inferior to a new high-level deity. It was still possible for his divine power to cover a Class 1 divine city. Moreover, so what if he was discovered? Since he dared to come, he wasn't afraid of any retaliation. Buzz! There was a slight distortion in the void of the desolate city. Inside the city lord residence, the dark and skinny man with a boulder-like temperament opened his eyes with suspicion. The divine array that enveloped the entire desolate city might not be an incredible divine array, but it was still 1-star high tier. Any middle deity wouldn't be able to spy on the entire desolate city without alerting the dark and skinny man. But earlier on, the divine array had indeed fluctuated a little. Perhaps someone is progressing to become a low deity. Progressing to a low deity would cause a fluctuation in the divine world's law. The fluctuation of the divine world's law would naturally affect the operation of the divine array. The dark and skinny man didn't treat it seriously and continued to close his eyes. Found it. Li Fuchen found Mephit in a castle. Due to the great disparity in divine power, Li Fuchen noticed Mephit, but Mephit didn't notice him. Swish! Li Fuchen flew towards the desolate city. Like a candle flame passing through a piece of cloth, Li Fuchen easily passed through the divine array and entered the interior of the desolate city. In fact, Li Fuchen could also enter from the city gate, but he didn't want to be so troublesome. What is going on? The dark and skinny man opened his eyes and his face flashed with doubt again. Just a moment ago, the frequency of the divine array's fluctuation was even higher. When he released his divine power, he didn't notice anything abnormal. It is truly strange. The dark and skinny man stopped cultivating with his eyes closed and walked out of the house. He was planning to look around in case he missed anything. Long Kuen's castle was massive and imposing. As the number 3 middle deity in the desolate city, he also had a large-scale mercenary group. Be it strength, status, or influence, Long Kuen was far superior to Mephit. Mephit, if you tell me the location of the dense mist treasure in advance, not only will I help you eliminate your opponent, but I will also owe you a favor. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Long Kuen was several times taller than Mephit and was like a small mountain. Mephit shook her head. Long Kuen, why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. She didn't trust Long Kuen and what she wanted was more practical. She wanted to eliminate Li Fuchen and add a low-level divine skill. Shaking his head, Long Kuen's face flashed with displeasure. Had it not been for the city lord Qian Shi's order to prohibit killing in the desolate city, Long Kuen wanted to capture Mephit and force her to reveal the location of the dense mist treasure. Mephit, how have you been? Just as the duo was drinking, a voice echoed in the castle. He came just like that? Mephit was astonished at first and was even more astonished. Li Fuchen came too suddenly and she wasn't mentally prepared. He's your enemy. Long Kuen's eyes flashed with radiance. Li Fuchen came at the right time. Once Long Kuen was eliminated, Mephit wouldn't dare to continue hiding the location of the dense mist treasure. The duo flew out of the castle and arrived in the sky above the castle. In front of the duo, there was a figure standing in the sky. Who else could it be other than Li Fuchen? You actually dare to come to the desolate city? Mephit might be surprised, but she didn't panic. She looked at Li Fuchen as though she was looking at a dead man. Li Fuchen was too confident. Even if Li Fuchen had some improvements in the past 5 years, he still wouldn't be a match for Long Kuan, let alone a match for them if they worked together. Li Fuchen sized up Long Kuan. It seems like you have found a helper. While Li Fuchen was sizing up Long Kuan was also sizing up Li Fuchen. Long Kuan found it strange that he couldn't sense Li Fuchen's divine power waves. There were 2 possibilities for such situations. Firstly, Li Fuchen cultivated a method to conceal his divine power. Secondly, Li Fuchen's divine power was much stronger than Long Kuan's and Long Kuan was unable to detect Li Fuchen's divine power waves. It was obvious that the second possibility could be eliminated. According to Mephit, 5 years ago, Li Fuchen's divine power index was only slightly over 1000. After 5 years, even if Li Fuchen had a great fated encounter, he would only be able to increase his divine power index by a few hundred points. In order for Long Kuan to be unable to detect Li Fuchen's divine power waves, Li Fuchen's divine power index must be above 4000 and it was impossible. Mephit, I will eliminate him for you now. Long Kuan's divine power burst out and executed his low-level divine skill, Sky Engulfing Hand, in order to capture and kill Li Fuchen. When facing Long Kuan's brazen attack, Li Fuchen revealed a sneer. He released his sword Dao divine power and vibrated. The first thing that disintegrated was Long Kuan's low-level divine skill, Sky Engulfing Hand. Immediately after, Long Kuan's divine body instantly disintegrated too. Before Long Kuan died, he didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream. His entire body had vanished completely, apart from his spatial ring and half-divine artifact, there was nothing left. At the side, Mephit saw everything and was completely dumbfounded. A divine power vibration had killed Long Kuan. What was Li Fuchen's divine power index? Endless regret filled Mephit's heart and she was planning to beg for mercy. Without any sound or presence, Mephit's divine body had also disintegrated. Am I going to die just like this? Mephit's consciousness sank into endless darkness. Stop! The deep and powerful voice came belatedly. It was a dark and skinny man who was also the desolate city lord, Chen Shi. When Long Kuan's divine power burst out, Chen Shi had already sensed the commotion here, but he was still a step too late. Who are you? Chen Shi stared at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's strength was undoubtedly very powerful. Even Chen Shi wouldn't be able to kill Long Kuan with pure strength. But this was the desolate city and with the assistance of the 1-star high-tier divine array, no one among the mid-gods was a match for him. He wouldn't allow anyone to challenge his prowess. You must be the city lord, Chen Shi. I don't wish to kill you. Li Fuchen looked at Chen Shi. Presumptuous. A battle hammer appeared in Chen Shi's hand. Boundless divine array power was added to the battle hammer as Chen Shi smashed the hammer at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before the hammer shadow could even make contact with Li Fuchen, it had instantly vanished. At the same moment, a horrific vibration force assaulted. Not good. Chen Shi quickly activated the divine array power and added it to the divine power protection. Bang boom! The boundless divine array power couldn't even last for a single breath when facing Li Fuchen's divine power vibration. Subsequently, Chen Shi was sent flying while his body was emitting a blood mist. I said before that I don't wish to kill you. But if you wish to die, I can grant your wish. Li Fuchen said to Chen Shi coldly. Chen Shi's heart turned cold after hearing the statement. He knew that he was too reckless. If Li Fuchen had killing intent, Chen Shi would already be a corpse. No, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. My lord, please forgive me. Chen Shi is blind. In the face of absolute strength, Chen Shi had to lower his head. There is nothing else for you to do here, back off. Remember, I don't like to be disturbed. Long Kuan and Mephit were already dead, therefore, the wealth in their castles naturally belonged to Li Fuchen. Yes. Chen Shi felt as though he was granted amnesty and left in a hurry. This castle isn't bad and can be used as a temporary residence. Li Fuchen took a glance at Long Kuan's castle and revealed a smile. Chapter 1105. Long Kun and Meifei had given Li Fuchen a lot of wealth. After a rough estimation, the duo's total wealth was around 200,000 low-grade god stones. There were also around 100,000 low-grade god stones. With so many low-grade god stones, it was enough for Li Fuchen to increase his divine power to a very high level. This golden eye is rather interesting. Li Fuchen found an ocular technique low-rank divine skill in Long Kun's spatial ring. This divine skill allowed the cultivator to easily see through the rocks and the ground to see the divine light emitted by the metal ores in the depths of the ground. According to what was written, the denser the divine light, the more precious the metal ores were. In the eyes of some people, the golden eye's value is probably comparable with mid-rank divine skills. Even the lowest grade of divine class metal ores had shocking value. If it was a higher grade divine class metal ores, it would be enough to make higher gods envious. It only took 3 days for Li Fuchen to cultivate the golden pupil. After activating the golden eyes, Li Fuchen's pupils turned golden in color. Wherever he looked, as long as it was a metal, it would emit radiance. Metals that were below the divine class would emit a negligible radiance. The divine class metals emitted a more concentrated radiance and had a resplendent intent. In addition, Li Fuchen noticed that some of the top-notch and peak-level half-divine weapons were also emitting resplendent divine light. It was obvious that they contained divine class metals. 70%, 80%. With Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to cultivate the golden eye to the 80% proficiency with ease. It was a pity that the cultivation difficulty would increase by 10 times or dozens of times. City Lord Residence. 7 middle gods were gathered together. City Lord, what is the background of this lord? Don't tell me you don't know anything about him. The one speaking was a strong man with a stocky build. Qianshi said, what can I know? If I dared to say anything, I might not even be able to sit here and talk to all of you. Long Kun and Meifei died just like that. The world is truly unpredictable. In my opinion, it doesn't matter what this lord's background is, it has nothing to do with us. As long as we don't disturb him, he probably won't look for trouble with us. Another middle god said. Hearing this, the blood-haired Shuiyu nodded. Since he was able to easily defeat and even kill the city lord, that means that he can easily kill the 7 of us as well. He is indeed not someone to be trifled with. It wasn't easy for them to train to the mid-deity level. If they died, they would have died in vain. Finally, Qianshi set the tone to not provoke or disturb Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen had any requests, he would satisfy them at all costs. My god power index has reached 13,000. With sufficient low-grade god stones, Li Fuchen's sword Dao divine power increased very quickly. In just 3 months, it increased from 11,000 to 13,000. Don't underestimate this increase of 2,000 points, it allowed Li Fuchen's ability to increase by several times. Furthermore, after progressing to become a mid-god, Li Fuchen had a deeper comprehension of the divine world's laws. His sword Dao proficiency had also increased. Even if he hadn't reached the peak stage of mid-god, he wasn't far from it. Under such circumstances, the domain-level divine skill, Sword Sea Horizon, was naturally upgraded to a medium-level divine skill, and its power increased by who knew how many times. It's time to leave. At the top floor of the castle, Li Fuchen looked down at the scenery and thought to himself. To him, the wasteland city was still too small. He hadn't even seen the sights of the entire divine world, how could he continue to stay in the wasteland city? After summoning the city lord, Qianshi, Li Fuchen inquired about the surrounding situation. Qianshi replied respectfully, the Ashen Wasteland's mid-level divine beast, the Pale Monarch is stronger than me, but there is a limit. He isn't a match for my lord. Hence, my lord left the Ashen Wasteland without any obstructions. After passing the Ashen Wasteland, it will be the territory of the Class 1 Divine City, Eagle City. The Eagle City has over a dozen mid-level deities. Qianshi explained the surrounding situation in detail. When talking about the Misty Mountains, Qianshi's expression turned grave. The Misty Mountains are extremely dangerous. Even mid-level deities would find it hard to move inside. Apart from the divine beasts, there are also all sorts of strange God-class life forms. There is a God-class life form called the Misty Mist Giant, and its strength is at the level of a high-level deity. In front of the Misty Mist Giant, mid-level deities are just rations. Furthermore, this is only the outer region. No one knows about the inner region. It is indeed a little dangerous. Li Fuchen nodded. On the next day, Li Fuchen left. He didn't court death and walked towards the direction of the Misty Mountains. Instead, he chose the Ashen Wasteland. The Ashen Wasteland had plenty of divine beasts. Along the way, Li Fuchen had encountered countless divine beasts. But under Li Fuchen's divine power pressure, these low-level divine beasts were all shivering and wouldn't dare to attack Li Fuchen. Even mid-level divine beasts would flee far away when sensing Li Fuchen's chi presence and didn't dare to get close. Just like that, Li Fuchen swaggered through the Ashen Wasteland and arrived at the even more spacious Eagle Prairie. On the Eagle Prairie, there was a Class 1 divine city, Eagle City. As a Class 1 divine city, the Eagle City was much more flourishing than the Wasteland City. There were almost twice as many mid-level deities, and there were over 10 of them. After staying in the Eagle City for a few days, Li Fuchen left again. His target was a Class 2 divine city. No matter how flourishing a Class 1 divine city was, it was only suitable for low-level deities. There were very few resources for mid-level deities. Qian Shi and the others from the Wasteland City would make a trip to a Class 2 divine city every few years to purchase a large amount of cultivation resources. Is this the scenery of the divine world? It is truly mystical and magnificent. Along the way, Li Fuchen's horizons had been broadened by countless times. In the divine world, there were 3 major races. They were the divine race, the divine beast race, and the various unique God-class life forms. The divine race was the race with the highest intelligence. It included the human race, the titan race, the demonic beast race, the blood race, and thousands of other highly intelligent races. The divine beast race was the beast race that was born and raised in the divine world. It was extremely difficult for them to transform into a human form. Normally, they would only be able to transform into a human form after reaching the true God realm. As for the unique God-class life forms, they were relatively rare in the divine world. Normally, such God-class life forms would only appear in desolate and dangerous places. I didn't think that I would become a member of the divine race in the divine world. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. In the Kunwa cosmos, he was the one who led the team to eliminate the divine race. Of course, he also knew that the divine race of the Kunwa cosmos wasn't a specific race. As long as it was the bloodline left behind by a god, it could be considered as a member of the divine race. If Li Fuchen left his bloodline in the Kunwa cosmos, his descendants would naturally be considered as a member of the divine race. The nearest Class 2 divine city was very far away from the Eagle City. If Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, he spent a few months to arrive. This Class 2 divine city was called the Purple Moon City. It was dozens of times more flourishing than the Wasteland City and more than 10 times more flourishing than the Eagle City. Different from Class 1 divine cities, the Purple Moon City had higher gods, although there were only 3 higher gods. There were plenty of middle gods, even if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. There was no need to mention lower gods as the streets were filled with them. I heard that divine artifacts would occasionally appear in the auctions of Class 2 divine cities. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to encounter one. After entering the Purple Moon City, Li Fuchen was immediately attracted by the unique environment of the Purple Moon City. In the sky above the Purple Moon City, there was a purple moon hanging there. Li Fuchen could see that this purple moon was formed by the power of the divine array. Li Fuchen reckoned that the grade of the divine array was at least 2 star. Chapter 1106. The Purple Moon City was indeed a Class 2 divine city. They even sold mid-tier divine skill sealing stones. The price was just as Zhao Feier mentioned, it was extremely shocking. The cheapest one would cost at least 100,000 low-grade god stones. There are still too few low-grade god stones. Am I too kind? After obtaining Long Kun and Mifiai's wealth, Li Fuchen had over 200,000 low-grade god stones. To a low god, this was naturally a shocking amount of wealth. But in a Class 2 divine city, it wasn't eye-catching. In fact, if Li Fuchen was a little more evil, he could simply sweep the entire desolate city and plunder all the low-grade god stones. By then, it wouldn't be a problem to obtain over 1 million low-grade god stones. Even 1 million low-grade god stones wouldn't be a problem. However, this went against Li Fuchen's Dao heart. Once his Dao heart was damaged, it would greatly affect Li Fuchen's future. The Divine Pill Pavilion was the largest elixir store in the Purple Moon City. After entering the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Fuchen strolled around the first floor and headed straight for the second floor. The first floor was selling 1-star divine elixirs. 1-star divine elixirs were only useful to low gods and regular middle gods. On the second floor, 2-star divine elixirs were placed on the crystal counter. The prices were extremely shocking compared to 1-star divine elixirs. They were basically a few dozen low-grade god stones, and some were even a few hundred low-grade god stones. This God Essence elixir isn't bad. God Essence Elixir was a 2-star divine elixir that could rapidly replenish the divine power of middle gods and high gods. A single elixir was worth 100 low-grade god stones. Executing mid-tier divine skills consumed too much divine power, and Li Fuchen had no choice but to buy some in case of emergencies. The God Fusion Elixir isn't bad either. It can enhance the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. In a single breath, Li Fuchen bought several types of 2-star divine elixirs, and each of them cost more than 10 elixirs. A divine elixir that can nourish the divine spirit? In the depths of the second floor, Li Fuchen found a 2-star divine elixir called the Purple Soul Elixir. It was worth 300 low-grade god stones. Customer, this Violet Soul Pill is a new divine pill that my Divine Pill Pavilion has developed in recent years. After consuming it, not only can it nourish the soul, but it also has a certain effect on breaking through realms. Beside the Violet Soul Pill, a gray-haired old man introduced. Can it increase the grade of the divine spirit? Li Fuchen asked. Hearing this, the gray-haired elder smiled awkwardly and said, "You must be joking. A divine pill that can raise the level of one's divine soul is priceless. Although the Violet Soul Pill can nourish one's divine soul, its limit is the peak of high god." Sure, give me 5 elixirs first. Li Fuchen intended to see if the Purple Soul Elixir was effective on his divine soul. In the guest room of the restaurant. It's indeed effective. With the golden talisman, he could perfectly purify the Purple Soul Pill's medicinal energy and only absorb the portion that was useful to the soul. However, the effect is still too weak. No, it should be because my soul is too high level. Li Fuchen's divine soul was definitely at the true god class. The Purple Soul Elixir was just a 2-star divine elixir and was only effective for those below the true god class. Looks like I'll need at least a 3-star divine pill or 3-star divine grass to improve my soul. Li Fuchen thought to himself. After recalling something, Li Fuchen went out to buy a Divine Herb illustrated handbook. This illustrated handbook of magical herbs was very magical. There was an image of a magical herb on every page. Silver Eye Herb, 3-star divine grass. Consumption can greatly enhance vision and divine soul. Consumption of a certain amount will give a chance to develop the Silver Eye innate ability, increasing vision by 100 times. Red Soul Herb, 3-star divine grass. Consumption can greatly enhance the divine soul. It is also effective for true gods. Blazing Sun Rising Soul Herb, 4-star divine grass. Consumption of a low god can enhance the divine soul to the high god class. Consumption of a high god will give the divine soul a chance to evolve to the half-true god class. There were plenty of divine herbs in the illustrated handbook of magical herbs, but the highest grade of divine herbs was only 4-star. Li Fuchen realized that it was extremely difficult to rely on external items to enhance the divine soul. Even the 4-star divine herb, Blazing Sun Rising Soul Herb, wasn't able to allow a high god to enhance their divine soul by 1 rank. There was only a chance for the high god to evolve to the half-true god class. If it was already the case for high gods, it was probably 100 or 1,000 times more difficult for true gods to enhance their divine soul. Li Fuchen was able to enhance his divine soul because of the golden talisman. The golden talisman was very mystical and would constantly nourish his divine soul. Apart from that, the golden talisman could also purify the medicinal energy and remove the impurities. When others consumed divine herbs and elixirs to enhance their divine soul, there would be some impurities left in the divine soul. It might be fine for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, there would be a huge impact. Li Fuchen reckoned that this should be the main reason why it was hard to rely on external items to enhance the divine soul. The blazing sun rising soul herb is too hard to find. The red soul herb can be found in the Red Soul Mountains. The Red Soul Mountains was a 2-star danger ground. A so-called 2-star danger ground was a danger ground that could threaten a high god. Forming a team to head to the Red Soul Mountains. We are currently lacking 1 power offense type and 1 recovery type. A large-scale team of 50 members led by the Wind God. We are currently lacking 3 members. On the way to the city gate, Li Fuchen heard plenty of mid-gods calling out. If Li Fuchen was a regular mid-deity, he might form a team. After all, the Red Soul Mountains were too dangerous and it would be safer to form a team. But his strength was beyond mid-deities by 1 level and forming a team with these mid-deities would only drag him down. Big sister, the Wind God is leading the team. Hurry up and go. Beside Li Fuchen, a pair of siblings' eyes lit up as they quickly went over. This Wind God is able to create a mid-level divine skill. His strength should be rather good. Li Fuchen had heard of the Wind God's name. The Wind God was one of the few mid-gods in the Purple Moon City that could create mid-level divine skills. Not even a high god would dare to underestimate him. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen quickly left. The Red Soul Mountains had countless low-level divine beasts. Low-level divine beasts that would move alone in 1-star danger grounds would basically live in packs in the Red Soul Mountains. A pack of sharp-blade wolves would at least be formed by over a dozen sharp-blade wolves, while a larger pack would be formed by a few hundred sharp-blade wolves and a few blood-blade wolves. When encountering such a large-scale divine beast pack, even a powerful mid-god would find it very troublesome. Once surrounded, the divine power would be greatly depleted. This was also the main reason why everyone chose to form teams to enter the Red Soul Mountains. Of course, the divine beasts would also bully the weak and fear the strong. In their eyes, Li Fuchen was an existence that was like a high god and wasn't to be trifled with. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to slaughter these divine beasts. His target was the Red Soul Herb. 1 stalk, 2 stalks. With a divine power index of over 10,000 and 28% divine power fusion, Li Fuchen's scouting range was extremely wide and wasn't inferior to regular high gods. 1 month later, Li Fuchen found 4 stalks of Red Soul Herb and it was considered a great harvest. After finding a place, Li Fuchen consumed the first stalk of Red Soul Herb. With the conversion of the Golden Amulet, the Red Soul Herb's medicinal effects on the divine spirit were purified to the extremity. As such, the total amount of medicinal effects might be lesser, but Li Fuchen felt that the overall effects would only be stronger and not weaker. After consuming the 4 stalks of Red Soul Herb, one of the pale red divine spirit had turned red. According to this trend, I will need at least a few hundred stalks of Red Soul Herb to turn the divine spirit from pale red to red. Li Fuchen frowned. The entire Red Soul Mountains probably didn't have so many Red Soul Herbs. As usual, Li Fuchen released his divine power and carefully searched for the Red Soul Herb. Purple Red Soul Herb. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Over 1,000 miles away, he found a stalk of purple Red Soul Herb. Could it be a mutated Red Soul Herb? Li Fuchen could feel that this Red Soul Herb was emitting a chi wave that was dozens of times stronger than regular Red Soul Herbs. However, beside the purple Red Soul Herb, there was a shocking battle that was going on. The battle was between a team of mid-gods and a superior divine beast. The team of mid-gods had close to 50 members. Such a large-scale team of mid-gods was basically unstoppable in the Red Soul Mountains. The superior divine beast was a three-headed giant python. Li Fuchen recognized that this three-headed giant python was a relatively weaker three-headed thunder python in the Red Soul Mountains. The three heads of the three-headed thunder python could shoot out thunderbolts, hurricanes, and hail attacks respectively. The reason why it was considered weak was because the three-headed thunder python's defense was rather brittle and wasn't as all-round as the other superior divine beasts. Of course, a superior divine beast was ultimately a superior divine beast. In a one-on-one, a mid-god wouldn't be a match for a superior divine beast. Even a mid-god that created a mid-level divine skill would only be able to barely contest with the three-headed thunder python, and it was impossible to win. Everyone, after obtaining this mutated red soul herb, the wind god, will not participate in the distribution of the rest of the rewards. In addition, I promise that unless more than half of you wish to leave the Red Soul Mountains, the wind god, will not leave in advance. The wind god was determined to obtain the mutated red soul herb. His divine soul might have already reached the superior deity class, but he was still far from the peak stage of the superior deity. The stronger the divine soul, the easier it would be to progress, and the stronger the perception. This mutated red soul herb might not be comparable with the 4-star divine herb, Scorching Sun Rising Soul Herb, but it wasn't too far off. With it, the wind god was confident that he would be able to progress into a superior deity within 10 years. In response, everyone was naturally impassioned. They knew that the mutated red soul herb wasn't something they could hope for. They were already very satisfied with the wind god's reply. The battle was abnormally intense. Even when the wind god executed his mid-level divine skill frequently, he was only able to fight evenly with the three-headed thunder python. It was fortunate that he had over 40 mid-gods with him. With over 40 mid-gods working together, the weak defense of the three-headed thunder python was gradually filled with injuries. Most of its attacks were intercepted by the wind god, and only a small portion landed in the crowd. It was basically unable to form an effective attack. Of course, despite the case, there were already a few mid-gods that were severely injured and had retreated far away to recuperate. Who is it? Just as the two sides were in battle, a shadow suddenly appeared beside the mutated red soul herb. With a wave of the hand, the mutated red soul herb vanished. Seeing the situation, the wind god and the three-headed thunder python were infuriated. They had fought to their deaths for this mutated red soul herb, but the other party had plucked their fruits. It was simply preposterous. Wind element slash. The wind god swung his hand and a horrific green wind blade flew out. In an instant, there was a crackling sound in the void, as though the void was being slashed apart. On the other side, the three-headed thunder python had spat out a thunderball, a hurricane, and an ice spear. The three types of attacks were mixed together and rained down. Lifting his head, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and launched a sword chi out of nowhere. Bang boom! Be it the wind god's mid-level deity skill, wind element slash, or the three-headed thunder python's violent attacks, they were all like floating clouds in the face of this sword chi. With a single blow of the wind, they vanished like smoke. After doing everything, Li Fuchen left leisurely. The wind god and the three-headed thunder python didn't dare to obstruct him anymore. Chapter 1107. Such power! Among the crowd, the siblings were flabbergasted. Breaking the wind god and the three-headed thunder python's attacks with a simple move was something even regular higher deities couldn't do. However, they seemed to have seen Li Fuchen on the streets of the Purple Moon City. No wonder it is the mutated red soul herb. The medicinal effects are 80 times better than regular red soul herbs. After consuming the purple red soul herb, 30% of Li Fuchen's divine soul had turned red. If he consumed another 2 or 3 stalks, it wouldn't be a problem for his divine soul to turn from pale red to red. There shouldn't be so many mutated red soul herbs, right? Li Fuchen was planning to stay in the Red Soul Mountains for a few more days. Boom boom boom, in the depths of the Red Soul Mountains, a man and a beast were in a frenzied battle. Foolish god, you shouldn't have stepped into the depths of the Red Soul Mountains. The one speaking was an 8-tailed divine leopard that looked like a cat. However, it was several times bigger and more ferocious than a cat. It was also a high-level divine beast, but the 8-tailed divine leopard wasn't just stronger than the 3-headed thunder python, even its defense was stronger. The fur on its body could deflect all kinds of attacks, and the 8 tails could be changed to block attacks at crucial moments. It was considered a combination of offense and defense. I can come and go as I please in this Red Soul Mountains. What can you do to me? Li Fuchen brandished his sword light and easily blocked the 8-tailed divine leopard's attack. Good, good. Today, I, the 8-tailed divine leopard, will not rest until I eat you. The 8-tailed divine leopard's tail extended and expanded violently, covering the sky. This 8-tailed divine leopard's strength must not be underestimated. There is no need to clash with him. The battle between Li Fuchen and the 8-tailed divine leopard was because Li Fuchen entered the 8-tailed divine leopard's territory. In the Red Soul Mountains, there were a total of 10 high-level divine beasts, and each of them had their own territory. Originally, Li Fuchen didn't want to barge in, but the territories of these high-level divine beasts were too abundant with resources. The richest places in the entire Red Soul Mountains were probably all occupied by these high-level divine beasts. Wings of Time. Just like the Sword Dao, Li Fuchen's Time and Space Dao had also reached the mid-level deity level. The Time and Space divine power might not be comparable with the Sword Dao divine power, but in terms of speed, it was definitely superior. This Wings of Time was a mid-level divine skill that Li Fuchen spent a lot of effort to create. A pair of faintly discernible transparent wings appeared on Li Fuchen's back. With a flash of the transparent wings, Li Fuchen instantly vanished and reappeared at the horizon. It looked like it was flickering. Space-time divine skill. The 8-tailed divine leopard did not give chase. He knew that he would not be able to catch up. Encountering a god who was proficient in space-time god skills, unless he was dozens of times stronger than his opponent, he wouldn't be able to stop his opponent. Li Fuchen had gone to 5 of the territories of the 10 high-level divine beasts. As for the other 5 territories, Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence to provoke them yet. He had a rather accurate understanding of his own strength. If he encountered a regular high-level divine beast, he would be able to defeat them, but if he encountered elite high-level divine beasts, he would be slightly inferior. If he encountered a powerful high-level divine beast, even if he had the mid-level divine skill, the Wings of Time, he would still be in danger. Who knew if the high-level divine beast had an incredible innate skill? Divine beasts also had divine skills, but they would normally awaken their innate skills, and it was rare for them to create their own divine skills. In fact, divine beasts were the same as the demonic beast race in the Kunwa cosmos. They relied on their innate skills during the early stages and their perception during the later stages. 70% of it has already turned red. I still need 30% more. Li Fuchen's courting death actions had brought him generous rewards. Riches were sought from danger, nothing else. Territory of the Wave Beast. The Wave Beast was ranked top 5 among the top 10 high-level divine beasts in the Red Soul Mountains. It was an Earth Dao divine beast. Its awakened innate skill was called the Rage of Heaven and Earth. It used its body as the source of the wave to radiate the entire world, causing the entire world and the enemies to tremble. It could be said that when encountering the Wave Beast, the advantage in numbers was useless. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 high-level deities, it didn't make a difference to the Wave Beast. In order to deal with the Wave Beast, one must first be able to resist the Rage of Heaven and Earth. Li Fuchen originally didn't plan to provoke the Wave Beast, but his divine power discovered that there were 2 stalks of mutated red soul herbs in the depths of the Wave Beast's territory. A single stalk of mutated red soul herb was able to transform his divine soul by 30%. 2 stalks would definitely transform his divine soul from pale red to red. How could he give up? You actually dare to provoke me, the Wave God? Stay here forever. The Wave Beast had a humanoid body and was covered in thick earthen yellow natural armor. Li Fuchen took a glance and reckoned that even if the Wave Beast stood there, regular high-level deities wouldn't be able to break its natural armor. As the Wave Beast brandished its right arm, an intense wave engulfed the world and blasted at Li Fuchen. You are looking down on me too much. When Li Fuchen saw that the wave beast didn't even execute its innate skill and was purely using its innate skill, he didn't plan to dodge and welcomed the attack with his sword. Boom! The wave force was definitely a terrifying power. As soon as Li Fuchen's sword chi made contact with the wave force, it was immediately disintegrated. Immediately after, Li Fuchen was sent flying. If Li Fuchen's destruction divine power wasn't already at the mid-level deity level and his destruction divine body was in an indestructible state, this attack would have crippled Li Fuchen even if he didn't die. Such a terrifying innate skill. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. The wave beast's innate skill was obviously compatible with the divine world's wave law. Once the wave beast executed the rage of heaven and earth, it would be even more terrifying and would be able to attract more divine world's wave law to descend. Not injured. Seeing that Li Fuchen was unharmed, the wave beast was rather surprised. In the Red Soul Mountains, apart from the few top rankers and a higher deity called the Purple Moon City Mistress, no one else could withstand a single attack from the wave beast. No wonder you dare to provoke me. Prepare to die. Rage of heaven and earth. The wave beast didn't plan to be entangled with Li Fuchen anymore and instantly executed its innate skill, Rage of Heaven and Earth. Boom boom boom, with the wave beast as the center, the mountains and rivers in all directions were instantly turned into dust. Even the surrounding divine world's law was in chaos. The horrific vibration force engulfed the world and the time-space. At this moment, even if Li Fuchen executed the wings of time, it would be hard for him to escape. Because the surroundings had formed a vibration force field. Only by breaking this vibration force field, Li Fuchen would be able to execute the time-space divine skill, Wings of Time. But since Li Fuchen dared to come to the wave beast's territory, he naturally had some confidence. I shall let you witness my destruction divine skill. Destruction divine body. Li Fuchen's body suddenly turned illusory. If one observed carefully, one would realize that Li Fuchen's divine body seemed to be formed by countless tiny particles that were glowing and dimming. These particles were constantly on the verge of destruction. After a period of hard work and because 70% of his divine soul had turned red, Li Fuchen's perception had a significant increase. He finally managed to turn the destruction divine body into a mid-level divine skill. Other people had divine body divine skills, but now, Li Fuchen also had a divine body divine skill. Furthermore, it was even more powerful. They were both mid-level divine body divine skills, but his destruction divine body was definitely superior. The vibration force formed by the wrath of heaven and earth was radiating on Li Fuchen's body. The vibration force might be very intense at the initial stage, but it wasn't considered terrifying. The truly terrifying thing was that the vibration force could be stacked. When stacked, even an existence that was much stronger than the wave beast wouldn't be able to endure it. PFFF. Only Li Fuchen could hear the soft sound of bubbles bursting from his destruction divine body. It meant that the destruction divine body was damaged. It was normal after thinking about it. The wave beast wasn't a regular high-level divine beast. It was one of the top 5 high-level divine beasts in the Scarlet Soul Mountains. Its strength was enough to make regular high-level divine beasts change their expressions. Li Fuchen's strength would at most be able to contest with regular high-level divine beasts. Apart from that, the destruction divine body that was at the mid-level divine skill level wasn't truly indestructible. It was only progressing in this direction, therefore, it was inevitable that there would be imperfections. The sound of bubbles bursting was getting more concentrated and Li Fuchen's body was getting more solid. What kind of divine body divine skill is this? The wave beast was shocked. Li Fuchen had given him too many surprises. The wave beast couldn't understand what kind of divine body divine skill could resist his heaven and earth rage. Could it be a high-level divine body divine skill? Impossible. The wave beast could see that Li Fuchen's divine body divine skill wasn't able to completely resist the heaven and earth rage and had suffered significant damage. If it was a high-level divine body divine skill, it would be able to resist the heaven and earth rage with ease. Furthermore, the wave beast wasn't a match for an existence that could create a high-level divine skill. Li Fuchen would probably be able to kill the wave beast in a single move. Creating a mid-level divine skill and creating a high-level divine skill was like heaven and earth. Most of the high-level divine skills were able to create the former, but not even 1 in 10,000 high-level divine skills were able to create the latter. If Li Fuchen was truly able to create a high-level divine skill, the wave beast would immediately turn around and leave. Why would he fight to the death with Li Fuchen? My destruction divine power is still too weak. Li Fuchen knew clearly that it wasn't because his destruction divine body wasn't strong, but because his destruction divine power was too weak. Firstly, his destruction divine power was only at the level of a mid-level deity, while Li Fuchen's divine power was at the level of a high-level deity. Secondly, Li Fuchen's divine power and divine spirit was only at 28% fusion. It was still a small gap away from the 30% fusion of a high-level deity. Thirdly, his destruction divine power index was probably inferior to his sword Dao divine power index and shouldn't be more than 10,000. With all sorts of restrictions, the destruction divine body was like a housewife without rice. It was basically unable to exhibit the power that it should have. If Li Fuchen's destruction divine power was at the level of a high-level deity, not even 10 wave beasts would be able to damage the destruction divine body. Once my divine spirit turns red, I shall see if I can create a high-level divine skill. Perception was closely related to the changes in the spirit soul. When the spirit soul started to change in color, the perception would gradually increase. When the spirit soul turned from a light color to a dark color, the perception would have a small transformation. If Li Fuchen's divine spirit turned red, his perception would definitely have a small transformation. His perception was already very terrifying, and in a short period of time, he was able to create multiple mid-level divine skills. Once there was a small transformation, it wasn't impossible for him to create a high-level divine skill. Of course, if the spirit soul had a change in color, it would be even more terrifying. For example, from green to blue, from blue to purple, from purple to red. Such a pure change in color would cause the perception to have a huge transformation. By then, Li Fuchen would be able to casually create a so-called high-level divine skill. However, a red divine spirit was already a true god's divine spirit. Li Fuchen didn't know what color divine spirit it would be. Li Fuchen vaguely knew that in the future, every time the divine spirit had a change in color, it would be increasingly terrifying. Chapter 1108. This battle lasted for a very long time, so long that the wave beast was getting impatient. Damn God, I will let you off today. The next time I see you, I will make you stay here forever. The wave beast had enemies too. If he used up too much of his innate divine power here, he might perish if a formidable foe launched a sneak attack on him. Even though he was very unwilling, he had no choice but to let Li Fuchen go. Many thanks then. Li Fuchen had already obtained the mutated red soul herb a long time ago. He was only discovered by the wave beast after he obtained it. Seeing that the wave beast dispersed the force field, Li Fuchen instantly executed the wings of time and vanished without a trace. After leaving the Red Soul Mountains, there was a desolate mountain with no signs of human habitation. After consuming 2 stalks of mutated red soul herb, Li Fuchen's divine soul had finally turned red. It felt as though there were red lightning flashing in his mind. Li Fuchen felt that his perception had increased by at least several times. Starting to deduce the primary extreme sword art's 4th move and seamless sword chi. The primary extreme sword art's 4th move, origin return sword form, might not be a high-tier divine skill after it was created, but Li Fuchen knew that once the seamless sword chi was created, it would definitely be a high-tier divine skill. Seamless, using seamless to enter the gap. When facing this divine skill, unless it was an extremely special divine skill or an absolute defense divine skill, otherwise, it would be useless in front of the seamless sword chi. There was no difference between having or not having it. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen gradually had an idea. He could feel that the difficulty of transforming the origin return sword form was similar to transforming the origin return sword form. It was obvious that this was a change brought about by his perception. 3 months later, as expected. Li Fuchen sighed. The Origin Return sword form wasn't a high-tier divine skill, it was a mid-tier divine skill. It made sense after thinking about it. How could a high-tier divine skill be created so easily? But it was also a mid-tier divine skill, but the Origin Return sword form was too powerful. It was simply an extreme offensive divine skill. Furthermore, Li Fuchen realized that be it the Origin Return sword form or the first 3 moves of the primary extreme sword art, after transforming into a divine skill, their forms had changed. This was most likely related to the rules of the divine realm. After all, in the divine realm, one had to conform to the rules of the divine realm and not conform to the rules of the Kunwu universe or the rules of the divine battlefield. There was nothing special about the Guiyuan sword avatar divine skill once it was used. Instead, all the power of the Guiyuan sword avatar would be condensed within one's body. Any random sword chi would be the power of the Guiyuan sword avatar, which was the ultimate power of a medium divine skill. When others executed mid-level divine skills, they would need to accumulate strength before executing. But when Li Fuchen executed the Origin Return sword form, it was no different from eating or drinking. The crucial point was that it was extremely powerful. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could instantly burst out with countless Origin Return sword phases power to blast the enemy. This divine skill had already surpassed the Wave Beast's worldly wrath in every aspect, and it wasn't afraid of the numerical advantage. Next, Li Fuchen put all his attention on the seamless sword chi. Compared to the primary extreme sword art, the derivation and transformation of the seamless sword chi was 10 times more difficult. After 1 year, Li Fuchen was still unable to transform the seamless sword chi into a divine skill. Looks like there's no need to rush. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and changed his clothes before flying towards the Purple Moon City. The Purple Moon City had been rather lively for the past few months and it was much livelier than usual. Li Fuchen asked around and found out that the East Sun sect was here to recruit soldiers. The East Sun sect was a true god class faction and there were plenty of true gods in the sect. The East Sun sect recruited soldiers and only recruited mid and high deities. Low deities weren't recruited. Furthermore, the East Sun sect didn't recruit soldiers every year. They would normally recruit soldiers once every 10 years, sometimes every 20 years. It was said that if a mid-deity entered the East Sun sect, they would at least be allocated a set of top-notch half-divine equipment. If they had exceptional strength, they would be allocated a peak-grade half-divine equipment. As for high deities that entered the East Sun sect, they would be able to freely choose a divine artifact. That's right, it was a divine artifact, a true divine artifact. It might be a regular standardized divine artifact, but it was still 10 times or 100 times stronger than a half-divine artifact. Divine artifact, huh? Li Fuchen revealed a curious expression as he had never seen a divine artifact before. According to what he knew, in order to refine a divine artifact, one had to satisfy 2 harsh conditions. Firstly, one had to be a divine artifact forger and be able to carve a god-class tool pattern. Secondly, the materials needed to reach the god class and there had to be enough. Because refining a divine artifact required the extraction of the essence from the god class materials. The more the god class materials, the higher the success rate. For example, the god class materials that Li Fuchen obtained from the Copper Axe village weren't even enough to refine a divine artifact. It was just better than nothing. Of course, divine artifacts were also divided into grades. Just like the grades of gods, divine artifacts were divided into low-tier divine artifacts, mid-tier divine artifacts, high-tier divine artifacts, true god artifacts, etc. When a high deity entered the East Sun sect, they would naturally be able to freely choose a low-tier divine artifact. Furthermore, it was a standardized divine artifact that was forged in large quantities. It had a single function, ordinary power, and nothing special. But a divine artifact was still a divine artifact. Any divine artifact would be enough for a high deity to fight over. Some of the high deities might already have a divine artifact, but who would complain about having more divine artifacts? After entering the East Sun sect, the divine artifacts wouldn't be distributed. One could freely choose a divine artifact that was suitable for oneself. Perhaps I can enter the East Sun sect to take a look. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that entering the East Sun sect would allow him to understand the divine world better. He had a vague feeling that the divine world wasn't right. Subconsciously, Li Fuchen walked towards one of the conscription points. As long as you are a mid-deity, you can become a soldier of my East Sun sect. If you are strong enough, you might be able to skip the low-tier soldiers and become a mid-tier soldier or even a high-tier soldier. Mid-tier soldiers will be allocated a peak-grade half-divine artifact set and can enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for 1 day every year. As for high-tier soldiers, they are even more incredible and will be allocated a peak-grade half-divine artifact set and can enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for 3 days every year. They can also listen to a True Gods Tao lecture once every 10 years. At the conscription point, a mid-tier deity spoke eloquently about the various benefits of joining the East Sun sect. Needless to say, there were plenty of mid-tier deities that chose to join the East Sun sect. As for the rest, they were either observing or didn't intend to join. Becoming a soldier would result in death. The East Sun sect's enemy was the Thousand Feather Kingdom, and it was also a true god faction that wasn't inferior to the East Sun sect. At times, no matter how good the treatment was, one would need to be alive to enjoy it. Without a life, it was useless. East Sun Pond. A True Gods Tao lecture. Li Fuchen noted down the treatment of soldiers. He didn't need to guess to know that the East Sun Pond was definitely the cultivation sacred land of the East Sun sect. As for a True Gods Tao lecture, it was just as the name suggested, a true god would personally explain the divine world's great Tao. A true god's grade was extremely high. During the process of listening to a True Gods Tao lecture, one might be able to comprehend something by analogy and have a flash of inspiration, allowing one to have a breakthrough in cultivation. I wonder what is the treatment of a higher god? Li Fuchen was rather curious about the treatment of a higher god. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wasn't the only curious one, there were others too. Hey, you are only talking about the mid-tier deities. What about the higher gods? Among the crowd, a mid-tier deity asked loudly. In response, one of the higher god managers at the conscription point grunted and didn't say anything. It was obvious that he didn't think it was necessary to talk about the treatment of a higher god to a group of mid-tier deities. The mid-tier deity who was talking about the treatment of soldiers laughed and said, "All of you are mid-tier deities, what is the use of telling you about the treatment of a higher god? But since all of you are curious, I shall give a simple explanation." After clearing his throat, he continued, when a higher god enters the East Sun sect, they will at least become a low-tier centurion. They will be free to choose a low-tier divine artifact and can enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a week every year. Every 5 years, they will be able to listen to a True Gods Tao lecture. Formidable higher gods can become mid-tier centurions and can choose a low-tier divine artifact. They will be able to enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for half a month every year. Every 3 years, they will be able to listen to a True Gods Tao lecture. After speaking, he paused. What about a high-tier centurion? Someone asked anxiously. All of you. It was unknown if this person was intentionally keeping everyone in suspense or if he was helpless, but his face was obviously filled with envy. A high-tier centurion will be free to choose a mid-tier divine artifact and can enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a month every year. Every 3 years, they will be able to listen to a True Gods Tao lecture. Finally, when a high-tier centurion listens to a True Gods Tao lecture, they will be able to ask for a pointer from the true god. A true god's words will enlighten even the deaf. Even if you don't comprehend anything, it will still be greatly beneficial. A pointer from a true god? This treatment is too amazing. True gods and high-tier deities might seem to be one class apart, but the cultivation levels are completely different. That's right. Just the lifespan of a true god is far superior to a high-tier deity. Normally, a true god will be able to live for more than 1,000,000 years after progressing to a true god. Furthermore, they will be able to enter and exit the minor kiliacosm divine world freely. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Minor kiliacosm divine world? When Li Fuchen heard this keyword, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Could it be that this isn't a complete divine world? Li Fuchen guessed. After listening to the side, Li Fuchen got a shocking truth. The divine world that he was in was just one of the many divine worlds. The divine world was divided into minor kiliacosm, middle kiliacosm, and major kiliacosm. Among them, the minor kiliacosm was the lowest class. Even if the divine world's laws were complete, it would only produce true gods and wouldn't be able to produce existences that were stronger than true gods. The middle kiliacosm was incredible. There were plenty of true gods there. The so-called low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier deities were all ants there and didn't have any status. Generally speaking, a middle kiliacosm would be surrounded by a large number of minor kiliacosm. The minor kiliacosm that Li Fuchen was in was called the Bright World Divine World. As the lowest class divine world, the Bright World Divine World revolved around the middle kiliacosm, the Purple Cloud Divine World. Countless years ago, it was unknown why the Bright World Divine World damaged the source of the Divine World, causing the Divine World's laws to be incomplete. Since then, not only were true gods unable to be produced, but it was also 10 times or dozens of times more difficult to become a god. In order to resolve this problem, the true god factions started to search for Divine World teleportation arrays that were constructed during the ancient times of war. The East Sun sect and the Thousand Feather Kingdom actually found an ancient Divine World teleportation array. This teleportation array was able to connect to a nearby minor kiliacosm. However, there was only one teleportation array and there were 2 true god factions. There were too many monks and not enough gruel, therefore, it was natural for a war to break out. According to the agreement between the Thousand Feather Kingdom and the East Sun sect, the true gods from both sides wouldn't make a move. They would allow the regular gods below the true god level to decide the direction of the war. They would only be in charge of guiding. As such, there would be conscription every 10 or 20 years. Chapter 1109. I see. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. No wonder he felt that as a divine world, the number of gods was too shabby. It turned out that the Bright World was just a minor kiliacosm and one of the countless minor kiliacosm. It wasn't eye-catching at all. If he had to make a comparison, it was equivalent to a planet with life in the universe. In a minor kiliacosm, true gods were the pinnacle. If one wanted to continue cultivating, they would have to leave the minor kiliacosm and head to the middle kiliacosm. But it was said that every few years, the middle kiliacosm would send people to the minor kiliacosm to recruit incredible prodigies. The Bright World source is damaged. Is it related to the battlefield of gods and the half-god region? Li Fuchen instinctively thought about the battlefield of gods and the half-god region. The appearance of the battlefield of gods and the half-god region was too unusual. The other transcendents guessed that the battlefield of gods and the half-god region were originally a part of the divine world and were torn from the divine world. Now that they thought about it, it shouldn't be too far off. But who could tear a minor kiliacosm? No matter how small a minor kiliacosm was, it was still a divine world and could produce true gods. Logically, even those above true gods would have a hard time tearing a minor kiliacosm. Tearing a minor kiliacosm? It is impossible for anyone to do that. When someone heard Li Fuchen's question, he quickly shook his head. A minor kiliacosm might be a minor kiliacosm and its grade isn't high. But that is in comparison to other divine worlds and individuals. A minor kiliacosm is at least comparable with a god king. A god king is basically the pinnacle and supreme in the divine void. God king. Divine void? Today, Li Fuchen obtained a lot of information that was very important to him. It had broadened his horizons. Putting aside the God King, it was already an existence that far surpassed true gods. The godly void was empty, but it was also filled with infinite possibilities. One only knew that up until now, no existence knew how large the godly void was. All divine worlds were born in the godly void. Because the godly void was too vast, many divine worlds had never been discovered. Once one found a primeval divine world, they would strike it rich. This was because there were endless resources inside, the most precious resources. Of course, there were also endless dangers. Normally, in these primeval divine worlds, there would be god beasts and terrifying divine-level life forms. However, exploring the godly void was not an easy task. True gods only barely had the ability to roam the godly void. They did not dare to go too far from the divine world. This was mainly because whether it was a minor dimension divine world or a middle dimension divine world, they would emit their own divine world force field. This divine world force field had an extremely wide range, and it was rare for divine void dangers to appear within it. Even dangerous divine void life forms wouldn't dare to approach. As for the middle kiliacosm and the large number of lesser kiliacosm, they formed an even larger force field. However, this force field had flaws. It was like a net with holes in it. True gods could be considered safe inside, but there was no guarantee that there would be no danger at all. Seems like becoming a true god is the true starting point. Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Only after becoming a true god would he have the ability to head to the other minor kiliacosm domains or the middle kiliacosm domain, the purple cloud divine world. He truly didn't know how flourishing the middle kiliacosm domain, the purple cloud divine world would be. He also didn't know how majestic the great kiliacosm domain would be. The conscription continued. Count me in. Li Fuchen walked over. Alright, leave a message on the conscription stone. The mid-level deity at the conscription point pointed at the giant yellow stone in the center and said to Li Fuchen. In response, Li Fuchen walked over and placed his palm on the conscription stone. He saw others doing the same thing too. Name? A voice echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. Rock spirit? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with surprise. All living things had spirits. It was obvious that this conscription stone had spirit intelligence, and it was a special spirit intelligence. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's image and chi presence were stored in the conscription stone. It is too late to regret now. Once the information is stored in the conscription stone, it will be the same as betraying the East Sun sect. You must remember this. The mid-level deity said to Li Fuchen. Understood. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't regret. After joining the East Sun sect, Li Fuchen was brought onto a super-large ship. This super-large ship was too massive and it was in the sky above a mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles away from the Purple Moon City. When looking from below, it looked like a dark cloud that was covering the sky. When looking from above, it wasn't any smaller than a Class 1 divine city. It was simply a mobile city fortress. This should be a ship-type divine artifact. Furthermore, its grade isn't low. In the divine world, half-divine artifacts weren't able to expand too much. Only divine artifacts could expand so much. After boarding the ship, the spacious deck was filled with mid-level deities and high-level deities. It was obvious that these were the newly recruited soldiers. There were some places that were still testing the soldiers' grades and issuing soldier grade badges. Come, one by one. Don't be in a hurry. It was very simple to test a soldier's grade. There were 4 combat puppets in the soldier testing area. Those who could exchange 10 moves with the first combat puppet were low-grade soldiers, those who could exchange 10 moves with the second combat puppet were mid-grade soldiers, and those who could exchange 10 moves with the third combat puppet were high-grade soldiers. Above the high-level soldiers, there was the honorary soldiers. Normally, only mid-level deities that created mid-level divine skills could become honorary soldiers. Therefore, it was very rare for soldiers of this grade to appear. Low-level soldiers. Low-level soldiers. Mid-level soldiers. High-level soldiers. All of the mid-level deities were being tested. This test was very important as it would determine one's starting point. The higher the starting point, the better the resources that one would obtain in the initial stages of the East Sun sect. Honorary soldier. What? There is actually an honorary soldier? There were too few mid-level deities that could create mid-level divine skills. It was said to be 1 in 10,000, but no one knew if there were any. Furthermore, such mid-level deities wouldn't be willing to join the East Sun sect so early. They would wait until they became high-level deities before joining the East Sun sect. By then, their status would be even higher. If they joined the East Sun sect so early, they might be able to obtain some benefits, but it would also increase the risk. The honorary soldier was naturally Li Fuchen. After concealing his abilities, he was only able to suppress the fourth combat puppet and wasn't able to defeat it easily. Good, very good. This is your honorary soldier badge. The high-level deity in charge of the test was smiling while looking at Li Fuchen. Mid-level deities that could create mid-level divine skills were in high demand. High-level deities might be more incredible, but there were too few of them. On the battlefield, the ones that were mainly responsible for killing were the mid-level deities. The soldier grades were starting to show in the ship-type divine equipment. Low-level soldiers stayed in the worst ordinary rooms. When Li Fuchen passed by, he took a glance and noticed that there was only enough space for a bed, a table, and a chair. Mid-level soldiers were slightly better, high-level soldiers had a rather spacious room, while honorary soldiers had a bedroom and a living room, even though the living room wasn't big. After entering the room, Li Fuchen cleaned it up and stayed in. For the next few days, there were more soldiers on the ship. From the others, Li Fuchen found out that this ship was the East Sun sect's Thousand Sun ship. It was a mid-level ship-type divine equipment and also the largest recruitment ship. Many of the nearby Class 2 and Class 1 divine cities would send the recruited soldiers to the Thousand Sun ship. With a large number of people, it was easy for conflicts to occur. For example, mid-level soldiers would bully low-level soldiers, while high-level soldiers would bully mid-level soldiers. On the spacious deck, a figure bumped into Li Fuchen and was about to burst out cursing. Honorary soldier. After seeing the honorary soldier badge on Li Fuchen's chest, the person immediately shut up and was fearful. Honorary soldier was the highest honor among the soldiers. On the battlefield, they would normally be able to become a team leader and could lead a team or even a brigade. As for regular soldiers like them, they might be soldiers in a nice way, but they were actually cannon fodder in a bad way. Be more careful next time. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to bicker with the person and walked towards the high-level god testing area. There were a lot more combat puppets in the high-level god testing area than the mid-god testing area. There were a total of 6. They represented low-grade centurions, mid-grade centurions, high-grade centurions, low-grade kiliarchs, mid-grade kiliarchs, and high-grade kiliarchs. It was understandable after thinking about it. The mid-god rank was just a transition. The high-level god rank was the true embodiment of a god's innate perception. A regular high-level god and a high-level god that had been stuck at the high-level god rank for countless years might have a difference of 100 or 1,000 times. There were also some high-level gods that were unable to progress due to the damage to the divine world source. Their strength was actually comparable to quasi-true gods, and it was natural that regular high-level gods couldn't compare with them. As such, it was easy to understand why the East Sun sect would split the high-level gods into 6 levels. As compared to the mid-god testing area, the high-level god testing area was much more leisurely. There would only be one high-level god taking the test after half a day. Li Fuchen took a look and saw that these high-level gods were usually low-grade centurions and mid-grade centurions. There were very few high-level centurions and there weren't any kiliarchs for now. Finally, the conscription ended. The Thousand Sun ship turned into a sun of light and instantly vanished into the horizon. Rumble. Rumble, the ground in the distance would occasionally tremble. The sky would burst out with rainbow colors and pitch black colors at times. The entire world seemed to be in turmoil. Swish! A light arrow that was a few kilometers in length suddenly skimmed past the Thousand Sun ship and created a large hole in the ground behind the Thousand Sun ship. Battlefield, we have arrived at the battlefield. On the deck, a mid-god soldier reacted and exclaimed. In the past, after the conscription ended, they would be sent to the East Sun sect and rarely to the battlefield. The front line is in an emergency. We will head straight for the number 7 military camp. One of the East Sun sect's high-level gods walked out and explained. After hearing the explanation, everyone's expression changed. The moment they arrived, they were going to the battlefield. This was much more dangerous than they had imagined. If they knew this, they would have reconsidered and shouldn't have joined the East Sun sect so quickly. Don't worry. Once you arrive at the number 7 military camp, you will be temporarily assigned to the recruit camp. You don't have to head to the front line for now and just need to provide support from the rear. Despite the explanation, everyone wasn't in a good mood. The front line was in an emergency. There wasn't a huge difference between providing support from the rear and fighting at the front line. It was just a difference between joining the battle earlier and joining the battle later. Chapter 11:10. Li Fuchen, even if you train for another 10 years, you still won't be a match for me. Pang! On the martial arts stage, the delicate-looking Li Fuchen was sent flying by a green-cloaked youth. He, just as I expected, defeated in 3 moves. This is already the 7th time Li Fuchen has lost to Li Yunhe in the past year. Isn't that so? Li Fuchen was considered a prodigy in the past and had always been suppressing Li Yunhe. Who would have thought that in just a year, the prodigy would turn into trash? Not only did his ability stagnate, he also became stupid. Knowing that he isn't a match for Li Yunhe, he still accepted his challenge. You are wrong about Li Fuchen. He has always been a prideful person and never avoids a challenge. Sigh, if you want to blame someone, blame Li Fuchen for having a fiancé named Guan Shui. Who knew that Li Yunhe liked Guan Shui too? The 3 of them grew up together, but Guan Shui was already betrothed to Li Fuchen. This made Li Yunhe unhappy. The gloating laughter from the surroundings was so piercing to Li Fuchen's ears, causing his breathing to become slightly rushed. 1 year, everything happened 1 year ago. 1 year ago, he was definitely considered a prodigy in the Li clan and Li Yunhe was never considered a match for him. But one day, he suddenly lost his talent. To be exact, his talent could no longer be used. Whenever he concentrated, his head would be in a splitting pain. That kind of pain made it impossible for him to cultivate peacefully. After a single exchange, Li Yunhe noticed that Li Fuchen's ability didn't have any improvement, so he tried to find a way to challenge Li Fuchen. Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen looked up at the sky, his heart filled with unyielding will. Damned heavens, how did I, Li Fuchen, offend you? Why did you take away my talent? Do you know, in this world where the strong rule, what is the consequence of not having a talent? Li Fuchen roared in his heart. A pity, the heavens couldn't hear his inner voice. Sneering at Li Fuchen, Li Yunhe felt extremely carefree. He had always been jealous of Li Fuchen. He was jealous that Li Fuchen's father was the Li clan patriarch. Be it resources or treatment, Li Fuchen was better than him. If his father was also the patriarch, his achievements would definitely surpass Li Fuchen. Now that the other party had become trash, the patriarch could not help him. It should be known that the patriarch was not the only one who had the final say in the Li family. Behind the patriarch was the Council of Elders. Once the Council of Elders made a decision, the patriarch could not change it. Of course, most of the time, it was the patriarch who had the final say. The Council of Elders usually did not participate in the family's affairs. Li Fuchen, I advise you to give up on Guan Shui. A trash like you isn't worthy of her. Li Yunhe turned around and left the martial arts field after leaving behind a mocking sentence. The spectators left one by one, leaving only Li Fuchen standing there. In a pavilion far away, a white-robed middle-aged man saw all of this. Fuchen, father may be the patriarch, but father can't help you with such matters. You can only rely on yourself. Seeing Li Fuchen being bullied, as a father, he felt worse than anyone else. But he knew that once he stood up for Li Fuchen would suffer even more humiliation and resentment. In this world where the strong ruled and the hierarchy was strict, everything depended on one's own ability. External forces might make him look good on the surface, but in the dark, who knew how many people would be disdainful and resentful of him? Deep into the night, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the futon, diligently cultivating the red jade technique. The red jade technique was the only high-tier, yellow-class technique of the Li clan. It was separated into 7 ranks. A year ago, Li Fuchen was already at the 3rd rank. But after a year, he didn't make any progress. Li Yunhe used this time to cultivate the red jade technique to the 4th rank, which was why he could suppress Li Fuchen. Ah! Even though he had experienced this countless of times, the pain in his head still made Li Fuchen cry out in pain. This type of pain was 100 times worse than physical pain, it came from the depths of his soul. With his body drenched in sweat, Li Fuchen opened his eyes unwillingly. Due to his tightly clenched teeth, fresh blood flowed down his lips. It was a ghastly sight. Is it still like this? Li Fuchen still couldn't understand what happened to his body. The external humiliation was a huge blow to him, but this ignorance was an even bigger blow to him. It was as if a venomous snake was slowly eating away at his bone marrow. By the time he realized it, his bone marrow had already been sucked dry. The night was over and the sun was up. Early in the morning, a guest came to the Li clan. It was the Guan clan's patriarch, Guan Yu. In the meeting hall, a white-robed Li Tianhan passionately welcomed him. Guan Yu, what brings you here? Guan Yu was almost 8 feet tall with a stocky build. He awkwardly laughed, I have nothing better to do today, so I came to take a look. Oh right, how is Fuchen? He is still the same. This incident had a huge impact on him, I hope he can pull through. Li Tianhan's expression was a little gloomy. Don't worry, it might just be temporary. I believe he can pull through. Pausing for a moment, Guan Yu took out a jade bottle, this is a vitality pill, it might be of some use to him. Vitality pill? Li Tianhan didn't accept it and had a puzzled expression. The vitality elixir wasn't just any ordinary elixir, but a high-tier, yellow-class elixir. A single elixir was worth a few thousand gold coins. Even though Li Tianhan's daughter was engaged to Fuchen, they weren't married yet. Gifting such a valuable elixir made Li Tianhan a little confused. Guan Yu unhappily replied, it's just a pill, why? You don't like it? It's not about the pill. Guan Yu, do you have something to say? As an old friend, Li Tianhan knew that Guan Yu was hiding something. Placing the jade bottle on the table, Guan Yu spoke with difficulty, Tianhan, I am here to discuss something with you. Speak. I'm listening. Li Tianhan had a bad premonition. Clearing his throat, Guan Yu said, just a week ago, my daughter, Guan Shui, broke through to the 7th level of the Qi realm. 7th level of the Qi realm? Li Tianhan took in a deep breath. Guan Shui and Li Fuchen were the same age, 14 years old. A 14-year-old at the 7th level of the Qi realm. If he didn't know Guan Yu's character, he would have thought he was joking. The Li clan's top prodigy, Li Yunhe, was only at the 6th level of the Qi realm. Li Fuchen and Li Yunhe were only at the 4th level of the Qi realm. I remember she just broke through to the 6th level of the Qi realm half a year ago. Li Tianhan asked. Guan Yu laughed bitterly, my daughter is naturally talented, she actually managed to cultivate our Guan clan's aquaselenic arts to the 6th rank. You know, to a certain extent, it is harder to break through a cultivation technique than a cultivation level. Those who managed to cultivate the aquaselenic arts to the 6th rank were all Origin Realm martial artists, none of them were in the Qi realm. What a monster! Li Tianhan sighed in his heart. Brother Tianhan, my daughter has already been accepted as a disciple of the Zhanglan sect. I'm afraid this engagement cannot be carried out. Guan Yu didn't bother to hide anything and got straight to the point. Li Tianhan raised his eyebrows, they are still young, it is still too early to talk about this engagement. We can talk about it a few years later. Guan Yu replied seriously, this is also my daughter's wish, I hope Brother Tianhan can fulfill it. Li Tianhan's expression turned ugly, he stared at Guan Yu, what, your Guan clan wants to break off the engagement? It was your Guan clan who initiated the engagement, now it is your Guan clan who is the first to break off the engagement. What do you take my Li clan for? What do you take me, Li Tianhan for? Do you think my Li clan has declined and is not worthy of your Guan clan's marriage? Brother Tianhan, my Guan clan will compensate you. Keep this vitality pill first. In a few days, my Guan clan will give the best Guan clan in Yunwu City to your Li clan. Now that the words were out, Guan Yu relaxed a little. Yes, Guan Yu was right, a marriage alliance must have its value. The Li clan had not sent anyone into the Zhonglan sect for the past 10 years, while the Guan clan was thriving. Every 2 years, there would be 1 or 2 Guan clansmen entering the Zhonglan sect. This year, Guan Shui became a disciple of the Zhonglan sect in advance. To be able to become a disciple in advance, which one of them didn't have a bright future ahead of them? If this was the case, the Guan clan wouldn't be in such a hurry to break off the engagement. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. As one of the 4 major clans of Yunwu City, the Li clan was still a force to be reckoned with, not any weaker than the rising Guan clan. A pity that Li Fuchen was too disappointing. His innate talent was considered decent, but 1 year ago, he did something that angered the heavens and caused his innate talent to disappear. A cripple, how could he be worthy of the Guan clan's #1 prodigy? This was something the Guan clan couldn't tolerate. What's more, Guan Shui herself wasn't interested in this marriage alliance. She had requested to break off the engagement more than once, but Guan Yu kept it to himself. He felt that he had done enough for the Li clan. The pill and the restaurant, my Li clan won't accept it. We can't afford to lose this face. Guan Yu Xiong, this is the last time I will address you as Xiong Guan Yu. From today onwards, we are no longer friends. Li Tianhan was completely disappointed. The Guan clan was able to rise because of the Li clan. He didn't expect them to burn the bridge after crossing it. Tianhan Xiong, I have nothing else to say. It is my Guan clan's fault this time, I will take my leave first. Taking a deep breath, Guan Yu stood up and left. Bring the pill. Li Tianhan waved his hand, an invisible qi was released and the jade bottle flew towards Guan Yu. Catching the jade bottle, Guan Yu left in silence. Crack! Once Guan Yu walked out of the hall, Li Tianhan crushed the armrest of his chair with an ashen face. A few days later, the Guan clan sent over a letter to break off the engagement. At the same time, the entire Li clan and even the entire Yunwu city knew of this matter. Unknowingly, the Li clan and Li Fuchen became the laughingstock of the masses. During their leisure time, everyone would talk about this matter. On par with this topic was the news of Guan Shui becoming a disciple of the Zhonglan sect. Everyone knew in their hearts that the Guan clan was about to soar. Being accepted as a disciple of the Zhonglan sect in advance was something that had never happened before in the past century. Mobile users, please browse to see Eternal Supreme for a better user experience. Chapter 11:11. Time elapsed and in the blink of an eye, Li Fuchen had been at the 7th military camp for close to a year. According to the rules, high-ranking soldiers and above could return to the East Sun sect once a year. Of course, you don't have to go back. As for cultivating in the Dongyang Pond every year, you can accumulate it for the next year. Honorary soldiers can cultivate in the East Sun Pond for 3 days every year. It's too short. Let's save it for next time. Li Fuchen chose not to return. 3 days of training was meaningless to him. He didn't believe that 3 days of training in the East Sun Pond would help him become a high god. He decided to wait until the true god was preaching before returning. As the years passed by, only 2 of the 4 honorary soldiers that joined the East Sun sect with Li Fuchen had perished. The battlefield was simply too dangerous. Even high gods were in danger, much less gods. On the dried-up river, 2 figures stood facing each other. For a mere honorary soldier to possess such strength, he is truly amazing. The Grey Horn Monarch was a high-ranking centurion of the Thousand Feather Kingdom. He was staring at Li Fuchen with a grave expression. In the beginning, he didn't even take Li Fuchen seriously. An honorary soldier, no matter how incredible, wouldn't be able to defeat a centurion, and he was a superior centurion. But after the initial exchange, he realized that he was wrong. Li Fuchen might be an honorary soldier, but his divine power was obviously at the superior deity level. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's self-created divine skill was simply terrifying to the extreme. He wasn't able to defeat Li Fuchen within a short period of time. God artifacts truly are formidable. Li Fuchen stared at the large saber in his opponent's hand. As a high-ranking centurion of the Thousand Feather Kingdom, he possessed a mid-grade divine artifact. The power of a mid-grade divine artifact was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. Even when Li Fuchen executed the Origin Return Sword form and constantly used the power of the Origin Return Sword form to blast at his opponent, he wasn't able to injure his opponent at all. "Brat, you will die today." Even though he knew that Li Fuchen's strength was close to a high-class centurion, the Grey Horn King was still very confident. He believed that as long as he spent more time, he would definitely be able to eliminate Li Fuchen. Really? Li Fuchen was on standby. Boom boom boom, the duo started to fight again. The Grey Horn King's large saber was like a giant axe that could split the heaven and earth. Every saber had astounding power. Li Fuchen's split sun sword might be inferior, but Li Fuchen's sword moves were much more profound and sharp. Die! Invincible in all directions. All of a sudden, the Grey Horn King's figure split into 10. 10 Grey Horn Kings raised their large sabers and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Absolute invincibility was a perfect grade mid-level divine technique, and it was also the Grey Horn King's strongest trump card. Boundless Sword C. It was a pity that the Grey Horn King's 10 Directions invincibility wasn't able to break Li Fuchen's defense after encountering the extreme class mid-level divine skill, Sword C Horizon. Damn it! Divine power ignites, invincible in all directions. The god power on Grey Horn King's body burned fiercely, and his aura instantly increased by more than 10 times. The next moment, 10 Grey Horn Kings raised their blades and slashed at him. Puff puff puff, this time, Li Fuchen's field divine skill, Sword C Horizon was broken, but Li Fuchen still had the Destruction Divine Physique. When the tyrannical saber light landed on the Destruction Divine Physique, it was only able to leave behind some faint saber marks. Soon enough, the saber marks vanished. Extreme Grade Mid-Level Field Divine Skill, Extreme Grade Mid-Level Divine Physique Divine Skill. Who exactly is this kid? The Grey Horn King was about to go crazy. He was a high-grade centurion and had risked his life to obtain a perfect grade mid-level divine skill. Li Fuchen was able to casually execute multiple extreme-grade mid-level divine skills. Wasn't this bullying? It is about time to end this. Li Fuchen slowly let out a turbid breath while his eyes turned sharp. He was already clear of the strength of a high-grade centurion and there was no need to probe further. Shameless boasting. The Grey Horn King sneered. How could he not see that Li Fuchen seemed to have a trump card? It was a pity that even if Li Fuchen's trump card was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be able to injure the Grey Horn King. After all, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, he was just an honorary soldier and a mid-level deity. Of course, the Grey Horn King wouldn't be careless either. He immediately activated a mid-level divine skill, Golden Armor. The Grey Horn King's entire body was glowing with golden light, as though he was covered with a layer of golden armor. It wasn't over yet. The Grey Horn King activated another slightly inferior mid-level divine skill, Luoxing Shield, to conceal himself. Looking at Li Fuchen with mockery, the Grey Horn King sneered. He wanted to see how Li Fuchen was going to deal with him. Li Fuchen watched helplessly as the Grey Horn King equipped himself to the teeth, but he didn't move. He wanted to know exactly what level this move's power was at. Are you ready? Li Fuchen looked at the Grey Horn King again. Bring it on. The Grey Horn King yelled out. Since that is the case, I shall begin. Seamless Sword Chi. Li Fuchen's chi presence turned illusory like the clouds in the sky. It was ever-changing, but once the illusory chi presence burst out, it caused the Grey Horn King's hair to stand up. He felt that he wasn't facing a mid-level deity, but heaven and earth power, the divine world power. In the face of this horrific pressure, his willpower wavered for the first time. Everything is fake, come on. The Grey Horn King burst out with a yell. TSS. An invisible sword chi skimmed across the Grey Horn King's body. At that instant, the time and space that the Grey Horn King was in had an obvious ripple. Superior divine skill? The Grey Horn King's face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the Luosheng shield was split into two, the golden armor was split into two, and the Grey Horn King's body was also split into two. They were rapidly disintegrated and not even ashes were left. No wonder it is a superior divine skill. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied expression. During the past few years, he had finally transformed the seamless sword Qi into a divine skill. Just as he expected, once the seamless sword Qi was transformed into a divine skill, it was a superior divine skill. It must be known that no matter how powerful a medium deity technique was, compared to a superior deity technique, there was still a huge difference. Not to mention the fact that the Grey-Horned King was only a high-grade centurion, even if his opponent was a low-grade Chiliarch, he would not be able to handle the seamless sword Qi easily. I already have 15,000 merit points. It is time to return to the East Sun sect. After a few years of killing, Li Fuchen was a little tired. He decided to return to the East Sun pool of the East Sun sect to cultivate for a period of time. After returning to the 7th military camp without any mishaps, Li Fuchen immediately applied to head to the East Sun sect. The application was approved smoothly. On the next day, a divine artifact ship carried Li Fuchen and the others and soared into the sky towards the East Sun sect. The East Sun sect had boundless prowess. The Class 2 Divine City, Purple Moon City, was simply like a village when compared to the East Sun sect. There was no comparison at all. On one of the mountains in the East Sun sect, the divine artifact ship landed. On the peak of the mountain, there was a chain of buildings and an imposing and simple grand hall. The East Sun sect is indeed formidable. After getting off the ship, Li Fuchen took a casual glance and immediately noticed that there were several superior deities with divine power waves that were as vast as the sea. Li Fuchen reckoned that their divine power index was at least 100,000 and it was unimaginable in the outside world. But this also meant that there was a huge difference between superior deities. After all, a newly promoted superior deity would only have a divine power index of around 10,000. If they encountered a superior deity with a divine power index of 50,000 or 100,000, a single divine power shock would probably severely injure them. After a few years of cultivation, Li Fuchen's divine power index was only close to 20,000. Without becoming a superior deity, it would be extremely difficult to continue to increase his divine power. East Sun Pool, the cultivation sacred land of the East Sun sect. It might be called a pool, but it was actually a large lake. There were countless lotus leaves on the lake, and on the outer lotus leaves, there were basically people sitting cross-legged. After handing over the honorary soldier medal, Li Fuchen was informed that he had 9 days of cultivation time. Once the 9 days were up, even if he was in a deep state of cultivation, he would be expelled. Li Fuchen picked a lotus leaf in the outer region and sat cross-legged. Such concentrated divine world energy. As soon as Li Fuchen stepped on the lotus leaf, he immediately felt countless divine world energy seeping out from the lotus leaf and entering his body, nourishing his divine power. It was obvious that this lotus leaf could shorten the cultivation time, and with the divine stones, the efficiency was several times higher than the outside world. As for the specific number of times, Li Fuchen had to experience it carefully. 1 day later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes that were filled with surprise. The lotus leaf's effects were too mystical. Apart from the endless divine world energy seeping out from the lotus leaf, it was also emitting a special and mystical fragrance. This fragrance could speed up the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. The higher the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power, the faster the advancement in cultivation level. It was said that the crux to becoming a true god was to achieve 50% fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. Without 50% fusion, no matter how terrifying the divine power index was, it was impossible to progress to become a true god. The red divine spirit was terrifying, and with the lotus leaf, Li Fuchen's divine power index was rapidly increasing. 20,000, 21,000, 22,000, the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power was also increasing steadily. 32%, 33%, 34%, at the end of the 9 days, Li Fuchen's strongest sword Dao divine power had reached 25,000 divine power index. But as compared to the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power, the increase in divine power index wasn't worth mentioning. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming divine spirit. Li Fuchen's fusion of the divine spirit and divine power was forcefully at 40%. Even the strongest higher deities can't achieve 50% fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. Only true gods can achieve 50%. Li Fuchen knew clearly that as compared to the divine power index, the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power had a greater influence on the strength. Right now, he didn't even know how much his strength had improved. After all, the difference between 32% and 40% was too great. The former was just a new higher deity, while the latter was a powerful higher deity. Generally speaking, the higher the fusion, the more terrifying it was. Those higher deities that were extremely close to 50% fusion had terrifying strength that no one could guess. After leaving the East Sun Pond, Li Fuchen returned to his courtyard. There were still a few more days before the True God's Tao discussion. He was planning to see if he could break through to the higher deity realm. P.S. Temporarily resuming updates. By the way, let me talk about my current situation. I have visited the hospitals in Nanjing and Shanghai and didn't find the root cause. Right now, I have diarrhea 3 to 4 times a day and have absorption disorders. If I eat something that is hard to absorb, my weight will immediately drop. Right now, my weight is less than 40 kilograms and it can be said that I am extremely malnourished. Therefore, the updates were only temporarily resumed. If the situation wasn't right, I would probably continue to apply for a long period of time. There were still a few chapters left and I should be able to keep updating for the next few days. Chapter 11-12. It is still a little lacking. Even though Li Fuchen's God Spirit and Divine Power fusion was already at 40% and was stronger than most of the higher deities, he still needed a period of time to progress to become a higher deity. It is a pity. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. In the East Sun sect, only by becoming a higher deity would one be able to enjoy the greatest privileges. Firstly, only higher deities could become centurions and chiliarchs. Low-grade centurions could obtain an excellent class low-tier divine artifact and could enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a week every year. Every 5 years, they could listen to a True God's Tao lecture. Mid-grade centurions could obtain an excellent class low-tier divine artifact and could enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for half a month every year. Every 3 years, they could listen to a True God's Tao lecture. High-grade centurions could obtain an ordinary mid-tier divine artifact and could enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a month every year. Every 3 years, they could listen to a True God's Tao lecture. Apart from that, they could also receive pointers from a true god. As for chiliarchs, the treatment was even better. According to what Li Fuchen knew, chiliarchs were basically all East Sun sect disciples. Those who could become chiliarchs were all people with exceptional innate talents and perception. Without exceptional innate talents, there were only a few that could become chiliarchs. The East Sun sect disciples were separated into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. After becoming an inner sect disciple, one would be able to cultivate in the East Sun Pond without any restrictions. Of course, Li Fuchen was now a mid-deity. When Li Fuchen became a higher deity, the East Sun Pond wouldn't be of much help to him. No matter what, I have to become a higher deity first. This True God Tao lecture is an opportunity. Low deities, middle deities, and high deities were only the first tier of gods. There were still the second tier, True God, third tier, fourth tier, and even the legendary god monarchs that stood at the pinnacle of the divine void realm. Li Fuchen couldn't possibly waste too much time at the middle deity realm. It was naturally a good thing to become a higher deity and a true god earlier. East Sun Sect, Empty Tao Lecture. On this day, the Empty Tao Lecture was unprecedentedly bustling. Because today was the day of the True God Tao Lecture. I wonder which elder will be preaching this time. Tao Preaching Mountain was a conical mountain peak, and at the peak was a stone platform. This should be the place where the true divinity would preach the Tao. Below the stone platform, all the way to the foot of the mountain, were layers of platforms. Each platform had countless praying mats, and at this moment, most of the praying mats were already filled with people. Everyone was discussing in low voices, waiting for the true divinity to arrive. Last time it was Elder Hua. This time, it should be Elder Water Luster's turn. Elder Water Luster is good at water elemental laws of nature. He's not suitable for me. What do you know? A true god's realm is so high. Don't think that he's just one level higher than us. His comprehension of the rules is something we can't even imagine. Apart from the rules he's good at, Elder Water Luster will definitely talk about other Daos. That's true. True gods can live for millions of years and can freely enter and exit the minor kiliacosm. Their comprehension of the laws isn't something I can guess. As everyone discussed animatedly, the platforms on the Tao Preaching Mountain were basically filled with people. As expected, one's status determines their position. On the Tao Preaching Mountain, soldiers had the lowest status, therefore, they could only sit on the platforms near the foot of the mountain. Centurions would sit on the platforms at the waist of the mountain, while Kiliarchs could sit on the platforms near the peak of the mountain. Li Fuchen might be an honorary soldier, but an honorary soldier was still a soldier and it was impossible for him to sit on the platform at the waist of the mountain. When the sun rose, a figure suddenly flew over from the depths of the East Sun sect. It's Elder Tai Yang. Everyone recognized the person. Is this a true god? The sunlight was glaring, but Li Fuchen was still able to see Elder Tai Yang's appearance. It was an elder with withered yellow hair and a grim expression. The elder didn't have an obvious chi presence and looked very ordinary. Only Li Fuchen could see that Elder Tai Yang's body contained terrifying power. Once this power burst out, it would definitely destroy the world. Divine Power Index of 500,000 or 1 million. Li Fuchen wasn't able to estimate Elder Tai Yang's Divine Power Index. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen's Divine Soul was only at the True God class. If Li Fuchen's Divine Soul was at the level 3 God, he should be able to see Elder Tai Yang's Divine Power Index. But Li Fuchen was certain that Elder Tai Yang's Divine Soul wasn't as powerful as his and should be pale red. Elder Water Luster has something to attend to. This time, I shall preach the Tao for everyone. After landing on the stone platform at the peak of the Tao Preaching Mountain, Elder Tai Yang spoke indifferently. Welcome, Elder Tai Yang. Everyone yelled in unison. Elder Tai Yang nodded and sat down cross-legged before explaining his understanding of the Tao. As time elapsed, everyone was immersed in listening. When a true God preached the Tao, even if they couldn't understand, the profundity would still affect them through the voice. This Elder Tai Yang is proficient in the Metal Tao Law and the Yang Tao Law. He isn't of much help to me, but it is also a good thing to know about the true God's cultivation realm in advance. Li Fuchen didn't plan to comprehend the Metal Tao Law and the Yang Tao Law. With his perception, it wasn't difficult for him to comprehend a few more divine world laws. Finally, Elder Tai Yang spoke about the Sword Tao. In fact, the Sword Tao was also one of the divine world laws that Elder Tai Yang was proficient in. After all, the Metal Tao Law and the Sword Tao Law had some similarities. The Sword Tao is the Tao of attack and the Tao of massacre. It is very special and any Tao can become a part of it. As Elder Tai Yang spoke, he suddenly brandished his hand and shot out a golden sword chi. From the golden sword chi, everyone could feel the Metal Tao Law and the Sword Tao Law. It isn't pure enough, but it can be used as a reference. Li Fuchen's Sword Tao was different from Elder Tai Yang's. Li Fuchen's Sword Tao was extremely pure and didn't contain any trace of impurities. Elder Tai Yang was a true god and his cultivation realm was much higher than Li Fuchen. Therefore, even if his Sword Tao wasn't pure enough, it was still a great inspiration for Li Fuchen. Of course, it was mainly because of Li Fuchen's astounding perception and he was able to deduce many things from one instance. During this period of time, there were centurions who requested for pointers from Elder Tai Yang and Elder Tai Yang would also give them pointers. Unknowingly, the sky had gradually darkened and the True God's Tao lecture had come to an abrupt end. A true god is indeed a true god. It actually allowed my Sword Tao rank to increase by 1 level. After going back into seclusion for a period of time, breaking through to the high god realm shouldn't be a problem. Li Fuchen's harvest from this True God's Tao lecture had exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that unless he encountered a true god that specialized in sword Tao law, he wouldn't have a huge improvement. How could he know that a true god's cultivation realm was so high? Even if they didn't specialize in the divine world's law, their comprehension would still far surpass high gods. Late stage high god. Previously, Li Fuchen might have turned the seamless sword qi into a high god skill and achieved things that many pinnacle-level high gods couldn't do, but in terms of cultivation realm, Li Fuchen was still inferior to pinnacle-level high gods and was only at the mid-stage of high god. The reason why he was able to turn the seamless sword qi into a high god skill was mainly because of his overwhelming perception. He was able to transcend realms to comprehend and create divine skills. In terms of perception, most of the true gods were probably inferior to Li Fuchen. After returning to the courtyard, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had been in the East Sun sect for a period of time. Soon, he would have to return to the battlefield. In the East Sun sect, only the East Sun sect's disciples were qualified to stay here. Everyone else could only stay for a period of time. The higher the status, the longer the duration. Li Fuchen was only an honorary soldier and he wasn't given a lot of time. But if he could progress to become a high god, he would be able to fight for more time. If he could become an East Sun sect's disciple, he would have more freedom in the future. Li Fuchen's courtyard was located on a lush green mountain peak. This mountain peak had plenty of courtyards and all of them were honorary soldiers. On this day, a large amount of Divine World's energy was channeled into a small courtyard through the East Sun sect's array. Someone is breaking through to the high god realm. Such exaggerated Divine World's energy. I remember that the last time someone broke through, there wasn't such a huge commotion. Everyone is different. Some people are naturally able to contain more divine power, therefore, when they break through, they will absorb more Divine World's energy. But it is indeed rare to see such a commotion. On the mountain peak, everyone was in a heated discussion. The person who broke through was naturally Li Fuchen. After his sword Tao reached the late-stage high god realm, Li Fuchen's cultivation had also broken through. His accumulation was too robust. Before breaking through, his divine power index was already more than many high gods and was around 25,000. Right now, it was already over 100,000 and was still rising. Of course, if it was in the outside world, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. After all, the bright world divine world was only a minor kiliacosm and it was a damaged minor kiliacosm. The divine world's energy wasn't too concentrated and the amount of energy required to break through to the high god realm was too much. It would take a very long time to break through with the help of the divine world's energy and divine stones. Li Fuchen knew that the East Sun sect was protected by the 4-star divine array. With the support of the 4-star divine array, he was able to draw in so much divine world's energy. When his divine power was increasing, Li Fuchen's fusion with his divine spirit and divine power was also increasing. 43%, 44%, 45%, who is breaking through? Why is there such a huge commotion? Just as Li Fuchen was breaking through to the high god realm, a figure that was skimming across the mountain peak suddenly stopped. The figure that stopped was a beautiful woman with 3 eyes. There was a sun pattern on the edge of the eye between her eyebrows. It looked extremely mysterious and ancient, and it even seemed to have a faint connection with the sun in the sky. If there were disciples from the East Sun sect here, they would definitely recognize that the 3-eyed lady was the daughter of the East Sun sect patriarch, Dongyang Qianyu. She was also one of the core disciples of the East Sun sect and one of the top 10 prodigies. Dongyang Qianyu opened her glabella eye and saw Li Fuchen. He is so young. Dongyang Qianyu could see that Li Fuchen was very young, excessively young. It was imaginable how much potential he had to progress to become a high god at such a young age.